Yo, what's good? What is good? Is SEN on the B stream today? Yate. What up? Morning, people. Morning, people. We're on the B stream. Damn, they did us dirty like that. Shaking my head. What's up, guys? What happened yesterday? What do you mean what happened, bro? They fucking took my power out. Do you know that there's a Kubert match at 1 p.m. today? Yeah, I will not be there. I will not be there. That's just impossible. I got you, Frame. Do you not post these on YouTube? Not EWC. We do not post EWC on YouTube. What happened to charity? To be honest, I just haven't done it. I haven't picked the charity. I haven't set up the charity, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, I need to do it. How many days are left of this event? Tomorrow we're gonna have a charity start. We're just gonna figure out which charity we're gonna do it for, and then tomorrow I'll set it up. Do do. No. How am I feel? I'm fucking chilling. Fuck, what does this end with? M? Greet. What a I hate that. Oh my God. We need a fucking, yeah, we need some caffeine in this bitch. Oh my God. Yesterday when I cut off my stream, I know, that shit was funny. It was funny. Am I gonna try that power nap again? Nah. It didn't work, dude. Dude, no, they actually cut the power out yesterday. All right, fun fact about yesterday. I actually cut it off like, okay, so listen, like, I believed the power was going off, as crazy as it sounded. So I ended my stream mid-sentence because I thought it would be funny, right? And then I was gonna turn off my PCs after. So like I rage baited or I clip farmed, whatever. But the problem was I did that and then the chat was like omega lulling like crazy. And I was reading it, and then I took too long to actually turn my PC off after, and then it fucking cut. So it still ended up fucking crashing the way it would have. Because I took too long to turn it off after the fact. So I got. What's up with my hair? It's just cooked, man. I'm a shell of my former self right now. Truthfully, I'm a shell of my former self, man. Try the minute cryptic. It's a word play puzzle. You're gonna hate it. I don't know if I want to do it right now, man. We're gonna save it. I'll put it in another tab. Song's loud. Yeah, it is. Sorry. Me go.
Because it is day 2, Ian, what does that mean?
Yeah, that means that keys are going to get crushed today.
It's elimination day, and winners get to crush
Elimination
the
day
keys
today.
of the losers. So we have the machine right behind us.
Monka.
We were talking a bit about this yesterday, and Ian, do you want to talk us through this? Do you want to?
Yeah, I mean,
you just want to show us?
Well, look, Victoria, we've all taken L's in life, right?
Yeah.
And losses can be hard, but we just like to make them a little bit more painful. You know what I'm saying? So when you get knocked out, the team that knocked you out get to crush your key, and they have nothing but joy doing so. Guys, let's run it. Let's show them what goes down here. The sound itself is a little bit frightening.
What is this?
It's like, ooh.
I'm imagining this is Paper Thin's key right now. This is like I'm getting a lot of satisfaction.
When you
just
lose, this
watching
is what
happen.
happens?
But you can see it's just about to hit the surface, and when it does, what you will witness is the key
So excited.
gradually just become curved and flattened, like the dreams
What the hell
of
is
our
this?
team that gets
Oh my
eliminated.
goodness. That's incredible. This machine is massive, by the way.
It's crazy.
So these keys they were really heavy.
What the hell is
solid.
this? What's the
Very
purpose of
solid.
this?
So
This is the
I
most
think we've
insane
had,
thing I've
key
ever
shatterings
seen.
in the past. I was watching
I
some
know
of the
there's a
past
key on
footage,
stage, but
so
what-
I
that
hope
is,
we
like,
get some
so
of that today
extra.
For extra satisfaction.
Absolutely. So I'm hoping at some point we'll get to have a look at the finished
That is
products.
so
Guys, can we
extra.
see the key? Can we get the key? Okay. They've got to wait until it's all safe because this is, it's a hazardous zone. Big things are happening.
Oh my
here.
God,
Look
it's
what he has to
jammed
do.
into the
He
fucking
has to use a
table.
spanner to get that key
Oh, it's stuck in
out
there.
of the crusher. Look at the strength involved in this. And Victoria, and you watching at home, this is the painful result, and it's going to happen today.
Oh my goodness. Well, the question is, which teams is this going to happen to? And that's crazy. All right, we're going to go back to the desk, and you guys are going to, I don't know, tell me what you think.
Thank you very much, y'all. What we didn't catch a lot of in that one is the audio on there. It's just, and then you just slowly see it bent out of shape. And the fact that every time that you play, you put your key up on the tablet, it's in front of all the players, and it's on display. It is just so awesome to see it also end up getting crushed there.
Yeah, it's just complete BM. I mean, I would be just staring the enemy team as they're like walking off, watching the key get crushed just in the hives.
Well, first of all, that looks a little bit like my For You page with the press. And then the second thing I will say is that I kind of like the key better when it's like bent and it's crushed. I think like it looks super cool.
For me personally, they should crush it again. Crush it once, that way, turn it again. You know,
right.
like the cars when they're like compacted?
Make it personal.
That's what it needs to be.
What do we need to do do you think there is a way that they would allow us to go and do it? Because I kind of feel like that there's power there. I need to power trip that.
I think we might know a guy. Maybe can we get Kakuko over there to crush a key?
In the winner's trophy.
We'll work on it.
I want that and the puppies. I know that there's puppies somewhere here in this amazing venue.
Key crushing and puppies.
Yes.
Great. Yeah, we'll just mix the two together. All right. Well, we have some of the best talent here on the call, and standing by is our caster check-in for our match of the day.
What's going on, guys? Achilleos here with Baby Bay, and we're standing by last year's totem. We have every single winner from every single title at EWC engraved, as well as all of the losers' keys down here cast in resin.
Yeah, I can't believe how many keys are here that got casted, and I cannot wait to see a key get broken today.
There's plenty of teams that are here competing in various titles, even more in 2025, which that totem is going up as we speak, right behind this one. But yeah, this is what awaits the squads that are looking to be immemorialized, forever in EWC history. But it's time to get down to brass tacks, baby. I'm going to press you. We have to select our Saudi National Bank match of the day. Who you got?
It's got to be 100 Thieves versus EDG. This is the matchup that everyone is looking forward to today, and I'm looking forward to seeing Nobody versus EU, the battle of the initiators. It's going to be sick.
Yeah, and you got Boostio v China. I think it's going to be a sick narrative. One of them is going to be going home. Desk, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Achilleos, and
send back to Chinese farming.
Baby,
Don't say that because
he was just here a second ago.
He moves quickly. Hopefully he arrives back soon. You know, he's had to jog across.
You miss him already?
Of
how many times a week do you train? I haven't been going to the gym lately, bro.
Crashed over there and now is gonna
just been slacking, to be honest, man.
But yeah, that second match will be our SNB match of the day, 100 Thieves EDG. Now I know we keep saying it is the group of death. However,
hey, brother with the red hair is
like
fucking
100 Thieves might have an opportunity.
Looking quite drippy out there.
Didn't seem like they're on sorts.
I think that they had a very
the audio looks
close
delayed on stream,
one-on-one
is it?
against Fnatic. I don't think that you should count them out. There's people with a lot of experience.
So right.
Oh my god.
And he's back. Wow. Fastest man alive.
You
He's
okay?
not even sweating.
I'm just nice like that. All right, anyway. Wait, what were you saying?
100 Thieves EDG.
Talking about 100 Thieves EDG?
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Oh, yeah.
Live.
Oh, yeah.
You were literally just talking about that.
Oh, it's going to be a banger. It's going to be an absolute banger. I mean, think about Boostio and his history with Chinese teams. I mean, this is juicy stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I also feel like
what is this production?
He's playing Fnatic close is a really good sign. Fnatic,
yeah, I don't know what's happening on here.
Team, second in
just getting freaky, dog. Wait, stay. Hold on.
I like the fact though that kind of like the story because of what happened yesterday, and I guess like the phase that we saw of EDG is not what we expected because they ended up obviously 2024 being the absolute champions.
What does little bro's fit? Just get done with a 10-hour shift
It really
to the
looks
bodega.
like we're after what's happened in the rest of the year.
Speaking of a
they're
bodega,
in the situation that they need to prove themselves again, and I think that today, even though some people might not think that 100 Thieves are the second send. I think that it's going to be a very good showing for either of the teams because we need some answers.
Well, it's our first of two, and I think because some of those words that Boostio said earlier about how he felt about the different regions, the American region and the Chinese region, it leads to any team from VCT China looking for a victory here. And in our first series, we have exactly that. G2 versus
What happened after my internet exploded?
G2,
nothing. My power was out for 45 minutes and then it came back.
Champions, however, playing with a different roster here today as we take a look at them coming on into the studio.
Why'd they cut the power? No idea.
At Jamil Motorsports. They are looking for the opportunity to bounce back here and get comfortable. We know that all the teams are dealing with some travel, and you know, if you weren't lucky enough to get acclimated to both the travel and your roster, if you made some changes, now's your final chance to be able to do that, Dre.
Yeah, and I just want to touch back on like the map choice that you were talking about with the Sunset and the composition specifically. I mean, it was a solo Sentinel.
What's my sleep schedule right now? I mean, yesterday I went to sleep.
And it's just so weird. No, I will say, Jordan P started off that match hot. He got a 4K on the pistol round on that chamber.
I think I fell asleep at like 4 p.m.
Faded away a little bit, and Shaq actually didn't play the worst on this roster.
And then I woke up at 10.
He's not a
no,
bad
3
player.
p.m.
I
3 p.m. and I woke up at 10 or 9.
Because Leaf is, you know, up there.
Woke up at 9.
But I think that maybe they wanted to be a little bit surprised, as we are saying with KC. You don't really know what you're going to get sometimes. The problem with that is that sometimes, even if you don't like the compositions, like
the audio is delayed.
I've never
for sure.
played against it, and especially if it's a map that you do not have that many reps on, or that you have not practiced that much, that can play against you. And for today, I really hope that the thought is different, because especially not only that, I think that one of the head-to-heads that we need to speak about is Jogamo versus YC, because YC had an amazing day yesterday.
Yeah, I mean they're both fantastic players. YZ is, you know,
but today is a shorter day. We got 2
BO3s in the
BO3s.
Chinese region. I mean, he's really
fast
good.
BO3s.
He's a real standout on that team, dropping 30 even when they lose. I mean, what more can you do at that point? So he needs to get a little bit of help today from the rest of the squad, but he came out firing, and I'm sure
4 BO3s, but they're going on at the same time.
Well, you know what?
So
G2,
yeah, I guess there is 4.
They feel pretty confident.
But we can only watch 2.
They had a little bit of a pre-game talk, so let's take a listen.
Peter's on fire, bro. We're winning today.
Yes, I told you guys, we are flying this kid.
Leaf is not going to be here the whole event, I guess, right?
I think that was from today, that in their warm-ups we were able
to
what
a clip.
That, and so you could just hear
what
the
a
confidence
clip.
that they felt ready to go.
Peter's on fire. Get ready. Peter Shaq.
Peter Shaq on fire.
The Shaq attack. Again, I heard that from the broadcast. I'm stealing it from them.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not going to attribute who it went to?
I decided to keep that. Yeah, he is the Shaq attack in that server.
All right, the Shaq attack and the rest of G2 are going to try to bounce back here against Billy Gaming as they make their arrival here on site at Riyadh. Thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. Need to make a deal? Go to Jamil. Thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. BLG looking to bounce back after their very close series, a triple overtime against Paper Rex, and it was a banger. What a great way to kick things off.
Math
that we got to
teacher.
take a look at yesterday who didn't do particularly well. Now on the chopping block, one up against Sentinels, one up against ROQ.
Oh. Those are really, really rough draws for some of the Chinese
No, it's a
teams.
clean
They're gonna have
fit.
to step up pretty huge today. I do believe we have Gila in
I
the
just read
lower
whatever,
bracket,
Kuma. I don't know.
up against
Am I gonna react harder
Sentinels,
today or
it's
no?
going to be-
Heretics and Titan.
I didn't react hard enough
ROQs are on the
yesterday?
other side.
I mean, those are rough draws for both Titan as well as Gila. How are you feeling about those games today, Jen?
Good. I think just all the regions, a lot of underdogs are rising up. I know we heard some whispers in different languages of what, K-Corp winning against G2, but you know, there's also some teams not playing with their full rosters, or at least the intended 5, thinking about even XLG to G2, a couple of new additions.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a look at the top plays from yesterday.
When the match starts,
and
I'll crack a Red
recap
Bull.
some of yesterday's action because it
That's
was
the
a long
strat
day.
right
We
now.
had 4 best of 1s, 2 best of 3s here on the B stream. But we could just kind of talk about how yesterday went in general. Anything that comes top of mind to you, Jen?
Hey, I was really hyped for Fnatic versus 100 Thieves because, you know, I was on the desk with Shift and he was like, oh, 100 Thieves, I don't know, gonna get smashed. Something along those lines, not to quote him. But 100 Thieves came in swinging. I know you both were casting the qualifier, Kevin, and 100 Thieves looked good, beating some teams that kind of were unexpected, even NRG, reverse sweeping MIBR, and they went 13-11 against Fnatic, where people maybe thought that score was going to be quite different, and even, I'll bring the cope, if 100 Thieves would have had a better half, that could have been even winnable against Fnatic.
My story
Tarik, good
really
seeing
is
you at the
about the
Dodgers
story of
game.
underdogs at this
Nice to
tournament.
meet you,
Teams
bro.
that did not qualify to Toronto doing
shit was
well right
awesome.
now, already qualified through to the top 8 in EWC. I'm talking about the BBL, I'm talking about the NRG squads right here. These are 2 teams that had a lot more to show in their respective domestic regions. BBL themselves missed out only barely against Team Liquid, got their revenge against Team Liquid in the qualifier to make it to this event, and then 2 back-to-back games that you could consider upsets on paper, certainly versus Sentinels,
Did I miss
current
you,
top
dog?
NA team,
Yeah,
given that
I met him
G2 does
before.
have some roster issues, and then beating DRX 2-0 as well, proving that their win against Sentinels was no fluke.
Yeah, I think BBL was definitely the narrative of the day. They won me over. We had 4 Pacific teams in qualification position, and only one of them came through, and it's of course, the current, Masters winners in Paper Rex. You can't go past them. They're undeniably one of the favorites for this tournament. But we've had some of the other favorites for this tournament, or some of the other very, very good teams in this tournament either not turn up. If you talk about maybe Heretics, for example, in their opening game, although some of these are best of 1, so you have to take it with a grain of salt. Maybe Fnatic struggling a little bit more than some might expect against 100 Thieves to get that one across the line. But I will also say, particularly, even Paper X, Push by Billy Billy, there were plenty of best of 1s where teams that were kind of underdogs did actually step up and do some serious damage.
Yeah, this format is pretty cutthroat, from starting with the best of 1, and kind of reminder to everybody, you have to win 2 before you lose 2, or you're out of
dialed in for
100 Thieves EDG next
We'll be
as
starting
well.
things off on Sunset. We'll see how Billy's going to be
That's a
faring there.
banger.
Got to see them on
That's a
Lotus
banger,
versus
I'm not gonna
Paper Rex,
lie.
and like I said, it was very narrow margins. Went to multiple overtimes. 14-16
Stream on YouTube?
in the loss there for BLG. So certainly have been
Yeah, I
looking
should.
very fired up, very keyed in here at EWC thus far. See if that continues going into this first map in this.
Let me see what's happening over here.
And fitting with a team needs him to be as well as a very flexible player.
Totally agree with you. I mean, I think Flicker surpassed expectations. There are a lot of great
Seems like
storylines
everyone's
for
set
yesterday.
up.
We had a lot of great games, but at least for today, we've got some new
morning,
matches
Tarik.
on
How we
offer,
feeling?
and the
We're
S&D
feeling well.
match of the day today that we picked is going to be Team Heretics up against Titan Esports Club.
You're talking this shit
Jen,
open.
you did not agree with this. You were
I got
like, you
outvoted.
guys are cooked.
You
Me and
guys are
Kev
cooked.
outvoted you. You preferred the first game, Sentinels versus Gili. But let's touch on Heretics and Titan and why we picked this game. For me
These streams
personally,
gonna be an hour delayed again?
I wanted
Don't
it
say that,
because
man.
I felt like this was going to be
We
the
do not
closer
need that
match
energy.
today. I don't know if you'd agree with that.
I
Kev.
think so as well. Given how Heretics played yesterday, I think this is a Heretics squad that needs to do a lot of work overnight between yesterday's match and today.
Yeah.
It was a pretty
How was
brutal loss
Heretics
versus Energy.
match of
Yes,
the
we can
day?
say, oh,
I
but
don't
it's just
know.
a BO1, but even though it's a BO1, that scoreline is not impressive.
The 100
We've
Thieves
seen
EDG game is the
situations where
spiciest one today.
It's just a BO1 narrative, kind of works in some cases where it's a very close match. Fnatic nearly lost their BO1. That's what, like, that kind of, it's a BO1 narrative. I think that's where that kind of stands a little bit. But Fnatic is still a good enough team with fundamentals that they can break through and they can make that comeback happen. Well, or rather not a comeback, but just make sure they're solidified to make sure that they can beat 100 Thieves. But for Heretics, yeah, they kind of got rolled out by Energy, and
Yeah.
Titan Esports didn't look too good yesterday either.
Maybe I'm just really hyped about Heretics. I think that was just an off day. That's why I think I think
Yeah.
that's gonna be a more one-sided
Zach won't take
affair.
over trust.
I'm
We
more
need
about
him
the
today.
narratives. Okay, that's what just like casting's all about. We have the
understand.
script. That's why we have our notebooks here.
Yeah.
And the Sentinels XLG. It's the rematch from Masters Toronto.
Yeah.
And yes, Sentinels match up very well against Chinese teams. We saw that at that international. But they're right behind us, and they're gonna smack talk. And that's my match of the day.
I do agree
Well,
with
this
that
match
though,
is
from a narrative
starting
sense.
already.
That she like gaming, but
Do I put this on the second monitor and wait till it starts? Or watch this till it starts?
Bit of a
Yeah, we do.
check to make sure there was no tiles hit
give it a
coming
look.
through. Two players here.
I'll
Valen
keep an eye on
under
the Sun
pressure.
match.
Jogamo already
but
gets naff.
They
Lining
are.
one, gets the fadeaway back
Not
over
so-
onto the
not
site.
live yet.
Go ahead and safely escape. So getting rid of that KO.
We will switch over once it starts.
Flashes now to try to work their way forward into the site. K9 taking an immense beating down to 6 HP here. Stays alive, you can see.
Already 4v5 here?
Knowing if there's anybody still lurking here at Alley. Slow creep up from Wise. He will be able to clear it. Levius, nice
Damn.
one tap, confirms presence of that second player. And the smoke will come through. BLG still looking to try to play around this side of the map, but it's like now they will go ahead, cut some noise. Start to explore other areas, but they've given up so much space because they've consistently been
clear?
playing around this A main location.
I'm
They have
behind?
no idea where the two other players that they reads the angle
Oh,
very
wow.
nicely
Okay.
read.
I was really far
Catastrophe
behind.
from striking now. 10 seconds remaining as the plant gets ready to come through. And for the safe one, Levius ends up pulling off of that. Now it gets taken down. The time is just not going to be on the side. And Trisha just kills them all.
My God.
And there you have it. G2 maybe getting a little bit overzealous, wanting to try to stop that spike
We
play
see
from
that?
going down, but all get into a position where Russia can collect 3 kills.
I mean, we saw yesterday what Ruchia is capable of. And he's popping off once again here to
watch
start.
it.
Oh my God.
Wow, it was
that
actually
is
nice
clean
as
with a
fuck.
classic.
Actually, nice as
Absolutely
fuck.
ridiculous. And Neff
We're watching G2 while we
very
wait for
happy
Sen.
to see his controller showing up as well. So I'd say a really good round from both teams. I mean, I think a good read from BLG to pull back. You know, there's a haunt there, spot on the YZ, but he wasn't really committed to that.
Free fire, it looks like here on Jonah P just through that wall, taking him down to 23 HP.
How does Jaw already have 3 ult charges?
The early advantage is
not
going to be found.
sure.
Jogamo
There's a
just
kill of
try
death.
to instill a bit
and
of doubt here, a bit
he
of
picked up an orb.
concern about that flank as he clears out the tripwire. BLG just grabbing the orb here, playing Pac-Man as they want to try to funnel these into Neff and get that Null Man online nice and early.
I got
sure.
you, JNN.
And they are, once again, going to be rerouting.
When does Sentinels play?
Too much pressure
Probably in
there
the next
over
5
on
or
the
10
B side,
minutes.
so you anticipate on the eco, your
long as
opponents are
there's no
going to
delays.
heavily stack one side of the map or the other. But they now see the boom bot. See if they want to keep trying to push forward
Full
towards
eco
A. They
here.
think that Jogamo would be the one that's on his own. YZ.
I don't think there's a crowd today, but maybe
First up the
tomorrow.
bat,
I don't
Jogamo
know
takes
though.
quite a bit of damage.
What are you guys doing?
He does. Early advantage is now expounded upon as Valen similarly going to be taken down. Levius not wanting to overstep, but similarly continues to tag up these players, making thrifty attempts that make more unlikely. Spike now in
SEN
play.
vetoes are in.
Full site control here in the hands of BLG. Let's see what G2 has. They try to break through. It's a decent little early shot.
First map is Lotus.
Some damage across onto K-Knight, but the kill still looking
Second map
fairly
Sunset,
unlikely,
picked by
especially
SEN.
as the flash connects. BLG are able to
is a
surround
full
all the
eco
remaining
here.
players. Now it's just Jonah P to try to see if he can stop this from being a flawless.
Hey.
Yeah, has a
Can you guys
sheriff.
stop spamming without us timing you out?
Damage, but he's not looking the right way. It's going to be YZ with the stinger. Find the final kill there. BLG comes through on their anti-eco very nicely. Doing a good job here. Again, you know, the same thing.
Gamba's up.
I was
Gamba's
really
up for the
impressed with
SEN
them
match.
yesterday. Not overcommitting, you know, not making bad reads or going for gambles, trying to work the map, find their opportunities, going for a flank there is YZ with the neon. So far, so good for BLG. Now it's going to be on to G2. Try to step up to the plate. See what they've got in store for us here on their bye round. Just a little bit of a haunt over the top to check if they were going to pressure A main. Looking for that fast hitter, G2. It's actually coming up mid.
Through the smoke?
There is a crossfire set up. Trent and Valen ready for it.
Top flash through, tuck back, and Valen able to find one. Does get stunned up with a relay bolt, but looking to try to scale and pound him down. Eventually, Neff will be able to come away with that kill. Jogamo now going to be spotted out in a main.
Observer!
They try to challenge him for the fight, but ends up losing it. Trent at the same time does find Levius. So a bit of a back and forth brawl brings us now into a 3v3. Site open for the taking. How long is going to be the question? This main plant here for K-Knight.
It's 5 a.m. Go to bed. Actually, it's 2
Trying to
a.m.
utilize this one-way smoke that they have set up. Neff, however, wants to try to take some space towards backside, but that is where everybody from G2 is at. Avoids the haunt.
What a
Getting spotted out, though,
util
and will
from
get
Trent.
gunned down as the C's flying there at his feet. K-Knight going to be good for one more.
1 to 2.
On the reposition. 6 bullets have remained. Has to go for the reload now. 1v2, tucked in the corner. The double face will come in. So decent
gunned them
damage
down.
dealt here by Billy, but they cannot get the bonus conversion.
Yeah, like the initial ideas here. Something
Sandals is
you know, I was
looking like
worried
it's
about
almost
with
there.
Neff, when we last saw him on the KO, was that the util wasn't quite there. This time
Where's
around,
Leaf?
the combo with him and
Unfortunately,
Russia with the flash
he's
drive into the paranoia.
not feeling well, so he wasn't able to
really
attend.
Good, to back some of those players off on mid so they could really storm through there. And then Neff just W-keying his way in towards Valen, even getting the paranoia and just eating it, rushing forward. And then G2 able to find their response. I was a bit worried about this retake, but Neff there caught on a timing with the C's and the haunt as he was trying to cross back over to regroup with his teammates. Gets punished for it. Trent only on a stinger. Doesn't have enough money to go it, so that damage for BLG could be a
matches
difference maker.
begun?
That extra kill they're able to find.
Not yet, not yet. I'm watching.
Are going to get that no command. See what BLG wants to do. See Neff gonna pop it right away. Immediately smokes go up here.
What the fuck?
It's not ready for Shaq's position.
Not at all, but Wisey sliding forward is able to find balance. The neural theft comes across. They realize, yep, okay, well, everybody's on this A site once again. Let coming through nice and early here. K-Knight tagged down to 20, has a bit of regen armor behind that.
Hi, chat. Welcome, everybody.
Sees the nade combo, not going to be connecting him. I think that shot should clue
Good shot.
Wisey into his position on top of the box. Knockdart does similarly find some damage. Showstopper now going to be coming through. Free fire.
Got him.
K-Knight able to find one. Russia going to be taken down by the ult from Jogamo. Held at bay here for the moment, but Jonah P applying pressure from the flank. Wisey does fall. Neff able to find one. K-Knight
1v2.
finds Jogamo, and now it's going to
They're
be
both
1v2.
low.
Both players.
What?
No
the
HP, but somehow
fuck?
Jonah
How do you
P
get with that?
cannot
Okay, I
get
think
the
we're
kill
starting,
onto
chat. I'm gonna
Neff,
switch over.
survives with
I think we're starting right now.
A game against one, and they've won every single time quite
I'll
concisely
put
with the
the other
same
one
comp.
up.
They're playing the most standard comp, the most flexible comp, where you can adapt quite easily to any
All right,
kind of
elimination
approach.
versus Shilai.
I want to see, does Shilai change things up?
First
What
map,
is that
Lotus.
going to look like? And I'm going to leave it to the casters to answer all of those
Here we
questions.
go, here we
It's
go,
gonna
here
be
we go,
Lemon,
here we go,
Kiwi,
here we
and
go.
Avril.
What happened after 12:30? Somatin?
Mr.
Samuel?
Apple, we got our first best of 3.
My W shiver was good, bro. What happened
Sentinel, Sen
after
City.
12:30
I hope
yesterday?
you've
Bro,
shown
my
up.
power
Actually,
went
I have no
out
idea what time it is in
for
America
about
right now. We're in a
45
different
minutes.
dimension, but XLG,
and
they will
yeah,
not go
it went out.
the
That's
same
it.
way
I don't
they
know.
did
It was crazy.
in Toronto.
I never
Very
seen that
familiar
before.
maps.
A little bit of a change up
Good
in terms
morning.
of what we're going to see on the
Dude, it's fucking
XLG
2
side.
a.m., man.
Already
It's good
no
evening
Cypher
at
coming
this
through.
point.
Happy way on the Viper this time
Saw him
around.
party later?
And question marks of what
me
Havoya
know.
is going to play. Guess what? It's going to be
Wait,
dual
move
stick
the
with him.
UI, you
He's gonna
fucking
come through with a
dickheads.
raise. It does look like
I can't
XLG want to
see.
stick towards this double duelist look that they showed yesterday,
They heard me.
which we were expecting a little bit more out of them. Havoya, though, once more big
quality
shoes
looks better
to step
today, or I
into,
don't know if I'm
particularly
tweaking
if he's
out,
going to be
but-
on a duelist position for a coach player
Sorry, let me turn
that
this
hasn't
up.
been in the game for at least a year.
Yeah, Havoya played a little bit of duelist, mostly the Jet, but a lot of explosivity from XLG.
I'm more awake
but
today.
you're
I
gonna
don't
have
think
to
I'm
stay
more awake. I feel
calm
more tired
for
today.
now
That's
on
so
the
weird.
defense. So
But I feel more
Sensei
tired today,
just trying to
dude.
see if XLG
Oh.
are going to take the initiative of trying to maybe poke out of
Strange.
C and
Yesterday I
have
had
a
less
walk-up,
sleep.
something that Sen City have studied and have seen in the past. And Sen City are also putting
Wait,
some baits
that's not-
out
is that-
there. Of
wait,
course,
what?
opening the door with that Viper
Who's
wall up.
that?
It's going to cause some
That's not
paranoia
bad.
for XLG.
That's Narrate. Come on,
Very
bro.
safely in the back is going to be Raga here, and he will be falling off.
The
This is gonna
fuck?
end
That
up
ain't
being
no
a really
John
tight
Cutie.
scenario for XLG to begin things. Should be able to get a
That's like
default plant here as well. Just going to rush their way directly into Hall. Traded, though, is Raga for 1, so keeping numbers still reasonable for XLG's retake.
4v4.
Sen City were like, is anybody home? Like, they just got the site for free. They got immediate first blood. It was traded.
No
and Second
way.
just needs to lock in. That looked like something he could have won against Havoya, but it's an opening
Second
that
just
XLG
needs to
could
lock in
work
is
with.
crazy.
Now Sen City, their backs are against the wall, trying to keep the spike planted, but it's a united army of XLG that
Fuck.
dismantle the Sentinels
That's not
on
a good
pistol.
start. That didn't look great. We can't win a fucking pistol.
3 up as well.
That's 0-3 for
Sentinels.
pistols.
And let's get the plant off of that one.
Wait,
XLG.
Hoya's their
Initial
coach?
trade, Raga
Are you
1 to
fucking
1,
kidding me?
helping numbers out a little bit and coming back for a strong
Don't tell me
retake,
that.
showing why XLG want to play this map.
That is their
Let's
coach.
take a look at how this one
Oh, hell
runs
nah.
through, and always good to see that Havoya. There's again question mark of how he was going to look, but
Where the
we'll
fuck
walk
is their
straight through
fifth?
for that first kill on that retake, as well as we head into our first eco for Sentinels, and
Let's choke them.
I saw 2K for Viva there as well. See if we can get a timing
EWC
on
made
this
them
guy for a
roster
little
lock
later.
before they signed No Man, so Hoya had to play.
Sen City,
Damn.
okay. XLG
This
has
is
been
a
playing
lose-lose
things
for
pretty
us.
passive, pretty
If we beat them,
conservative,
no
and
one cares because they had a
Happy Whale
coach.
trying
If
to
we
anchor this
lose,
one
we're
as the
shit.
Prowler almost caught him, but with the orb back up, Sen City
This is
will
the
be
most dangerous
granted
match you can be in.
closer to their ultimates. Now opening that door, seeing if XLG are there. Not having any B presence from Sentinels, they do have to watch their back,
Damn,
but now
I
checking
hate
that out,
the-
they
nah, I
feel
ain't gonna
confident
say it.
going forward as Raga is trying to escape. You're gonna have some waterfall reinforcements from XLG soon, but Happy Way is just different on the anti-eco, looking nearly
Nice try.
flawless until that anchor
It's okay,
falls. There's
Zico.
still 4 weapons into the bonus.
Really nice.
They have the
Nearly
wrong
flawless,
cameras,
as you say.
yeah.
Raga come up with 3. Or he's stepping up. Big frags every single round.
The caster's a Sen
First
fan?
gun round now for
Wait.
Sentinels. 2 away.
The
is
guy or
gonna
the
be Narrate,
girl?
though,
I'll pay
having done
attention.
a reasonable amount. Is the only player that's actually gotten kills on the Sentinel side.
Hoya is legit?
Haven't really had too much exploration
This is not good news.
over towards B either for this team.
The girl?
XLG
Okay, I'll
still
pay
happy
attention.
to.
All right.
Actually, they're going to be playing a few more members over towards
Bonus
the C this time
rounds.
around. Once again, Raga, he'll be up first. He looks like he wants to get aggressive straight away.
Time to jump.
Yeah, just not having a real Sentinel for XLG. You're going to have good delay with the double controller, but not the full stoppage, so Sentinels
4-1.
have already realized that. They haven't really hesitated. Just really playing off the Prowler that Narrate has put out before, and it's been now multiple C
John's
hits. But you do
working
have
up
a look
A.
activating from John Cutie, and with that,
We gotta
Viper
fix
wall
these cams,
down, he
but
could
that's okay.
exchange some blows with XLG, but realizing the number disadvantage John Cutie is at, he's
Wait,
going
what
to
is
back
it?
away.
XLG's actually going to play reasonably far back as
In
well.
case you missed it, if it helps, Hoya
Most
used
of
to
their
play on
members.
Crowd, which was a legendary CIS roster. It had Hoya, Cloud, and
Expecting some of
Thurka.
these refreshes.
Thurka
Utah
was
will
on
come
that
through
team?
momentarily, as well as we have the rotation from
Damn.
Sentinel over towards Rubble. Not too much exploration from John Cuda so far either, but he did show presence there a
Hoya
little bit
guy
earlier.
looks like someone I know, but nah, I don't know him.
That's going to be first blood, bang. Straight on to Coconut. Wall comes up a little bit too late to save Coconut.
He speaks Chinese
XLG were
and
hoping we're gonna be able
Russian
to
and
win that duel.
English.
Now straight through into tree, onto site, nobody's home.
Yeah, this will be pretty easy for Sentinels, but it's the
The
retake that
multilingual
you have to
king.
worry about for XLG. They're going to wait to be united while XLG still wait for their Viper, but you know, with the
Yeah,
Sheriffs,
this match is not free, not that I expected, not that I thought it would be.
Soon
Nice
the
second.
smokes dissipate. Zekin is front and center
Nice,
as
John.
the bodyguard, and John Cutie has the right lane. Now Rard
Yes,
will
I
be
need
next,
that.
and no utility to
Good nade
try and
too.
surprise Sentinels with. They just walk down one by one, and it'll
Okay,
be
I've
a
already noticed.
Sentinels flawless
I already
very
noticed
soon on
today.
their first rifle
Like I know
round.
it's we've only seen one map from Sen, but Zekin already feels more aggressive
Slowly played
to
that one.
start the
XLG
game
gave a
off
lot of
compared to
space there.
yesterday.
Sentinels. Late
Like I feel
rotation
like
over
yesterday
towards
he was
A,
like
early
playing
kill
kind of
onto
passive to start the
Coconut.
series.
A drop
But
away.
today it
A lot
looks
of the
like he's
homing
kind of
too, which
like
would've been good for XLG, and
starting
then
off
just a
really
clean
aggro.
plant into flawless, everything you'd want. Entire site for free. Let's see. Potentially a
Let's see.
larger setup now for XLG on the A side of things.
The
This
new
one
Fred
gonna get
Again song you
spicy
talking
right
about with
away.
Playboy Max?
Watch for the early C's paint shells.
Waiting for this nightfall, but Sen have to fully commit, and they've had success at C, and XLG has changed things up, but it's really the hit towards A and trying to punish the
nade.
two-stack that XLG have had
Gone.
in the past over there, using the
Nice.
paranoia.
They literally looked like I had to
suppression,
die.
Shots, spam through XLG, forcing them into cover through tree.
Ooh,
Great
nice
headshot
shot.
from Zekin, and Sentinels will trade and still have the number advantage with the Prowler clearing through
We got
stairs.
fatals,
Maybe a plan, a
used,
nightfall to try and be proactive
no
against
tag.
what as Sentinels thought was going to be an anchor, and XLG will peek through stairs.
Coconut just left on an island there. TP's all the way onto rubble, but the wall cuts him off from the rest of the help that XLG could have given him. And the Sentinels complete disrespect to the coach of XLG, running him down a tree. At least he trades 1-for-1. And Nightfall will clear
guys
the
have
site.
him in
Not that
control?
anyone was really home in the first place, but these two members from XLG coming through tree could be the X factor. Raga shut down early though.
Nice peeking, John.
The Prowler was on the left side when the rest of Sentinels were on the right, so the timing a bit off from XLG.
Sure.
Trying to fully get
It's okay,
value
it's
out of
okay.
their initiator.
Good job.
So Vivo will hope to
Good
hold the Vandal
job.
while Sentinels
When Tarik was playing professionally,
soon to
Zekin was
match
like
the
8.
score.
In
I'd like to imagine that
2014,
the 1v2 could have potentially been
what year was
not
Zekin
online
born?
for another 20 seconds. That would have been really useful. Viva's going to walk away from this one. He didn't have full health.
Zekin was born 2005.
Helped them
When
a lot,
I
even
went
if he did a full
pro,
health,
he
given it's just going to be
was.
full Vandals across the board for everybody. But
Why is that math not
very
mathing right
healthy
now?
looking
9.
Sentinels.
Holy fuck, he
We'll kick
actually
two
was 9
guns
when I
up.
went
We'll get
pro.
that nice round.
That's
Another
insane.
A finish. On an empty side, you can see once more Coconut. Left down in the open there. At least he was on the high ground.
I don't like
potentially
doing that
getting
kind of
off
math.
angle,
No
but
more of
he
that
was
shit.
paranoid
Whatever
as
that
well.
was, we cut it out
It's too
right
easy.
there.
Yeah, I think just the two-stack
That wasn't
coming
even a
from
roast,
tree
that was
and
factual,
Viva at
yeah.
an angle,
That-
you had
but
to
that's
try
why
and
it
get
hurt
back
even more.
together in the grouping. You just had to flip a coin and pick what side you want to play ring around the rosy on A. So Sentinels with a big clapback and a stronger post plant. Withstanding
Zekin
the
with the
XLG
outlaw?
retake. That's their
Zelsis
rocket.
shooting?
So well, but with the save from XLG, they're going to do as
Zelsis.
much damage and have
Good
a surprise
boy.
with these
Good
walk-ups
boy.
towards spawn that Sentinels are expecting.
Well, they put the
More
hero
of
rifle
that.
into Raga. That was the rifle saved by Viva that he'll reclaim into his own hands once
All
again.
right, fix these fucking cams
The
now.
unfortunate thing is they didn't consider that Zekin was going to bring an outlaw into this round, so nobody came with full armor, not Raga either. At least Viva will trade and retrieve his own rifle back to keep things a little bit more competitive. But we're not expecting much.
Okay,
yet.
you're
Just
trapped
see
on
what
an
kind of
island with
damage they
2
can do to the
agents. Who are you
Sentinels'
taking with
economy
you?
before it's all said and done. And yeah, once more, just looking at the players alive here, all within one-shot range for Zekin.
They
He'll
can
upgrade
use
to the
their
Vandal anyway,
abilities.
so
Like that Sen have already been adapting to expecting the presence from XLG at A long, and Viva gets a surprise.
How is Omen
and
TPing you
Sen
out?
get
Omen can
a
only
little
TP
split
himself
up from the
out.
smokes, so pivoting towards B after seeing that fade fall back to A.
Well, they see that the fade of Viva was on A,
Sky
but
and
also
Sage? What are you
Coconut,
doing
they
with
saw him
Sky
over
on
the
an
stairs
island?
as well,
Like,
which
you're having her
means that,
dog
yeah,
through the
could he be
forest?
in top mid, be up it, it's possible.
Oh, for
Don't
heals?
beat his timing in any case. Prowler's going to spot him now. Easy shots from Zekin.
Yeah, being proactive. I love that center getting aggressive, and that's to stop the
Sky for hunting and
XLG
healing?
retake before it gets too spicy, and Viva will be forced
Phoenix
to save
helps
once
with
again.
fire?
So XLG had a fun flank going on. It just takes a bit of time for that to really happen. This is a big map to rotate on, especially on the A side. So Sentinels made the right choice of seeing the presence from
Viper
A
and Reyna, I'm not there for a
Really,
long
the
time, but a
round
good
was kind of
time.
lost already on that initial
Okay.
Pillars play. Trying to get aggressive with Raga. Didn't have full armor, even though he died to the Vandal. I think it might have been
Silva
Voyo
for
or someone else
hunting
that
and
got one shot
Sage.
by Zekin's outlaw.
I'm not gonna lie, I think
Lack of
Sage is
numbers there
good.
was just going to end up being quite
Because
costly.
low-key
and
rest
didn't
could come
really see too
handy.
much out of
And she has
this,
heals.
hero rifle that Viva brought through.
And then I think
Two
after
members on
Sage, I'm
Sentinels
probably
did go
bringing
down. I
like
think Viva
a...
actually did kill John Cutie, who used his own body to check over towards A side.
What ult would be the most helpful on the
So we can
island?
do-
Probably an
done with
Omen
some
to
real
ult
weapons
out
on
and let
board
people know where we
finally
are.
for XLG,
I
and
bring a
also some
Sage to
ultimates
keep
that
me
are very
alive long
close
enough
to being
so that
earned. Three of
Omen
those
can tell
members,
someone
one
to come
away
get
here.
us. That's my strat.
bad.
Sentinel's just looking so cohesive, just everyone watching different angles, no kind of mix-ups. Second being forward as that raise and being ready for when these smokes drop, where really always having good reads
Sage
on where
walls me
XLG will
in
be
somewhere
retaken
safe.
from. And Viva has been
Heals me once I'm like starting to get hurt,
at EWC.
and then reses me if I
He's
die,
really
and that
stepping up
time
to the
Omen got to
table.
help.
You'll love to see that, but it will be.
I'd take the raise ult so I can
Sentinels
kill
on a
myself.
three-round
All
win
right,
streak
cool.
with
Anyway,
XLG having
3-2.
a front-facing defense in a one-and-done position, and despite the paranoia, it's not been something XLG have been able to benefit from.
This open shooting season for Sentinels, they
This dude's
completely
so unhinged.
dismantle
It's
every
fucking
player
awesome.
that XLG show
Wow.
up with.
Wait.
On C,
I like this version of Zekken.
on Mount,
I didn't see what happened, but I like it.
flawless.
Focus.
Even on the opposite side of the map, John Cuda gets his revenge on Viva, so there is not a single kill to be found, not a single
Sorry for the
opportunity
annoying
Viva
question,
to
but
be the
any news
last
about
player
Sun
alive to
City?
save the
The fuck
rifle
does that
once
mean?
more. Just a complete washout of that XLG defense.
Why not harbor infinity
enough work
water?
done
You're on a
over
fucking
on
island,
that
bro. You already
mount
have
side
infinity
at all.
water.
XLG
What do you mean
didn't even get a
infinite? What are you gonna do with
single pick.
infinity water?
Hey, the saving grace would be, okay, if XLG save here,
Oh, he
Sentinels
means
use a bunch
Pro
of their
City?
ultimates, it'd be great for
Well, in that
XLG
case, I
to
didn't
kind
read
of
that question.
get rid of those resources and to try and mount a comeback later on, but I don't know if XLG want to use your ultimates. I don't think this would be a good round for it.
Oh, J-Nam, what are you, the fucking receipt
here,
man?
grouped up, ready to go.
Put the fries in the bag,
On the A
buddy.
side, of course, expecting that John Cuda is always going to be defaulting in this position. That could be on for a potential free kill into upgrade. They can catch a
You go for
timing here.
XLG, focus.
They'll just back themselves off. It'll be Happyweight solo on mound, looking for a shot, but he didn't really bring. I think he had the Marshall here.
Are
but
you guys
yeah,
with
no
unhinged
shots.
enhancers?
I
Like,
just like
some
the
of you guys are not
smokes,
funny, so
from
just stop.
XLG first in a lobby. Of course, their Viper wall there
I need you
too
to
allows
retap
that
in.
Sentinels can't really scale up to A as confidently as they did before, especially around the Rubble side. So
Nice bang.
now trying to explore the opposite side of the map, it is going to be just pivots back and forth from Sentinels to try and find that weaker side.
Those are the two guns that Warbro and the Marshall and the Guardian are dropped. So now XLG basically have not really anything left to say in this particular round. Showstop would be the only tool. Expecting Sentinels to go up 5.
The stream is like
Cleanly here. Just
lagging,
need to make
30
sure this is
FPS.
clean and that will be able to drop any members in silly situations. Coconut spotted, Coconut down.
Nice.
Yeah, Zeken's playing well, and he knows it.
Damn,
He's
Zach.
just satcheling
It's
up
not
on the
ranked,
high
bro.
ground like that. And against the save, you just want to farm XLG when you
Dude, our
can.
stats versus-
Out of the
Nah,
last
I'm not gonna say
5
it.
rounds that Sentinels have won, from
Shouldn't
0
you
to
be
5,
sleeping,
2
Grandpa?
of them have been flawless. So XLG really got to try and hit hard against this armor.
Now we expected Sentinels to be good today, and we talked about on the desk that this was probably going to be a one-sided
Build a
game.
Valorant
It
team
looks
where your
like it
past
will be the
CS teammates
case,
and fill their
at least
roles.
until the possibility for XLG to do something a little bit more special comes through, but not looking like the case
Alright.
at the moment. Another round decided
Am I putting myself on
extremely early
Jet?
really just in the first
Am I on the
15
team?
seconds. An opening play aggressively coming through for an XLG.
Yeah, I'm putting myself on
It's
Duelist.
completely shut down.
Fuck
Previously it was
it.
over towards the pillar side. This time it was on Mount.
I got Cold Zera on Killjoy.
Tactical timeout. This is the first gun round they've had in quite some time.
I got
as well.
Fallen
They've
on
barely
like
had money to
Initiator,
play through.
like
A lot
Cold
of
Zera
ultimates.
on
They've actually got guns.
Cold Zera
Expecting
on
this will be when you want to start
Sentinel,
looking towards the dimensional drift.
Fallen
if you want to be
on
a little bit more
Initiator,
proactive, but some
Stewie
really
on
nice
Flex,
retaking tools as well.
and
if they get into
then
that situation.
Now on the XLG side, they're
Overall,
really
am I
lacking
missing?
the information when they're running the double duelist. I mean, Havoya played
Duelist,
Sova yesterday, I believe, and just known for his
Initiator,
initiators, and having, I think, a
Controller,
Sova or
Sentinel,
even a Fade would have just
Flex.
allowed XLG to
That
swing
already
into
controller.
an area where they can kind of
And then
know
on
what's
controller,
coming. And they're trying to group up, and
I'm
well, if they
gonna
don't
put a
know what's
smart
coming, they'll at
motherfucker
least
that
try
can
to
shoot
outnumber
really well.
Sentinels, but unfortunately are just losing those duels. So, and you're not seeing the firepower from utilizing that raise, or at least that second duelist quite yet.
They really haven't had
But
a lot of
also
money to
makes
play through
plays.
for most of the rounds, and Havoya has been able to get
I
a
was
couple of
thinking
kills
Tim,
in there
but
largely.
if
It'll
not
be
Tim,
a pleasant surprise to see the coach be able to mechanically perform up against some of North America's absolute best in the server.
how many rounds do you think this
XLG, they've
CS
been wanting
Val
to get
team would
aggressive
get against
towards it a
Paper Rex
couple
right now?
times. John spots it, well, he'll just smell it out.
The
and he'll
CS,
back
the
away.
team I just put together.
I'm wondering if you even wanted to early pick
Versus
here.
Paper
Here,
Rex?
Happy Way. I mean, Seaside has been hit, and now the Steel Guard.
And I mean this
Happy
respectfully
Way
to
will
Paper
try
Rex.
escape.
We get one
Of
round.
course, you got the teleport in. Sentinels established.
Respectfully.
Retake. Trying to be a little bit quicker this time. It is the pit to try and retake some of the space. Pit v pit. This is just a no man's land, and Sentinels happy to be hidden from all of this while the spike
what's
is being
happening in this
planted.
round?
It's going to allow them to defend, but
Nice, Zach.
you have the nightfall.
That was
It's a
just chill,
waterfall.
dude.
As XLG have to send their double duelists to clean up what they started, but they just can't seem to unite. With just all the vision being
the fuck is
obscured,
Ragra
Sentinels
doing?
Trade blow for blow, and
What's up,
Sentinels
Happy Way?
get the last laugh.
Just not too sure what happened to the comms there. You have the Dimensional Drift, as mentioned, walking through, getting all the information. You want to talk about scouting information, you're not going to get too much better than that. And of course, Avoya pulls out the showstopper, really pings onto members, run past by Raga here, throw the
we saw
rocket
that.
into this
Yeah, we
exact
saw that
position,
shit.
and you won't get the kill. And Avoya just dies, doesn't even get to shoot at the end of the day. And XLG, they threw everything they had into that round. Tactical timeout into their first full buy in quite some
What time
time.
does 100
Into
Thieves
four
play?
ultimates being played through.
5:15.
Yeah, they got a decent amount
Can't
of the
fucking
Sentinels
talk.
ultimates out there. But
5:15
I think it says a
Pacific.
lot that you have
I'm
Zekin
developing a
confident enough
list.
to not even throw in the showstopper, which would have been super nice versus the pit. But they're just such a good team.
Zach
So
with the
far,
outlaw again?
Zekin's already got Coconut down again.
Yeah, XLG
is Hoya
swinging a
top
lot
ranking
more
over there?
forward this time.
He's doubled his kills.
Expecting Sentinels
Wait, how
to
did he do
drop the
that?
wall and just
This guy's supposed to be a coach.
XLG being able to get the orbs to hopefully getting more impact out of those two. But the double pit, I
Boom.
mean,
Okay.
I don't blame both of these duelists having a really hard time. So Sentinels with the number
Is this Zelsis or John?
disadvantage will be trying to get a
So,
point up.
so this is a big swing around.
This
This
is
is the
Zelsis.
XLG opportunity. They actually get these really nice opening picks. They've been failing to get these time and time again, multiple rounds, early face-up, early failures.
No.
Anyway, Sheriff only takes down Zekin, dodges the outlaw shot.
Happy Way is just
No!
warming up.
Wow, we got
Avoya has his
egoed.
back, and okay, some
thrifty
signs
win.
of life from XLG, yeah.
Really nice stuff. I think they brought in a rifle or two potentially, but largely they still had a bunch of members on pistols here. They just needed to have the success early on. And here it is once again, Avoya, they trust him.
Nice
as one of
shots
the
by
members.
Hoya.
And Raga, the two duels on the squad, but of
Can I
course,
get a-
one of them being China's best, the other one being a coach, to have that level of confidence that, you know what, he's still on raise, we can still trust him, put the gun into his hands, and he did in fact deliver there. Well played.
What time is this
So I
match
think
local
it's a
time?
must-win for XLG to go forward to build off of this, or you're just going to continue to drown against Sentinels. And now you got a
12:30
showstopper
PM?
from Zekin. He's 12-5. He's having a field
Yeah.
day. And once again, Sentinels match up so well against Chinese teams.
I need a
But
Rebel, I have
XLG,
one.
they've cooked up something better for their A hold. Now 4 on that side of the map. And
Is it
Sentinels are
Bebop?
just not going to mess with it this time.
Raise rocket, here we go.
It's the first time we're really seeing Sentinels explore B. They've been mostly gone into extremities, double satchel.
Yeah, you
Shows
better
up the
run.
clear. That'll be a free
As
side.
soon as you see that Prowler, where is that fade hidden? Zekin blinds.
Damn, he held that shit out.
Be a threat, but
Fatal.
XLG coming through the
Use
top
that fatal,
of the
narrate.
site, the smoke
Rip it.
obscures
No, no,
and
left,
narrate.
left. Use it on the link.
Nightfall,
On the link, narrate. On the
as soon as he
link.
senses
On the
XLG
link.
around the corner. There it is. The Nightfall. XLG can just stay hidden.
like he doesn't
but
hear me.
time is of the essence, and XLG
We're losing the
just
trades.
frag all thanks
Push
to
link.
this sort of flank from Coconut coming through the
No,
A
man. Our
link
fucking post
door.
plan sucks dick.
It's just
Why are we all
beautiful
sitting in the
timing out of
corner?
XLG.
There's just no information. Sentinels, we're not too sure exactly where the retake was going to come on through from. So
Can we
see the
VOD review
Nightfall
that?
being sent into B up, but unfortunately, it was only Hovoya there. And the bulk of the members on the retake was actually coming through from the left side, the C link, and that's where the success was found. All those triple-facing players eventually working their way through.
Tarik, please sub in so
Angling
they can
in
win.
For that
Oh,
Sentinels.
man, I guess I'll have
Post
to.
plant largely
Fuck.
Entirely on the site itself, not a single member off-site would have maybe have expected that one or two players
Viva
could
la
have been
vida,
playing
long live
more
life.
towards B main, closer to the pillars or closer to the door. XLG,
G2 is losing 2 to 10.
reasonable retake, and they
Holy
got the two
shit.
ultimates out of Zekin and a right that they had
Oh, they
been
have a
holding on
sub
to.
though. It doesn't hit the
So I'm
same,
going to see
dude.
more signs of life from XLG now, which is nice.
Oh my god, what is this?
Close the gap a little bit more.
Yeah, Sen may just want to go to just the opposite
Oh my
side
God,
of the
what's
map
happening?
if they're going to be met with this much
Sorry.
contention from XLG at A lobby, but this time, Sentinels,
They are losing 2 to 10. Holy fuck.
losing the duel. Beautiful by 2.
Oh, that guy's name is Viva. That's why you guys are saying that.
Sentinels will trail, but they open up the vision.
I just realized.
Of course, XLG do as well, but they stay as hidden as they can, and Sentinels have to figure out what is next.
XLG finding more and more value now over on this
Cam
rubble
is
side.
fixed.
One around through here.
Right now
just
it is.
previously.
2v3.
The pseudo thrifty. Voya on the line. He's ready. In fact, he knows. He sees the rifle. He sees the barrel, and that's going to cost John QD's life.
It's just not ideal when you just had a controller and a Sentinel trying to clutch and still scale through and clear
1v3
towards A, so
Zelsis.
Sentinels, I think, did
Hold.
the right move last round to just kind of abandon A and out-rotate XLG, but this time, they just try to fight fire with fire, and unfortunately, Sentinels don't have the same blaze as before. Now trying to come through the backside of B. I like this idea to
God
Zelsis in a
damn it,
1v3.
bro.
Has time to go to C.
It's just a tough 2 versus 3 situation if you don't possibly trade or at least have John go 1-to-1 there, which wasn't going to be possible given
Oh no.
Peeked a little, his body was right.
Oh!
Would have wanted to. Okay, whoa. Oof.
Had good initial damage. Like the idea
Oh my
from Zelsus
God.
to just have as much space between him and the retake as possible, so he had time to set up his thorns. And almost, Zelsus could have pulled that off.
The Arc Rose nearly gave it to him, but there was 3 members there. 2 of them were flashed, and Havoya was still able to come through.
Damn, it's 6-5 off that eco round
Finish
they
things
won,
off,
dude.
Even if that wasn't
That
the
round that
case,
Hoya
I
got
think
those
the
2
third point
kills.
You would imagine should be
And
the
that
swing
post plant
in,
we
but
lost as well.
Yeah, that was almost got spicy there. You respect what Zelsus was able to do.
Is 6 good on attack?
Got enough done that he's actually farmed.
Any
another steel
armchairs
guard
in the
to get
chat?
Into our final round of the half. Got a couple more that could get interesting here. A couple of double kills. You start to see Dimensional Drift come through, but really it was the opening play on the A side again that just cost too many numbers. Didn't help then. Another freebie coming through around the A
7.
side. Near stairs. John dying, forcing the 1v3.
They have double op.
First op and Odin. Oh, double op. Look at this.
Fucked.
Odin is loud and proud through the tree side, and finally Sentinels are just going to abandon the mission. But is it B or is it a C pivot? You're going to watch, of course, Happyway with the op, and he could get that opening pick for XLG.
Odin actually did reasonable damage, and they're right down to 66. Bang down to, what is that, 111 or something like that?
Prowler, oh, it is just going to get a bite out of that op and force Happyway out of position. Could still get a good peek, especially on the high ground, and Sentinels are still going to want
Wolves
to
is the
push
best
this
team in
despite hearing
China.
that op. Okay.
They probably have to be considered the best team in China now,
Slower
right?
round
After
for
Toronto.
Sentinels, having to work their way and navigate through. At least one of the operators was 2, just 1 now. Havoya taking down Zelsus, Steel Garden offline now. John's still there though.
They lost to FPX. Oh, in the
Sentinels
in
also
the
heard that
league.
there's 2 ops.
Oh, yeah,
One
because
at C and one through the
BCC China
opposite side of
started,
the
right?
map, so it's not going to be a good site to hit.
John's also revealing position here a little bit, open the door, hoping to get some rotators out from C, but not going to be the case.
Zekin does cross the road before getting cut off, and I wonder if he saw that number on
Nice.
that lower path. Doesn't matter. Sentinels support each other so well. It is still a 3 versus 3. Now with that nade, it is going to delay the plant, and there is a showstopper through the fire and the flames. Havoya,
Nice,
an
John.
amazing
Good trade, too,
start traded by Sentinels. Time running out.
John is
Play
low.
goes
10 seconds.
And XLG may have just prevented it. John Cutie has to do it
Spam.
here and now, and just can't.
Nice
with the pressure
try.
coming through Waterfall, it's a 6-6
Fuck.
half.
It's okay. 6 is fine.
Maybe
We just
this
need a
was going to be
pistol.
the match of the
Never
day.
want a
Maybe you were
single
right,
pistol.
XLG. Want that revenge match. 6-6. It was the end of the half. And look, various moments there, it wasn't looking pretty at all. Was it Sentinels?
Tyson has
I believe, got 6 in a
100K
row
views on YouTube.
on
Let's
that
see.
particular first half as well. At least 5 of Havoya's popping off. You can tell he's
he
happy
doing
about
on
his
YouTube?
performance, and he should be. Picks up the operator, gets that
Playing
kill,
ranked.
gets a hero rifle.
Holy
It's a
shit, he
very
does.
pivotal semi-thrifty round. A couple of hero rifles in there.
The
Rest are
fuck?
on pistols. And Raga stepping aside a
Wait,
little bit.
why or what
giving
happens?
the limelight over to Coach Havoya on the other duelist. In a
gotta be
surprising
botted.
fashion, we kind of saw some of the mechanics were reasonably sharp
Is this
yesterday
even
from
live?
Havoya, but now up against NA's finest, up against Zekin and the rest, Zelsus, who's been very solid yesterday, is
Oh, it
included.
is live.
Havoya is somehow on this race come through in a big
He's
way.
been live for
That
11
is
hours?
A huge
Damn.
surprise.
Better late than never for Havoya. Definitely had a slower start, starting like 2 and 6. A big show.
Someone in the chat said, if you botting my king, you wouldn't
It's a real
dare.
duel between him
What
and
the fuck?
Zekin, which I guess you wouldn't have expected to say. But XLG, you could tell just with how loud they're being behind us. These are just loud personalities. And Sentinels have to think through this halftime how they're going to try and withstand
We
the
need a
double
pistol.
duelist of XLG now that they're going to be on offense.
Might still have a playing career ahead of him if this continues, if this performance continues. Obviously, plenty of rounds in the middle there where it just looked completely over for XLG. SEN in full control. At least 5 rounds in a row to memory that they got, possibly even 6. But beyond that, you had that tactical timeout coming through from XLG.
2 to 12? G2
into a
losing
full
2 to
gun
12?
round, into a lot of ultimates, and it was a complete wipeout. They got nothing done.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, those stingers, like they might work some magic, but that B main control, just too much for G2 to deal with. You know, both teams just kind of.
No Leaf, no Teo, and that's what you get, man.
Massive recovery from round 9 onwards, and really that round 9 was the double hero rifle round, and they suddenly
Tragic.
win a lot of these opening duels on a rubble, which they were not winning previously. Certainly were not winning on mound.
And previously, XLG just depended so much
Why
on
does a lot
the
of people hate
raw-
G2?
would say
I don't know,
raw
I just do
carry,
it.
Because Happyway I think has shown really good performances, but this is a well-rounded XLG where everyone
Actually,
is
I have no
having
reason to
their
hate on them.
pop-off moments. From Viva and Havoya yesterday having quieter moments, now everyone pretty much has 9 kills on that team. So Sentinels have to cook something up special for the pistols, and they won a lot of those pistol rounds against XLG in the past. But it was XLG that kicked off our first pistol. We'll see if they can do it again.
All right.
Yeah, and thankfully they got those, because otherwise the scoreline would have been a lot more favored for Sentinels. You can only imagine how things would have been. See what happens with this 5-man look from XLG all the way through rubble. Quiet so far. No signs from Sentinels as they'll just walk through, door closed.
Who's that
We're
there?
going to go through that Beeling door from Sentinels. Kind of surprised they wouldn't want to try and cut off those rotations or have multiple angles, just trying to play this from front to back, and now Sentinel's trying to back away against the Prowler. But it is going to be Nary by himself, not linking up with
Nice, Zelsis. How'd you get 2?
Is still punching hard against XLG, who have lost a lot of that real estate, a lot of that manpower.
Oh, trade? Nice.
Stairs on
1v2.
Traded 1-for-1, leaving Viva
Good
to do all the
paranoia.
hard work, and while blinded, it's not going to be easy. He does stay safe against John Cutie, and Bang gets some damage into Bang. Now
Oh my God, he's low.
This is winnable for Viva. Bang shows us his moment carefully.
Let's go.
Takes it for Sentinels.
Let's go.
Sole survivor again. Viva seems to usually
Oh my
be the
God,
one
he right-clicked him.
XLG still up when the
He
rest of the team
right-clicked him.
falls. What a fast rotate from Sentinels. You can see that Zelsis was solo on A for quite some time. That would have been nasty for him to face into 5 players from XLG, but very quickly start to see the rotations coming in. Zekin is there. Narray backs up Zelsis as well, and suddenly things start to swing in the favor
Our
for
first
Sentinels,
pistol.
leaving into a 2 versus 1, which did get spicy towards the end in a 1v1 that could have gone either
What
way.
happened?
But numbers still barely in advantage for Sentinels as they'll pick up the pistol. Denying that one away from XLG, who got the previous pistol.
Why did they take pause?
And in previous interviews, Bang has talked so much about his teammates and how incredible they are. And he's like, yeah, I had an okay career. Yeah, I won a stage. And, you know, he doesn't consider himself as awesome after what we saw. I think he should be. But he's working so hard to get to the point where he can be just
He's like, when I'm shooting them, they're not dying.
Else. And just all of the
It's
work
not
that
me.
this team has had to do to be on a good trajectory, to be on a good path, to be at a top 3 spot one day, their goal is a championship. And it's taken a toll on this team, and they've had really to balance between working as hard as you can, but also finding time to relax, because you don't want to burn out, you don't want to retire early. And Sentinels have talked about being on a path where they are just getting better and better every single day.
Well, they don't have G2 to stand in the way this time, who they lost to domestically in VCT Americas. Paper X and Fnatic are still in this
1
tournament.
minute.
So is G2, but
G2 exactly.
Let's watch
Nobody got
G2
tagged by
lose.
0 point. Oh no.
That's going to be catastrophic. Russia
30 seconds left.
going to be scratching his head
We'll
and
keep it
wondering
like
how
this
the hell
now.
he's come
Fuck
away
it.
with that kill. G2 though, looking to try to break their way forward onto the site. K-Knight makes his presence known. Scale forward now in towards Boba. Neff looking to hold the line. Cannot take down Trent. Now it's going to be the pivot call.
10 seconds.
Russia, hearing these footsteps, tries to strike, gets a tiny bit of damage across, but cannot find the kill. Now the Hunter
Oh my God.
is going to be opened up, looking to
Oh my
intercept
God.
them, try to take them down here on the entry to the site, but are they able to arrive in time? This spike plant just
1v2.
there for Trent. Is able to get it, but now finds himself alone. The Nightfall invested versus 2. They backpedal away from it. That might make him think twice about the approach here. Have they swung back through the defender's spawn? Eyes on it here for the moment.
So much time.
Why is this match on the A
PLG to work
stream?
with.
Protected from the flank, but Trent completely playing.
I guess to be
with
fair, both teams have a
zero
coach.
information with 33 HP. K-Knight now has spotted him out. The recon going to be sent. 3 positions, 3 swings, and cannot get it done. K-Knight will find it, and that's going to be 13-3. The most dominant showing yet here at EWC is BLG. Take
GG.
away their map pick of Sunset.
Yeah, that was really good stuff coming out from BLG. Just in cruise control. Loved in that last round how they instantly decided to go for that Hunter's Fury off of Rushia's contact, and that allowed YZ to accelerate with the Neon to chase right behind him.
It's tough.
of course NRG have already qualified, and so Sentinels want to make sure that they are backing themselves in with NRG.
Where'd I put the
Top 8
frame? It's at my
for
house.
XLG. It's been a
that
rough
New
run.
York?
Royal roading.
I should
straight
have
up
brought it here
Ascension
though, now that I think
into
about it.
China. First place right away, but immediately into roster
Check
issues.
YouTube 10
However,
spot 100k viewers XD? No
first
way
half so
XD.
far of this rematch.
Right now XD?
6 and
I'll
6.
check, XD.
Brilliant recovery. Can they get into a leading position though? Here's the problem is.
VOD have a song which is much better
some computer issues here. An opening pistol
than
win
Golden
for Sentinels
Era.
that likely
Please
turn
react.
into
Let's see.
an 8-round to 6 lead. At what point do XLG have the capability to actually take a lead in the series instead of being trailing in the map?
They won that round. Imagine if they didn't have tech issues.
Wait, why do I feel like I've seen this actually? I think I've seen this. No joke. Wait. No, this is not it. Lero in the chat? Lero in the chat? What is he doing? What is he doing? Nah, this is a crazy music video. Nah! 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 Nah, cut it. No. What? The fuck, they don't have a downvote on this site? Only thumbs up, dude. So what a positive environment they have on Billy. What a positive fuck. You can't thumbs down the video. It's only thumbs up. Either you like it or get lost. Why the fuck don't we have that shit? We literally do? We do now? Oh yeah, you're right. They removed the thumbs down from YouTube, right? You're right, actually. You're actually right. We did remove that, right? I don't watch YouTube anymore. Or wait, no, we still have a thumbs down? Oh, they hide it. The fuck is this? Related video. Tarik and Tens try to predict the ending match to score Vol versus TH. Twitch clips for you, 7 views 4 weeks ago. Zero risk is them not getting eco. What the fuck is this? A bald Kai Cenat.
Second half of Icebox after Levin essentially took over the entire server for the majority of it. But really what we're trying to say here is
that song was low-key heat.
Central
Let's
probably
run it
could have
back.
won that game. Central's is still
Alright, fine. We'll save it for later. Close the tab out, please. Me when I press tab wondering where the fuck all my kills went. I only have 3 kills still? How? Still? Where the fuck did all my kills go? I could have sworn I shot 89 motherfuckers. Like, at least. Tens has 100K viewers on YouTube. Let's go see.
Like a CS facing game faster than I could find a Valorant game right now.
How long has his brother been live for?
Also, Chad, do you notice one thing? Do you notice how when I am playing Valorant on stream, if I have no delay, I never ever get game dodges? But
So where do you see yourself when you're 40? Gotta have a plan, man.
90% of my games get dodged.
I'm not subscribed? What the fuck do you mean I'm not subscribed? Yes, I am. Look.
Has anyone else noticed this?
Match starting.
Cope. It's
There's
not over,
the
guys.
NA Cope I like.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, boy.
I don't know how you bounce back after that.
That being said, you know, you still got some good NA teams out here, so hoping for the
Oh,
best.
shit, I still
Obviously,
hear
we
it.
saw NIG, we saw Sentinels, a bounce back from Shiloh, be extreme as well. We'll see if that's going to happen because we're straight back into the game. Round 2 of the second half to catch you in. Sentinels, pretty damn good opening on the pistols. Did come down to short numbers, however, they do retain the lead.
What do I think happens?
They come back, come
Where?
down to a big
When?
clutch, or at least a closeout from Bang, and now they buy up on the anti-eco. And it's just Narrate having to hold this back as best as he can. The numbers stacked for XLG, but with the smoke, they're not just getting spammed through. They kind of hesitate whether they wanted to retreat or not.
Damn you, Narrate.
Well, at least
I can
this
see
round
you
is
right
gonna
now,
be
bro.
over
You stole his
quickly,
ace. I
Kevin.
see you. I see you. I'm watching Bang, but I see
The first
you.
one dead, and now he's going to be the sole survivor, no longer Beaver. A near flawless coming through once again. We'll see what XLG look once they finally get the rifles. Looking once again at Coach Havoria.
Why is the stream 30 FPS? Please fix it.
He's already starting to put up some numbers, and it is the day in the tournament for coaches to be putting up numbers as to sort of round out that conversation we're having about G2 as well. Finish up that first map of Sunset versus BLG despite losing 3 and 13. It was actually Shaq, assistant coach of G2, step in Leaf's position that top fragged in that game. So
You guys remember that like ritual thing
that
someone did for Team Paper X, where they put their name in the water or something?
Continue with XLG's gun round, a couple of retained
What was it called?
items from Sentinels in the previous as well.
And we can maybe finally see the impact of
Can I get that done for me? Like,
a Sentinel
like
for Sentinels.
my picture
That was
just
gonna
for
hurt my brain
like
there for a second,
for
but
me?
Celsius will have his wall sort of further back. Thorns
A
into
digital
tree,
snon?
ready to flash.
Can
and
someone get a
assist
digital
himself
snon
if he
done
gets
for me?
pushed in that area. Sentinels have
An
a
E-snon.
1-2-2 setup as XLG hope to storm into C very soon.
All right, just tweet it to me. Let me know. Thank you.
Going to be playing for retake on C here. Checking through the box, plenty of presence shown, instant poison all to come through, and fast rotations expected.
I like the preemptive escape from John Cutie. Just not wanting to give a chance. As
You are too far gone. No snon is
being
saving you.
smoked
It's a
off,
Paper
so
X.
XLG are just not immediately getting in. They were delayed by John Cutie's orb, so XLG are gonna have to re-clear with the Sentinels team that are more ready for it this time as the haunt is thrown from Narrate, getting vision in. Sentinels
Everyone focus.
the plan, but this corner should be safe for now, especially
5v5
with Zekin getting
post.
smoked off. Still has a nade, of course, and double satchels if he wants to get freaky. And Sentinels
Yeah, what?
are just really suppressing them and waiting to hear that spike get planted. But now it is a rotation from Zekin to join through the front lines.
5-man
Waterfall
backhaul?
not going to be another angle to get through. Sentinels are going to just flood in all together. Now getting some shots in.
Oh,
XLG
not
just
blind.
hold the back. Sentinels trickle in and really not
You see this retake
backing
right
each other
here?
up as well.
You
Just
see this
over
retake
to
we just
the
went for
same
right here,
angle.
or
XLG
did?
hold it down, and it's only just Celsius.
Oh my God.
Wait for the plant to come on through before the retake comes in, and everyone making their way into holes and falling down to the firing squad.
They are
of
playing
XLG,
online, not on
all
land. They're
site
30 ping.
together,
I know. I've already
holding
seen
strong.
that. We saw that
They
yesterday.
even want to clean up Zelsis here as well. Happy way, finding him over towards Pillar for the flawless, and now XLG start to feel a little bit more confident. They get their own flawless back in, and this is going a lot differently to how we see that first half. If you sort of remember that one, round 3, gun round, going over towards Sentinels, and
Timeout,
then 6 in
8-7.
a row.
Fuck, the
Straight
game
away,
is very
here comes
close.
the timeout from Sentinels as they are
The game
starting
is very
to
close
see
and hard.
momentum building for XLG, considering how the last 4 rounds of that first half went. Now, instantly on the first gun round, a flawless. That is quite a statement from XLG.
Yeah, because what really hurt XLG in that first half was the economy. You
It's a
let
bonus.
Sentinels
Chill the
get on
fuck
a win
out. You
streak,
chill the
so
fuck out, pussy boy.
Very, very good that
I'm
XLG
chill.
won that first rifle round and could build momentum off of that. And this is going to be a close game. I said it's one thing to beat a team once. Sentinels do match
How
up
does
against
timeout work
Chinese
out for
teams
XLG?
well, allegedly.
Everyone can
I mean,
talk,
they beat
bro.
3 of them at Masters Toronto, but going up against XLG on these same maps again, there's a lot of prep work to do.
Speedo
XLG had all
Panchito with the
time.
5 gifted.
Try and figure this out. They're
Mucho
not running the
gracias, mi
Sentinel.
amigo,
They
mi
have the
amor,
double duelist. It's
chupa
sort
mi
of a different
culo.
look,
Thank
and
you.
Now XLG are getting warmed up.
Scary look for Sentinels. Given we'd had fairly low expectations for Sheila Gaming, considering how they went up against DRX. But now, overnight, starting to land on something that really works for XLG. And look, despite the double duelist here, you do have Happyway on the Viper, who will be your
Anyone looking
pseudo-sentinel, given that Coconut
to
still has his controller there.
start a Snapchat streak? Go for 5 years in
There's
a
very different
row?
vibes from both these teams. Like XLG have a lot of good vibes. They're yapping. They're loud behind me. Sentinels trying to be as meticulous,
Let me know.
play some clean Valorant, and stay locked in. They know the job's not done, and it's the
Second.
power that leads the way for Havoya and the boom bot that could have marked someone close. Now you got an Odin. As Elsis tries to read where this push is, XLG now playing chicken against bullets, and that's a deadly game. And Havoya will still put the red carpet down, but there is a pivot of the spike going towards B.
Oh,
to the
no.
nerves of Sentinels.
No.
The push from Happyway was unexpected. It caught Sentinels
Wait.
watching that B-Link door off
Wait a
guard.
fucking minute.
Now
It's
you
actually
could get a good
worrisome.
plant, but now it's just pivots back and forth.
They can rotate now. Havoya's got full control over towards A. He's winning his duels over there. You already start to see Coconut pivoting. It might just be Happyway chilling over towards B to keep things interesting. Finally, the decision going to be made. B is looking a little bit safer. Coconut will eventually place here. But still, though,
Look at
on the big
Raze.
flank, Havoya can get a lot. They can still see that Sentinels
Wait, Vice
are
is...
very considerate
Wait,
of the fact that
Zelsis
this
is timing
rank
Raze,
is
but Raze
active.
is flanking Viper.
Just
It's
Happyway
actually
just
bad
getting
for
that
us,
initial clear through
probably.
the top site.
Because Omen's aware still.
And they focus on
Fuck.
that A-Link door with the
he's not
black sauce of
facing.
defenders.
Oh,
And
what?
This is important. Both
How has
Vipers
this
about
worked
to
out that
face,
way?
And it's Happyway that has to shut
Oh,
it
it
down.
didn't work out that way
John
at all.
Cuty's been
Fuck.
dealt with, and it's just up to Celsius, who's going to have to get rid of this Odin. He does, and maybe just wants to save
going
the
for it?
Vandal, but a 1v2 is
No,
certainly
he's dead.
possible for a guy like him.
Oh, what
but
are we
high-low,
doing out
too
there, bro?
strong.
We look
And XLG
bad.
will tie.
Needed to be able to arc roast through there to be able to flash in if
Trent
possible, but
Latteo
two
in the
players
G2
too
game?
strong.
Oh,
Havoya
fuck,
again
they're
getting
desperate
work
now.
done. I mean, this coach has really been stepping through.
They're
It's hacked away at
desperate.
the top of the leaderboard. And XLG even things up 8-8 after losing Pistol and Anti-Eco. That Flawless has now given them another gun round
Zaddy's
win.
playing like an actual
Tactical
AI.
calls for
I
Sentinels,
know.
not delivering as much as they would have liked to.
It's okay. I think we
But
can
this is
still
concerning.
win because
Havoya
Zekin's
kind
top
of missed
fragging
out
and he
on
might be
his
able to take us
timing.
home right now.
On, I believe,
that
was John QT
a wild
over
thing
on
to
the
say?
top side of the map, but still paint shells into a free kill. Means numbers and advantage for XLG. So we start to look towards the potential Reviva ultimate. Maraga, yeah, he'll get his own ult off that kill.
Yeah, his story has been put to an end.
Okay,
For now, XLG.
Yoru
happy
needs to
with
be
that
nerfed.
pick,
Who else
as
needs to be
Sentinels
nerfed
will
right now?
have to fill the
Yoru?
gap that was left behind, and you got a 3-man
Neon?
lineup from Sentinels towards a lobby, taking advantage. The one that has to hold us back is Rarga. Meanwhile, the rest of XLG will get the objective done.
And that's it. If we
Celsius
nerf
will be
Yoru
called
and
back
Neon, I'm
because they
happy.
just have pistols and this stinger from Bang. Gotta hope it does exactly that, but they're just not going to be running into Rarga until they clear through B. They're maybe going to go through that B-Link door instead. That's all about timing between
That needs a
Celsius
roster change?
and the other two joining him very soon.
Nah,
but the
I
spike
don't know
is
about
ticking. Now, the orb out of the way. Zelsis hopes to make contact soon. It's taking way too long for
I
Sentinels
think
to
we have
rotate.
good players. We're just...
Well, end up just playing for exits
This
here.
team
The
is
weaponry is a
Heretics,
little bit
bro.
too low.
Good players. What the fuck's happening, though?
Hard to flank anyway.
Does
They're
Heretics
considering
need a
going
roster
all the way
change?
through attacker spawn. Raga's got that one cut off, and it'll just be a little bit of exploration from Zels to see what he finds. We'll find a shot from Coconut, a little bit of assistance here
Yes?
from Happyway as well as the round will end, and a couple players will walk into these last remaining members of Sentinels, and there'll be at least one gun. Bang should be the walk away with this one easily.
Going down with it, and the Vandal is always nice. A 3-round win streak from XLG, block by block. The comeback begins from a 2-6 deficit in favor, of course, Sentinels. XLG in the lead. And this is the power of the
All right,
double
9-8.
duelists, especially Havoya, who is finally now at an equal KD after having a quieter Lotus at the beginning. Has really stepped up.
He stepped up big. You started to see from round 9 onwards, there's been a lot of Havoya in the kill feed. Of course, everyone in XLG was kind of having a hard game. And those 6 rounds in a row that Sentinels got in the first half, and XLG speeding things up over towards the A side of things now. Could just be showing presence as they're waiting to see what Happyway can get done over
They
in
have
mid
a
as well.
lot of
With
ults,
the
bro.
long
This is
rotation, there's
scary.
lot
They have a
Sentinels
lot of
members just
ults.
kind of abandoning over on A and
Like coming up as
trying to
well.
meet Happyway instead.
Is it B split?
Who's next?
Drifting.
Dimensional drift, yeah. As now it's XLG, just good protocols, clearing the
Nice,
box with
Narrate.
the Prowler, now converging into B, and it's Happyway through
Nice,
B main.
Narrate.
You had the paranoia from Sentinels coming
Good
through
job,
the tree,
good
and
job.
XLG are just sandwiched, and it's quite painful, and they have to pick a side to push through. XLG have their attention split, but it's about winning these individual duels if they can, and this time XLG have decided to go towards A. getting the right read. They could outnumber Bang, and it'll be up to him now that the smoke dissipates. But not getting pushed quite yet. It's allowed Sentinels to push out of B. XLG have taken too long to decide where to go.
That's a big kill by Huya. He has Raze ult.
Get on top of A as well. Just got to check through.
We have Vice ult though.
And then should be the plant.
He's gonna Raze ult when we Vice ult. That's what's gonna happen
alive
probably.
On Sentinels is good. Steel Garden. That'll be the guns gone. Showstopper though. Havoya needs to show up here.
Great Steel
No, he
Garden.
didn't.
Havoya with a showstopper and just
I thought he would.
unfortunate timing.
His teammate died too, though.
Sentinels just sandwiched at multiple moments.
Okay,
from B
nice
to
round
A,
by us. They use a lot of
not
ults. They
waiting
use
for
Yoru
XLG.
ults.
Sentinels bring the party to them. And it's just such a
Actually,
back
that's all
and
they
forth
used.
affair now. We'll be tied 9-9.
There's a big kill from Zekin from mid.
That's all they
All
used,
the way up to
really.
Baby Door. They started to whittle the numbers down from XLG. You could tell they wanted to lean over towards A.
They have 4 ults.
But just showing some presence
What up,
on
Pex?
B. Pulled rotators on towards
They use
B.
so many ults. I don't know. I felt like they used a lot of ults, but no, it's just the one.
XLG really
Just
difficult
Vice
to
ult
play
and
through.
Yoru
It was
ult
really
that
not
round.
until
We use
Bang goes
Vice.
down that the opportunity opened
This is
up
big by narrate.
for XLG to walk on in. But also this
Nice
mid play
replay.
as well. Dimensional drift coming on through, which largely was a bit of a fake. Although they could still pivot the smoke
NRG is
from
insane right now. They are. NRG is
A
honeymooning.
main over towards B.
NRG
you would
is
imagine.
honeymooning.
Raga was good for one there. Good setup. Also coming through Coconut on the Paranoia, but didn't get too much more after that.
I want to see XLG be able to
Oh, you look
tempo
tired?
up
Are you good?
in those
I mean,
crucial
no.
moments.
No, I'm not good, bro.
Learning exactly that when you send Havoya satcheling into Rebel, kind of trying to sell the fake.
Double
which you can do
mount?
playing that double duelist, and you can play solo on that side and play off the showstopper. Hey,
Oh
and it's
my
good
God.
for Sentinels to get the one.
How did that work out
Nightfall
so
will try to
well
get
for
chase down
the
on that
Yoru?
Omen, with, of course, Narrate able to fire back with his own Nightfall here.
That's
in
a big
second.
big fatal.
XLG now hesitate whether to go in. The
Nice,
Prowler
Elsis.
is going to bite down on Happyway,
On the
who's
lurker.
isolated. At least he has a smoke to play off of, but it's not going to be a good spot.
What?
With the Vulnerable and the Decay.
Where?
But XLG just seems to shoot better, and Sentinels just have John Cutie, while Zelsis is still rotating from A. Really good clutch out of XLG.
Man, that was a really curious round coming on through. The initial Nightfall being ripped open from Viva. Very low chance was going to catch anybody, hoping maybe somebody on site, but bang.
Is he gonna
easily
Viper
just
ult
TPs,
if he gets
double
bombed
TPs
down?
away from that one, so kind of weird from Viva. They were hoping to be able to catch
It would be
the
good
last
if he
member.
maybe just Viper
But
ults to
then the
waterfall.
counter Nightfall comes on through and doesn't deliver enough for Sentinels at all.
And I think you could just pit here to try and get this plant safer, and they're just baiting out these shots from Sentinels.
1v2.
And now the pit will
Nah.
go down to protect this. How Sentinels can
does
approach
not
this
fuck
is
with
going
you,
around the
Yinsu.
perimeter. Both of XLG
Big.
tried to stay
Viper ult.
within, but Viva caught on the outside to prevent the retake from Sentinels. And now going for both angles. Happyway caught
Nice.
between a rock and a hard place, and it's John Cutie.
Good job, John. Holy fuck.
That'll get it in the end with the
Oh
defuse,
my
and Sentinels
god, what a
back in the lead.
nerve-wracking match.
It's a close game, though. It's been very tight so far, coming up to minimal numbers alive. Sentinels, first and
2
double
ults from them?
digits here.
Yeah. We use Fade ult as well.
That round, again, looking like it was going to go really poorly for Sentinels. After the Nightfall,
Wait, no, they only used,
it's the Sentinels members at the back of C. You can
Oh,
see
they
the
Fade
couple of
ulted.
blue X's in the top right
Fade
corner
and
of the C
Viper?
site
Yeah.
going down as
Still
the
have
guns get
Rocket,
traded.
though.
Odin now once again online for the Sentinel
working
side.
out for
Looking
us
to
a
see
little
what kind
bit.
of damage being done, but this is the opening play here. Raga 1-for-1, and then massive double
big.
TP away. It comes down to Viper's pit.
How the
John
fuck did you
Cutie
get
getting
that?
a bit better of Happyway as we head into number
Yeah,
20
Sunset
here.
is definitely a comfortable
The
map
right.
for us. This is the big
Easy
one, though.
spam
This
through
map
on a
is the
couple
one we need
members
to,
that are already
like...
in position to take damage.
Wait,
Coconut's already
Coconut's
ripped off.
low.
Look at the 20 HP.
And
Just a
it's-
ton of spam damage on his face.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just easy for
Good
Zekin with the
kill.
lock-in, and there's not going to be a punish.
Zach loves
And
these fights on the
Sentinels, just
choke.
the back-to-back rounds where they're able to converge from multiple angles and have the time to
He has
rotate and
Rocket.
surround XLG.
Definitely not going to
And
use
it's
it here.
XLG, they'll find themselves behind a duelist, but Havoya could lead that with just a showstopper.
I like how he's moving. I like
It's
how
a
he's
little
moving.
bit awkward to try and go through all these angles, all these corners, hoping to still get that ult off.
Uh-oh.
See if Viva gets interested a little bit further on to test the smoke
Ball
wall.
up?
Or test out the door as well.
Oh, it
as
took a
he
little
falls
long
off,
to
it's
go up,
Havoya
man.
first on
Wait, that
site.
wall took too long to go up. This guy lurked through.
Walking
Do we
through, and
know?
He's going to be able to walk
We should know,
all
we
the
should know,
way,
we should know,
kneeling
we
to
should know,
spawn.
we should
One
know.
versus one. Does he check the right corner?
Good,
No.
good, good. Good
Not
comms.
going to be able to get John Cutie down in time.
Coconut's low.
Still
Like, is there
XLG,
any... Oh.
seeing if they can have any advantages.
That
What is
just
going to
gave
be
him a
the
small
weaker
chance.
site, the
They're
less
walking into
defenders
C
you
now.
had. Ears
Show
from
me Omen.
Viva,
Show me
hearing
Omen.
At least 2 defenders getting a win over at A.
Oh my god, bro. This fucking guy's trolling
don't
us,
wanna waste
right?
any more time. It's up. Happy
Why are we not watching the Omen? Two guys are walking into the
Even
solo
though Bang had a
site.
high ground and a nice angle, gotta respect Happy Way. We'll back away, and Viva has full util to help keep this site for XLG.
There's
Like,
just too many members down from XLG.
you're
on trade. At
guaranteed to
least
see an
Viva got
engagement
Vel
if you're on the
assist, but
Omen.
That's all that XLG have for the time being. They will get the plant down, but 4 versus 2.
We have Rocky for the
Ultimate's
retake. Should we use it
showstopper
here?
there as well. Really not expecting Happy Way and Viva to get it done. It's not planted offside either, so.
Ooh.
Second as a showstopper, this is how you break in off the paranoia.
It's
Say
on.
goodbye to Viva.
Happy Way 1v3.
And it's
Good
Sentinels
job.
in a 3 versus 1. Now it's hide and seek, and it's deadly
spoilers,
for
but
Happy
we'll take
Way.
it.
And Sentinels start to create that gap.
Starting to swing back in momentum that we found in that first half as XLG.
Think NRG
One by
can win
one.
champs or EWC?
Lay it down, peeled away.
I mean,
Only Viva showing
anyone
up for that
can win
singular
anything,
early
truthfully,
on to
brother.
relieve pressure onto the A side, and the
That's the
rest of
truth.
XLG falling one by
Will
one.
they?
Really unfortunate time for Havoya there. Check the wrong
It's
angle.
not
Gets taken down by
likely,
John Cutie.
but
Could have
anyone
been a
can
good
win.
one for Havoya. Would have been in a nasty angle. 4 Sentinels to deal with if he won that 1 versus 1. It'll take a bit of time here for Havoya to have a chat with his team. Well, really, I mean, you know, he's in the team as well. They'll all have a bit of a group chat as he's coaching and playing, but also the assistant coach behind the scenes dropping him some words as this is getting tight enough that XLG can still get the opportunity to swing this into a map win, but 11 on board for Sentinels means that window is closing fast.
And this is XLG's map pick. And then you're going into Sunset, which is one of Sentinel's best maps. This timeout has to provide the
Chat,
solution, the key
daily
to
reminder.
to XLG, because it's going to hurt more losing when it's
Work
been
to live,
this close, this neck and neck.
not live to
but
work.
You got to respect the XLG comeback from, like I said, starting off this
Pick up
game
what I'm putting down or not?
at a 2-6 deficit to the duelists really providing the firepower, the crucial frags that XLG have needed on this offense. So now Sentinels starting to run away and get close to that finish line.
As a reminder as well, in the rematch, the previous time that we did see these two teams play in
I got
Masters,
that was a
on
serious. This is a
Masters
serious
13 and
comment,
6
man.
in Sentinel's favor. Most of those rounds
This is a
won on
serious
the
comment.
defensive side, 8 and 4 in Sentinel's favor. That's exactly the side they're on currently.
Now it's Havoya's turn to be explosive with the showstopper, but he's not someone who likes to be hyper-aggressive, very explosive. He's mainly initiator after all, and he has
Well, my
to play his
unemployed
life when
friend
he
posts
can,
on
and
a
they send
Tuesday
the clone
afternoon.
in to keep, of course, Zek busy at B. With the pit at C, XLG are having their options limited. You got your lurk shut down at A, so XLG are not having a good start to this round.
It's typically been Viva on that side of the map, being the late lurk. This time around, be Happy Way. Viva has had some success over there in previous rounds, including the last one, but Seas will slow things down considerably. Pretty confident this is not going to end over towards C. In fact, you could even see the potential for Zelsis to fall off this side as well.
2 Prowlers, 2 from Neri.
Do something you
Check
love and then find the
things
way to
out.
get
Once he
paid
gets a
for
good
it.
sense,
Also
he
true.
could
Also
lay it all
true.
down with an Odin and do some critical damage to XLG, just really dwindling their chances already for this round. Sentinels
If you love
have
what you
had
do, you
time
never
to
work a day in your
rotate.
life.
Nobody at B.
With that being said,
XLG still
Broza.
have a 2-stack with the pit at C. So it is a pivot. A great read from XLG, realizing this site is open. There will be a flash, though, placed by Zelsis once Sentinels do want to fight for this.
Good structure to be able to still pull through the showstopper despite no one being there. Need to make sure that it is clean. You have lost rounds from there before. It's Viva up first, though. Needs to have shots ready to go. Does he know there's 2 players, though? He knows he's definitely one.
Just needing to buy time, play
It's a
your
big
life.
fight on door.
If you're XLG,
Sees?
start off getting first
No
blooded.
sees.
Now it's about protecting the objective, and you have Coconut
Nice
through B
swing.
main. He's about to meet where this Viper is going to push from, but John
Good
Cuties
retake,
better.
guys.
Neri's Odin screams louder than XLG, and it's Sentinels on match point.
Yeah, map point being found for Sentinels here in this BO3. And Coconut activating so late, hiding in smoke. Doesn't even realize until too late. As his team falls apart around him, John Cutie walks past. I'm sure that eventually the footsteps were heard by Coconut, but yeah, he needed to be able to come and get that kill, instantly assist if possible, but the rest
Why
of the
were
members
rosters
on
locked?
XLG
Like, what's the
falling
point? What's the
very
point of
quickly from
anything?
all angles on that Sentinels
Sorry, that got
retake.
dark.
As I mentioned, it
I
was
agree. I don't know what
defensive
happened with
side
the
that was
roster luck.
stronger for Sentinels in that previous Lotus between these two teams in Masters. And now as we head into the potential final round here, Zekin on the op, Odin being brought up by Narrate, did huge damage to Coconut on a previous round. Just on the spam.
Zekin with an op too. He's not gonna get any juicy prey, not yet. It's XLG, not the best buy, but a Nightfall. That could be good. It is gonna get the but no, Neri just spams through blinded.
Whoa!
What is Roger looking at? Trusted his teammate.
That's the Neri I know.
And XLG fumble displayed such a good ultimate. Neri just wills this win into existence. And it's Havoya left for XLG, now buried 6 feet under. 13-9 for Sentinels. They do it again.
What a huge round coming through from Narrate. I mean, how does XLG not even see him? They have the Nightfall there. They should have had the info off the Nightfall.
Chef's kiss,
but also,
really.
you lost a member to this Odin. Straight
Brilliant.
on entry through
Fantastic.
the tree. And 2 more members.
Ecstatic is what I am.
That is a little sloppy
Admin,
coming
can you
through
fix
from
my PC, please?
XLG. And we looked at Sentinels coming in strong for this map. First half, mostly under control. Started to lose a bit of the momentum in the final 4 rounds the first half, but then on the defensive side, a couple of rounds going XLG, but largely it's all Sentinels all day, particularly in the final few rounds.
We actually might only be able to beat China. But China is the #2 region in the world. So,
pulls back.
Since America's is #1, that makes sense. Okay, can't even rage bait that.
A little bit more discipline here, but look at this lurk.
And Neff is reading it. Gonna get the jump. Yes, he does.
Okay, EMEA is not #2.
Pretty firm grasp.
It's definitely
and understanding
Actually,
how this
fuck,
one was
it
going
might
to
be
play
now.
out. YC's gate crashes right in
Fuck,
front
are
of
we
these two
actually
players.
last? We might actually
K9,
be last
having
now.
conceded the position, almost certainly will have told him, yeah, don't take that.
Bring them down.
The way is shut.
Could end up
Is America's
playing in
actually
for a
last
bit
now?
Of a fake as Svelin get away with just that minor amount of damage taken.
No, I think you're right actually, but
at all angles.
I didn't do the math until now because it's never been
fully
that
surrounded.
way.
All
Fuck.
these two players from G2.
We're actually the worst. But I've been anticipating our downfall. I thought it would be years ago. So the fact that we've made it this long for this well is pretty impressive. In my opinion, it's a win.
This goes ahead, sprays across.
I thought our downfall would have been in like 23.
Flawless, as BLG will find their second round win.
They don't even need to use an ult.
We've been
They're
top
still
2
gonna be hanging
region
on to
for basically
4.
all of Valorant.
That's really clean.
Can you
from
argue
BLG. Nice little tuck away there. by
Okay,
K9
which
from
region?
the clone.
Which region has the most dominance throughout Valorant?
yeah.
That's the real question.
Trent, a little bit frustrated. Unbelievable.
What's the
awareness
region
of
dominance
negative
throughout
space
the start, from the start to now?
there. Nap.
Flawless.
From the start to now,
Walks
who
in
has
the
had the
snow.
most dominance? I gotta look at all the trophies. I feel like
one
EU
step
has got a lot of
needs to be
trophies
taken.
though.
YZ now has an operator in hand for the first time, and
Well, America's
kinda
has
splits
to be
the
top
difference
2,
there. Eats a
no?
bit of damage. Does manage
America
to get
should
away
be
with his
top
life
2,
intact.
right?
Certainly not the shot that he was looking for, nor the one that we expected. Typically is going to be good for those.
NA got 2 champs.
Yeah, just
We do have 2
kinda
champs.
One of those
Loud and
moments
EG,
where it's a
right?
target-rich environment, you're not sure what to do. That gets hit by a Nova Pulse. That's gonna send G2 scaling up
NA has
forward.
2 champs, 2 masters. All right,
They
someone do the
continue
math on
this
all the
march towards
regions.
sight.
NA has
Who's
2
next?
champs, 2 masters.
Seen that
What does
from
the everyone
Levius.
else got?
Trying to push
Loud
forward.
is
They're
not
in a tough
NA. I
spot
mean
here. They're gonna
Americas,
get
bro.
pinched.
They're
This Mitchell
Americas.
drift just gets a spot.
Loud is Americas, you
And John
fucking
just
guys.
hits Levius right through the smoke. Neff now being flushed forward.
It's South NA, but it's
Tuck
still
into that
NA.
corner. No, not going to be enough space. Instead, it's just going to be bleeding out
You guys
on the
need
floor.
to learn some fucking geography, dog.
K9 and Russia now having to back away, go for the save call. And G2 securing at least 6 here on the attacker side.
Yes, South NA, bro.
I'm a little bit
It's south of North America.
concerned with BLG in this
What
round
do you guys
after the
call it?
previous round where I thought they read the map incredibly well. This one, they just completely fumble what the information that they're
South
seeing,
America?
what the util means.
Same thing, brother. South
You know,
North
you get
America, South
a little
America.
bit of
What are we
util
talking about
over
here?
at
How many
B-Link.
trophies we got?
And instead of just kind of shoring up your defenses, you go for a push out towards B main. And that just plays right into G2's hands. There's no follow-up to contest that space at double doors or B link. And it's just wide open for G2. And they're gonna greedily take it, as they should. That one to me leaves me scratching my head a little bit, but
EMEA has 5, so
see if
EMEA
they
has
can
5.
recover.
Americas has 4.
Nef did use that null command, but otherwise,
So
no other
EMEA
ults
and NA are
invested.
the
So if
best
you're
regions from
VLG,
dominance
you've
of
got that
Valorant.
going for you. You've got plenty of money for a buy. Oh, there's
APAC
gonna
has
be
4 as well.
The Armageddon
Are we
available
counting
for
lock-in
Trent,
here?
So something to consider.
Probably. If we don't count lock-in though, everyone's got 4.
This is just phenomenal work here by Jaw.
Americas has 5.
The spot. Smoke goes up and he just
America's 5,
finds his
EMEA
target
5,
immediately.
APAC 3, China 1.
Gets Nef as
Okay.
well.
And if we take away lock-in from EMEA, Americas is
That's
the
a
best
really
region.
solid round from
Which
your
goes back
duelist,
to
from
my
one of the
main
best
point.
Yorus in the business.
How have we made it this far? We're the
Seen
best
what he
region in
can
the
do on
fucking
this
game.
agent, on the biggest of stages.
Why are we taking away lock-in?
And it's just been a
I mean, if you know ball, you know ball, dude.
For G2,
Everyone knows what happened at
Obviously,
lock-in.
Still plenty more to get played out as K-Knight almost gets played out of the round. Does escape though. He's trying to hold them back. This is looking a lot more like the G2 when we have come to
At that
expect
point,
on
might
the
as well count
international stage,
EWC
even
as
with
a fucking
sub.
Masters too.
This is all just.
If we're counting everything, might as well count this as a Masters as well.
Spike is still down over in the window. Not sure if Trent. No, he's not even going to pick it up yet. And they're just looking for that double stack over at Art again. Feeling out the map as best as they can. A little bit of contact
Go
there
watch
from
that,
Nef.
it's not live.
Jonah P. Not sure if Nef took any damage, just a
I
scrape.
keep Sen on my second monitor. When it goes live, I switch.
Sequential trip basically just to get out safely.
Does Ludwig Tarik count as a master?
On the two
I
players,
mean,
Splash
if
not
lock-in
really
counts
gonna
as
be
a master,
connecting
then Ludwig Tarik should also count
Just behind
half
him,
a
they're
master.
well
Do
aware
you win
of
2
this.
Ludwig Tariks, 1 master.
He didn't have a
If
TP
you ask
set up.
me.
Still does not.
But whatever, I'm not making the
That's
rules
gonna be
here.
K-Knight now. Flush forward, sends that Nightfall forward, catches a glimpse of Jogamo. Pushes forward, but can't get the shorty out in time. Jonah P, however, is able to do so on the opposite side. Now K-Knight gonna be dropped. Now chasing forward, but Jonah P still has the shorty.
Soup is 100% a champ.
Things are starting to get
Soup.
far too chaotic here for
Alright, that was too
BLG to deal with. Lead secured at the half. G2 are looking to run this over to Icebox.
In the cold and
How about
these
Sneak
are
Cup? Still waiting for my face
some
PC.
frankly kind of
Phase up.
head-scratching moments here from BLG. I mean, YZ, I can
Damn,
understand
Americas is the
he's
worst
under
region in
pressure,
Valorant
and
currently.
Kind of has to hit the panic button there with his dimensional drift to survive.
Highest
but
viewership,
he saw
lowest
that turret,
skill.
didn't really register that it was there, and he
Coulda
pops
called
out
it,
of his
though. Coulda
drift,
called
and
it.
remaining.
G2 doesn't care. They're like, oh, you're that far back. Don't worry. We're pressing to sight. And then the shorties come out, and they're trying to press those smokes towards those shorties towards the end of the round.
China's the highest
A little bit of
viewership.
a head scratcher for me. Let's see BLG.
Decoy.
A couple more rounds to try to stabilize. But like you were saying, this
I just
is
don't know how to gauge the China
half of the
viewership.
map where they
Like,
usually do their damage.
when it says there's
They're not
400,000
doing
people
much.
watching, is it 400,000 people
They're going to
watching?
take a lot of main control here. But Valen again, going to be on anti-lurk duty. This time he's got help.
Up flash at the ready here for YZ. There's the contact.
Because Tyson has 120K watching him on YouTube play fucking aim bots, or what is it called? Aim labs.
Confirm a kill, puts YZ
Or
down to
what is it called?
36.
Aim labs, yeah.
Same time, attack on this B site, getting ready to come through. Nebula ends up getting dropped. The
You run ads? Oh my god, we didn't run ads.
Turn to the flash. Levius.
I just ran them.
There.
skirting
That was
forward
shameless.
As Concuss goes out from Trent. Jogamo at the same time, however, has arrived in Halls, but Russia is able to gun him down. Site's still going to be broken open. His flash fully connects onto K-Knight. Sends out a shot, so they're aware of his position now.
China has 1.3 billion people. 400K is not a big number for them.
Claiming the kills, Fragment. Going to be disrespected. Neff
Okay,
is
that's-
scraping
that's-
across
that
this one,
can't
but
work that
YZ is
way.
now dead. And Neff has suffered an immense amount of damage at his own hand. Trying to see what he can get done, but Valen is there to
How many
clean it
people
up.
does all of
8-2.
Americas have?
G2 looking to
All of
similarly
Americas.
deliver at 10 and 2 half.
Yeah, this is kind of one of the problems that they had on the pistol round as well for Billy, where they cede Hall's control over to Jogamo, and he's just going to punish them. They try to set up a crossfire.
We probably got a
on
Billy
site,
over here.
But Jogamo breaks that angle open.
North
G2
America
so
and South North
coordinated,
America probably has
they
a billion
follow up
combined.
instantly,
So
even though Rusia gets the kill.
you can make the same logic
Let's get
for
the
us.
fist pumps from Josh and Anders. And that was very good stuff. I mean, they are so on point right now at G2, and they've got BLG scratching their heads.
India got
making
1.6
some
plus now.
questionable
Guys, it's not a
decisions.
competition.
They're on stingers and a.
Is it a competition for
judge and a-
population?
well, YZ
It's
is a
not, right? Surely
hero
not.
phantom.
So, an opportunity, but one that BLG absolutely need to seize. 8 and 4 would be a decent recovery, but anything more than that, you're basically thinking GG go next.
Oh, for sure. Icebox could be on the horizon. Have to wait and see. Again, this turret position here.
Okay,
Kind of play off of it this time is Shaq. A lot of time it's just been more of a kind of information gathering tool. He's trying to use it to set himself up, but BLG being a little more patient, not making any aggressive maneuvers on this side of the map. So they're
when you visiting India for Masters Mumbai, you didn't hear?
G2's trying to figure out.
I'm gonna be there.
What are they doing? Where's their setups? So they're gonna rotate back over to A and.
30 seconds left. He does have a gate crash set up. Jump onto the corner, finds one, but doesn't have the time to try to escape. The Nebula can't get into that either. Similarly, going to be
what is Neff doing?
Neff wants to try to
what the
rush
fuck is Neff
forward,
doing? What in the fucking Billy is Neff
time.
doing?
Talon already forward into the smoke. Now, no real way to try to dissuade. No real way to try to interrupt. It's just Levius.
We're not watching Sentinels. We're just waiting for the map to start.
G2 about to lock up 9.
And just how much he can do here. We're gonna try to find a few.
Wait, G2 are actually popping off.
Money's gonna be a little bit weak for BLG. God, YZ. If he'd just gotten the one and done, maybe it's a different round, but felt like with that Phantom in hand, he had to greed for those kills. Had the hero rifle. Ninja defuse?
Have to get on it right this second.
Move faster.
They want to drum some interest back over in this direction. Does manage to take 2 out, but they're not going to be too concerned about that given the money that they have going into the final round of the half.
Yeah, this is really well coordinated stuff. G2 is just working the map really nicely, finding their moments, finding their timings.
Yeah, 13,
getting the trades
10 or
that
9.
they need.
And being incredibly well prepared here for Pearl. Granted, I mean, it is their map pick, but it's one that BLG have been strong on in the past. And, you know, I think this goes to show G2 with a little bit more time on the stage.
Asia won the last 4 majors, I know.
Start looking like themselves.
APAC won the last 3 out of 4, dude.
Right now, top bragging the
it's
lobby.
actually fucked, man.
Op here for Jog. So he's just looking for that pick.
A lot of face into mid.
Damn.
Tarik going to be cleared from the one side. Spots out at least. K-Knight on the opposite.
I mean, let's see for France, huh?
No, they know that these players have evacuated the area.
Is Paris about to be the best event of the year or not?
BLG, but early stack not leading to any success.
Yeah, they're just
like better than Thailand and Toronto.
Playing very passive RBLG these last couple rounds. Kind of trying to make.
We need
G2
Carmine Corp to qualify.
Moves,
we should invite them, no joke.
To counter, they've been either a step
Carmine
too
Corp
late or
should be invited.
Missing some of their battles. Okay, well, you know there's at least one mid.
Starting.
I know there's at least 2.
You through all of the action here on Sunset.
I'm stoked. Rarga versus Zekin. All on this map to see if XLG live on in this group. And
When
as
did
a
Sadak join KC?
You gotta be
It's probably
the
been
fragging power
close to
behind
a
this
year
Chinese
now,
team.
right?
No changes for Sentinels compared to when they last played for XLG. Of course, having Havoya in, he'll be playing the Deadlock. A breach coming through. That was
Cut the music, bro. This is not a fucking MMO.
On a Neon, expecting a lot more.
Cut the music, bro.
Second up first. The second down
And
first.
he's down first. Yeah, what the heck? XLG, just great retaliation
What is
from Viva and
happening?
Market, and he continues to
Is this
slap
live?
around Sentinels.
Is this
even
live for
trying to
sure?
come his way. Well, Sentinels will use that distraction.
This can't be
of
live.
Their fellow
This is a
teammates
pregame?
closest to get the spike down, but that's all they're going to get this round. Another
What is happening?
XLG pistol to kick off a map.
Happy about Happy Way coming in large and in charge for opening round here. Pistol once more, as mentioned. Split the pistols 1-on-1 on the previous map. A little bit of deciding on who's going to
Oh my god, they got the PGO audio guy. Cut the fucking music. I can't hear my thoughts.
Into a potential early neural theft here, but we start out with Zekin down early.
I feel like I'm playing World of Warcraft right now, dude.
Gone, XLG start to take control.
What a start from Happy Way. He's just had an incredible EWC, like not just kind of like, okay, it is the one BO1 map where he really popped off and carried.
I know,
but
Sentinels
bringing
have
that
lost.
into day 2, so important.
They
to have a strong
won
Sentinel
1 out of
opportunity
5
to be maybe
pistols.
holding solo,
We have
although
won
Viva
1
was
out of
by
5
his side of
pistols.
Market. they can play off of that information a lot better because XLG didn't play a Sentinel on Lotus, and you see how this is already so much better.
It's a double Senti as well. I mean, we've obviously seen some of these deadlocks come through as a solo Sentinel, which is a little bit rough. You're kind of missing out on being able to have a Cypher on board with the extra cams, but it should be a good defensive half for XLG, given it's Cypher and Deadlock together. And Deadlock would be a 2-week on her own.
It's kind of a lot on Coconut to be the one that really blinds and limits this duelist. And the barrier was insane from Havoya, limiting the exit of Sentinels.
I don't know. This music's gotta go, man.
Sentinels are doing exactly
I can't watch like
what
this.
their role is. And Sentinels, as soon as they get into position,
It's not me, dude. Look.
But haven't been able to develop to that point. XLG's proactivity has been huge, and so has Havoya.
Well, just one more to come through here. Havoya can get another kill here to end things out with. He will, baiting his teammate Raga, of course, who was going to allow Havoya to get one to accelerate this annihilation early. And you just have so many counters for Neon. This could potentially be a rough game for Zek, and you have sensors you could walk into. You have trap wires, of course, always going to be the hard counter to Neon in various cases. And then the fact that that particular round, throwing the barrier mesh down, Zekin got caught in the middle, had no exit available, and so dead to rights entirely. Unfortunate first death twice.
I feel like I'm in the main town of World of Warcraft. You mean Azeroth?
Shop yet, except for Zelsis in those first 2 rounds.
I don't even know the names of the towns.
You hear that?
Azeroth?
Pow, pow, pow from XLG. Like, yeah, that's kind of what happened.
They're definitely getting, well, they're getting excited. They're
It is
getting
Azeroth.
off to a good start.
Oh, it's back.
Mesh, but Sentinels is
There we go.
ready for it. They react. They bite back.
Viva la vida, Coldplay. Long live life.
Buys this round for Sentinels, and it's Neri that has to think of a
Fuck.
plan.
Solid from Viva. Also in the previous map as well. I'll bring that momentum through, but already looking in dire straits for Sentinel's first gun round. Not looking too pretty here. Viva collecting a bit of an upgrade.
Jump it. You want pussy?
Good news here is Raga doesn't have the one shot. In fact, he is
It
just gonna die
worked.
here.
Shoot my trip
might actually rescue
from
the
far
round for Zelsis
away.
and the rest of Sentinels.
It worked perfectly. But the
See
Cypher's
this
here.
coming. Sentinels 2 versus 2.
He has a
Viva on his
Spectre.
last leg, and to stop this, a good surprise
Traded.
from Happy Way.
Both players are low. Zelsis 1v1 chill.
Viva has to make his way to A, and Sentinels will know exactly where his last location was.
Check
and the
him.
tripwire will reveal
Check him.
Viva.
Check it again. Check it again. Sorry, I called it
Cam's
early.
gonna get info here
Please
as
check
well.
it again. I'm begging you,
Just a
bro.
hot minute.
Please.
And Viva has
Please.
no clue. At least the regen shield allows him to
Oh,
get back onto a little
no,
bit
didn't
more
tag him.
HP, but I don't think it's going to be
Jordan
enough.
wins these? He's in a
Zelsis
pretty
now
good
has
way.
full
Yo, Isaac
information. He knows exactly what this is going to come through. You'd imagine
Who
this
died?
round is entirely over.
Oh,
It
nice.
is. Viva doesn't
I don't know
really
who
which way to
died. The
look.
spoilers are confusing me.
Too many angles to check. Nothing off that
Fuck.
recon, and Zelsis just doing his due diligence on the post plan. That earns him a neural theft going forward. And Sentinels have already adapted so quickly to
What
the
is Zelsis'
XLG
haircut?
setup that has stopped Sentinels at A before.
Yeah, well, this time, you know, the quick walk up
Did he
from
was he
Havoya
telling us that his
instantly
barber
punished
fucked
Havoya
up, so he
to get
said shave it
another
all
trap
off?
with
I'm pretty sure that's
Barry
what
Mesh
happened,
early
right?
again,
Or was that Cortesia's mustache?
giving
I
more
forget.
numbers for Sentinels, but really it was the 3v2 that turned into
I think
a
that's for
2v2,
Zelsis too,
allowing
though.
the rotation onto
But
being in
Cortesia had the
plant
same
that
thing with his
really gives
mustache.
Sentinels the ability to win
Cortesia
that
showed
one,
up
'cause
without
they
his
started that
mustache
round
because the
in
guy
free
misunderstood and
forward.
then he shaved it all off. Both of them
Right, bit of
had
a bait
misunderstandings
from
with their fucking barber.
After he got
But
caught by Havoya,
Cortesia,
once
I
with the
understand.
mesh and the other with the
Maybe they got
barrier.
lost in communication.
Sentinels playing
Zelsis
with
has
their
been going to the
food,
same
and
barber
it's
for 20
a chess
years.
match
How the
now
fuck did he
with
fuck up your
the
haircut
paranoia.
again?
Very critical to know that Coconut is on this side of the map. It's going to be
Nice.
the biggest threat to the duelist on the Sentinel
No.
side. As long as Sentinels swing together, it's to be a much cleaner round. But a neural theft nonetheless from Zelsis.
Well, my
will
barber
reveal
doesn't even cut
rotations
hair
on the
full
way for
time, so it's not the
XLG.
same for
Coconut
me.
would have wanted
I
more
don't get
there.
mad when he
If
fucks
gets
my
a
shit
single
up.
extra kill,
I
2 versus
understand,
2
dude.
retake feels a lot better considering Raga also doesn't have another gun to use. Op on the retake is going to be a little bit rough here. Happy Way also one away from neural theft.
John said go for the middle peak and
I'll have
Zelsis
to get
heard
some
Widow peak.
information on positioning here. Raga's up against 2, and he might get traded even if he does get a kill. And
Raga could do it. Oh wait, he slipped by and John
What, thinks he's fucking what, Guardian?
And we're tied 2-2.
Calm
It's just
down,
too
buddy.
hard. I mean, sliding
Calm
and then you
down.
have to scope in as well. He's really hoping the relay belt was going to get
my
the
barber
concuss
comes to
so he
my
can get that
house.
shot in. But just too
Um,
hard to get that retake from
well,
the
no, he
position
hasn't.
of Raga needed.
I've gone to my
little bit more
friends
help
for their
from
barbers at their house. I haven't brought my
Single
barber to
other
my house
teammate
yet, but
that
he's
was
told me he can
available
do it
there,
because I've
but
asked
really,
him.
if Coconut was able to get a single more there, stay alive, delay a bit longer.
Admin's
some
like,
more
I know
rotations
you're.
over.
I got
Could have been a
it.
different game there as Havoya and Viva were able to get themselves the one each, and Havoya now a couple times in a row not scared to play aggressively and dry peeking into that choke. However, couple rounds now as well, 2 in a row that he has been taken out early.
Is it my barber, Leslie? No, that was my old barber.
Game plan's been pretty solid from Sentinels. Just heading into A first. Things go awry. You end up at B. And just now knowing that Coconut's on that left A link area. You know, that duelist from Sentinels has just been very careful on how much he wants to commit and whether he wants to immediately do that, using the speed to the full advantage. And Rarga did what he could. He had that great initial shot with the op.
How have I been?
Like you kind of pointed out
haven't
earlier,
been to the gym in 3 weeks. My sleep schedule is from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. I watch party 10 hours a day. And
let's talk about the fact that the last time they met, 13-6, was Lotus.
I had a salad for dinner tonight. That was good.
Sunset. Zekin went absolutely large. This was back when Sheila obviously still had midi. They were playing more of a breach look. Kind of the same comp as we're seeing here, just with the Sova on Viva instead of the Fade.
I also had a cookie after I had the salad, though. So it kind of canceled out.
Otherwise, this time playing the double Senti for XLG instead, which so far, of course, they
coconut
should be getting a lot more done
it's fucking
in these
coconut
early defensive
cookies?
rounds, or just on the entire defensive side. But when you look back at previous results, it was 8 and
Pretty
4
good.
in the opening attacking half for Sentinels, and then 5 in a row in the defense for Sentinels to really clean through with a 27-10 finish for Zekin.
What happened with my electricity yesterday? I don't know, dude. They took me out.
In that particular map.
Oatmeal raisin is fire.
to keep punishing
Is that
XLG,
hated upon?
especially knowing this
Is
dead
oatmeal
box on
raisin
that
generally
right
not
side.
liked? I think oatmeal raisin is
You
really
gotta really
good.
step
But I
up and
also
throw
think
that
Raisin
berry.
Bran
That thing
cereal
is
is really
heavy.
good. I
And the
like
mesh
raisins.
shoes, still not enough to deter Sentinels until XLG cook up a better combo. And I think paired up with the Paranoia, if that just syncs up even better for XLG. Kind of saw Sentinels not all swing together. There's moments where
Molasses
you can
cookies, never
maybe
had that.
catch Sentinels staggering.
Am I
So it's
79
still a
years
pretty
old?
back and forth A approach.
It's also really tough for
What's
the
an old
Sentinels
person
lineup to be
food?
able to get rid of some of this utility at range.
What's an
given
old
that
person
you don't have the
food?
Sova here. You
'Cause
wanna
there's
play
old
the
person
fade,
cookies,
Which
apparently.
is very good, very acceptable, but lacking the shock
Oatmeal?
darts to be able to get the easy clears on trips and
Porridge?
Sonics and all that
Oh,
kind of
none
stuff.
of that stuff
So
is good.
it will cause a few more additional
What's an
headaches
old
that they have
person
to
food that's
consider.
good?
Harder as well to be able to follow up on things like you want John Cutie on this bridge to flash you through, fault
Soup?
line you through into
That's good.
certain plays, but then you run into a piece of utility from one of the Sentinels and things just get a little bit rough in terms of timing, particularly if you're Zek and you really want to get those fast entries. We already saw him being punished earlier on. That
Green
will
bean
continue
casserole.
in this series unless Sentinels can sort of find a way to work their way across utility. If they
Yeah,
get
you
these
gotta
early
stop talking
kills
about
with
food. I'm
Voya,
getting
that's one way to
hungry.
shut it down. But at some point, I expect
Oh, I have a
Voya will
chicken
need
pasta
to
salad in
rein
the
that
fridge.
aggression a little
I
bit to make sure
prepared
he
for
can
this
at least live
moment.
a little bit longer in these rounds to make sure he has more to play through.
Yeah, because if you let Sentinels get close to the site, John Cutie's going to explode in with all the breach util, so XLG have to either
All right,
play
here we go.
forward and prevent that take or out of the sight and out of mind. Because it's not even just the fault lines and the flashes, it's Narrate as well, who's one away from the Nightfall. So fighting for that A orb is going to be quite important.
Snappy aim. Bang.
Ultimate's online this time for XLG. Still a couple short on the side of Sentinels. One more kill required for Narrate. Or mid control to come on through. A lot of melee trading over towards A main. Not going to be the case this particular rounds. And the Prowler to just take a look that Havoya is not to be seen. In fact, a lot of Havoya's utility hasn't even been deployed yet. He's waiting.
Nice.
Oh, Coconut, come on! You had the heads up!
Caster
It's in your
bias?
name. You're all up there like a Coconut. You just couldn't get that first blood, but it is just
Instead, he got cracked
Sheriffs.
open.
Yeah, he got cracked for sure.
All right, guys, let's focus on the game here.
XLG on Sheriffs, that would have been the one surprise, something to get a rifle. I mean, I'm just hard coping at this point.
happy way.
That is nice. Neural Death being invested too. XLG believe. I don't know if the rest of us do, because Narrate is pulling out shots like
My
that
God.
to put the ball back into Sentinel's court. And Voy is blinded.
Nice.
Right there.
Or somebody was blinded.
The Observer has no idea. I'm convinced the Observer does not play
Damage
Valorant.
done, no matter which way you slice it.
And they're just
Happy Way
trying
is
to
showing
put
up.
the
He's had a couple
people
of
on the
clean rounds
radar
so far, but
and
Havoya
pick.
Oh, the
isn't going to be the walkthrough at all. Bang, shut him down. He had the first. He'll take the last as well here. Bringing through 2 rifles, but I mean, yeah.
Hey, Tarik, are you
Economy
familiar with the
damage, you'll say
grapefruit
that was
technique?
a decent round for XLG despite losing, but Sentinels now starting to build a pretty good lead.
And Havoya had a real chance in the 1 versus 2 because he picked up a rifle from mid.
fuck?
So still,
He would need to play the Annihilation
No.
too, I think. And then
Ban that
maybe,
guy.
yeah.
yeah, we're coming up with, hindsight 2020, but now
Freaky
it's
ass
3 in a row
motherfucker.
for Sentinels.
During a
and
Valorant match
then
at
you got
3 a.m.
Nightfall.
It's probably
You know,
fucking
he's,
6 a.m. where you're at,
with how
too.
Sentinels have been pivoting back and forth. You could have that Omen be part of that with Bang. So now some mid patrolling.
Also in the right, got a couple of kills over on the.
What do you
B
do
side
when
last-
someone
A
asks you
side
something
rather
you don't
last
know?
which was-
You search it.
causing a few
I
problems.
searched it.
Let's look over towards market one more time.
This
though.
reminds
That was
me
where
of when they
Coconut
told me
fell
to
early.
fucking look at R34
Looking to
Valorant.
control this right trip into
Fucking
mid.
fell out of my fucking chair.
He dropped off.
Don't want that smoke. Oh, Zekin
Oh.
Wait,
the Annihilation
Zekin,
will
I think,
still
dies.
be grabbed by that Annihilation, and Zelsis will have to avenge him. As now the spawn is open, and XLG get hit by a Nightfall. So the
Free my boy.
problems that Happy Way is facing, and he won't have to worry about them anymore. Coconut and Viva have to also re-clear through their own spawn.
Look at
They have
Cypher.
no idea
Cypher,
where Zelsis is
Observer.
lurking about, so saving
Oh my God.
your weapons, including that up.
Well, that's the
is the
thing,
key.
right? They brought the op in. Raga played a glass cannon op that will be
Do I
recovered
like
by Viva now.
pretzels? Not answering these questions because I don't know what you
Sentinels
guys are
feel like they
onto
have enough to
anymore.
chase here.
Agenda of the
Money's
chat
actually
is
not too bad,
questionable.
so they're going to go for this one. If they take away the
How
op,
many
that'll be
ceilings
a
have you touched
very
in your life? You
expensive
see what I'm
loss
talking
for
about? Like, what am I
XLG.
supposed to do
mean,
with
just
that?
losing these guns in
How
general
many
would be a very
ceilings have I touched
expensive
in my
loss.
life?
Zekin being the only death here that was due to the annihilation from Havoya. Everything else going very wrong for XLG.
I don't know, you're gonna be able to keep these rifles, XLG. Coconut has to be locked. Here's the swing. Beautiful setup from John Cutie. And now you're just watching your own win, and
Zelsis.
the op is dropped.
Don't
at
get me mad, bro.
least, and Sentinels are rich enough, so who
Yeah,
cares?
Zelsis will drop the selfie cam there just for
Tarik,
fun.
I don't
And
know
then
what
Sentinels,
to
it's fine.
do.
The
I
rest
keep
of them
letting
will
my
come
ex
clean up.
disrespect me and get away with it. Sounds like you answered your own question, no?
Oh, nearly a hero
Wait.
rifle onto Havoya.
Me
That would be
saying
the
no there
Guardian.
is so
Still
ironic.
The buys are a little bit later on, but yeah, this is the one kill that came through posthumously as well via annihilation. But then, of course, the ending that we saw. But yeah, a large number of kills that happened in the middle of the round after Zekin trades himself with Havoya that kind of goes awry for them, and it's not going to end up being the full purchase.
Guys, if
through
you wanna
for
get back
Havoya
at your
because
ex-
he's still only got 500 credits left, so it's like he has essentially spent
she's
most of his bank
treated
here,
you wrong,
hoping to get something done with the Guardian.
or he's treated you wrong, just sleep with their dad or mom, and that's it, dude.
But this is too forward from Viva. Wow. Just the swing is so good from
Yeah, that's
XLG. Viva, he lives and he kills. And Zelsis just catching Coconut on a bit of a hot skip and a jump and a clean round out of XLG.
Oh, Viva came out of nowhere. That was incredible stuff. Didn't even really have what was that, a Bulldog as well? That is an extremely good one for XLG and a momentum stopper for Sentinels, and don't XLG need it. You wouldn't want, from the XLG POV, to see another 6 in a row from Sentinels in the opening half, and XLG shut it down early to keep this one nice and tight. One round
If I was not a
between them.
streamer, what would I be doing?
That could
I
have
will be
gone
in the
so
chat asking the
poorly,
same
but
question
this
you're
early
asking.
aggression on A. Couple times it hasn't worked out, but when it has worked out, it's led to big round wins that will now swing things back momentum-wise potentially for XLG.
We just reverse swap the roles, dude.
It looks like this Hunter's Fury could just be used for the retake after all, especially when you have John Cutie. You're reading he has a Rolling Thunder. Sentinels
In
can
whose
get any
stream?
site they want.
Not answering that.
And off the camera info, that
Can't tell you guys where I'm
Zelsis
hanging out
provided,
after
they're
hours.
confident trying to push into Coconut, into Market. The last time they've read that he was there, but it's a different setup from XLG. You got the teleport from Bang to come assist, and the spike is down. The Hunter's Fury cuts Sentinels at the heel. And it's now Bang that has to lurk around after the ult, and he gets a surprise, but not enough manpower
Good job,
from
Observer.
Sentinels to muscle that round.
Good looking flick coming through from Bang, but it's not going to be able to save himself from the secondary player from XLG. 2 in a row, complete market control. Sentinels want to get a lot more work done, but just quite couldn't get that through. And now as we look towards Sentinels' timeout, we're still seeing potential buy-ups here, just barely enough money on a couple of players.
Can you help me with this, Tarik? Given the increasing convergence of digital asset markets and competitive esports ecosystems, how do you think the fluctuating macroeconomic indicators like inflation or interest rates might impact organizational spending on Tier 1 talent acquisition across franchises like Valorant and CS, especially in regions where local currencies are depreciating against the dollar?
Yeah, it's a little annoying that they're consistently having
bro.
to come in with new members.
I mean, do you need me to put that in ChatGPT for
Three
you?
players in this one initiator spot, moving from
Guys,
YOU
I'm not
to
gonna do
me
it
to
for you,
Nomad
bro.
to Havoya, the coach. Consistent inconsistency, you could say, in terms of that position. However, it's led to this event being
I wonder if ChatGPT is
a
the
reasonable
like
good look for XLG, but can it be
worst
good enough to take us
nightmare
to
to like
round
a
three? Can it
fucking
be good enough for
professor or
XLG
teacher.
to knock
I know
out
we had like
Sentinels,
Spark
a
Notes
tournament
and
favorite?
shit like back then, but like
I think
now
that
it's
round
like
could have
too
just been
advanced.
simplified from Sentinels, just having the Rolling Thunder, have your Neon.
But there's probably
glide
like
in
AI
and
that
call it a
catches
day,
the fucking
but
AI,
that
but it's just
rotate
AI
over
war at that point, right?
was really tough, and what a beautiful Hunter's Fury. Viva Like, such a good
It's the
impact,
worst
and
nightmare for the
11 and 4
students? Why for the
back-to-back
students?
round wins for XLG off of his effort.
You're just trying to get your degree and
Man,
get out.
Rolling
Most of you guys are not learning shit.
Overdrive, neural theft. Surely this is the round for Sentinels.
Some low armors though. 125 across the board. John QT, Bulldog in hand. No early aggression this time from XLG. Could be another market play for Sentinels.
Don't they say like the
into
best thing you're gonna get from going to university is the friends you've made, the networking? Or they also say like all you're doing is just learning how to learn. Because when you go to your job, it's probably not going to be applicable. You're going to fucking just have to learn whatever the fuck you do when you get there. This Happy Way guy is fucking shrieking. 3v2.
No Celsius, he takes advantage and evens up the odds as best as he can. Sentinels back in the driver's seat after the effort from that Sentinel from XLG.
How many jobs have I had?
It's up to Rorga,
CLG,
I think maybe just keeping the optic,
Cloud9, NRG,
if you're Raga, you can
EG,
swap over to the overdrive at any point in
MIBR,
time. The real
Sentinels,
difficulty
7.
is eventually you're going to have to play into some of this
Did I miss
John
anyone?
QT utility. Haunts back on a line. Fault line is there again. Most importantly, though, it is looking over towards that ultimate. Swapping over towards a weapon. This is so doable for Raga.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder's invested,
Nice.
and Rarga not able to clutch this one up, especially how important that weapon was. Of course, they're able to buy up again, but that was a big risk for Rarga to take, and it's so tough to push into that when you have the two corners to get through. The wall was a great isolation, but a better Rolling Thunder out of Sentinels.
I'll trade an operator for an old Rolling Thunder. That is far easier for you to get an op back than it is for the Rolling Thunder to come through. Taking that item off board.
And then Twitch,
gone
so
now
that's
from
8.
Sentinels.
It's 8.
It's a good trade for Raga. Would have been even better if he got the kill, but overdrive he saved as well. So yeah, he had the opportunity to trade his operator for a rifle. And now Raga wants to get something done over towards B main.
I'm looking at the overdrive from Zekin. Of course, the drone.
This
from
game is
Viva
not free at
reveals
all,
that
man.
Sentinels do just like to kick off their rounds over at A main. But XLG
Am I watching?
Not gonna immediately
I'm watching.
unleash
Not.
that
I'm not
paranoia and be as
incredibly
aggressive
locked
and active
in,
as they have
but
before.
I'm watching
They're letting
though.
the ball be in Sentinel's court.
I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna flame the observer, but I won't do it. I don't know. I can't blame them. It's my own fault. I'm not watching closely enough.
And we did at least see a couple members push down B. That's where the Baron Mesh is going to be deployed.
Looks like a B split. What do we got for
First
ults?
40 seconds pass
Not
on
shit,
through.
really.
Baron Mesh will fade away. Full mid control for Sentinels so far. They've had success over in towards market. Just a sonic sensor there. Prowler's going to get past and check everything out, but no members here to defend.
Sonic sensor at B is gonna make things sketchy for Zekin if he crosses that path, especially when you have to try and get to that high ground. And there's a Sonic sensor stun, the swing out of Favoria.
Nice.
The support is better out of the Sentinels to back up their duelist. And it's Coconut from the top rope now being obscured. They'll have to take a market approach if XLG hope to retake this, and they'll leave Coconut to wait for that cage to expire.
You have members playing offsite here as well, which is going to be very difficult for XLG to be able to navigate. Multiple angles here, at least if you come through Boba for one member on Coconut could be interesting, but no paranoia. Well, it's already been spent now, but can they react in time to get these kills?
You don't even have time to use the neural
How is he
theft.
doing
You just have
that?
to go and frag, and
Guys! What the fuck? How did he get up there for free?
and XLG will tie.
Damn,
Just like
flanked
Pilsky
us
said
from
early
the
on, it's been
box.
Happy Way's day in his tournament so far.
Oh
when
my
XLG look like
God.
they are in a struggling position. Happy Way delivers, losing yesterday to DRX as ISO at least was able to get something done. Now today on the
Zekin
Sentinel,
was watching Spawn.
Happy Way leading the way. Giving all the smiles across the face for XLG to bring this one again to a tied-up 5-5, forcing that economy now on the Sentinel side. That could have gone so poorly, but
I was thinking for 100 Cs versus EDG, yeah.
shots in there. Neural theft
Today is way
came
more
in,
chill.
but he didn't even get the info. He just swings before the neural theft comes through, and he wins these duels.
It's been a big conversation about the impact of these Sentinels. Happy Way and Zeus is providing so much, whether on the defense or the post plane. It's not even been
Is that a
about
cage to cross
big
top
duelist matchup between
Oh, they don't
Zekin
even
and
need
Rarga.
it.
I believe they're even bottom
Oh,
fragging,
it's a
but all
B
that
split.
matters is
Through
how
door,
you pull
CT,
together
and
these
main.
rounds as a team. And it's another
Oh,
Sentinels
they have
cut
a
into
trip for
market
it. They're
the
literally
Sonic
ready for it.
sensors
Oh,
to
he's
try and
faking it. I like the fake. I actually love the fake of this. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I still like the idea.
Into the mix, and Sentinels have to wait. Now they swing out. Nary with the stinger, and now the Nightfall at 5 HP. Just
nice.
XLG in his place, and it sets up the overdrive for Zekian, but Rarga knows his place.
Fuck.
And Sentinels 2 versus 2, and one of them with a pistol, open to change that up, and Zekian at the top site wants to get ahead of the game.
Is there a gun for John? There's no guns.
Through
There's
the
a
market
ghost.
side, and it's Rarga that leads that, loud and proud, around the corner. This is the
Oh,
fight
John
to
died.
win the round,
You know
and
he's
it's
there.
Viva
Oh,
once
no, we
again,
lost it.
strikes to the heart of John Cutie. 1v1, and the better Neon is Rarga.
We're not like in our
maximum
maximum form. We're not in our
from
best
Viva,
form,
who
for
falls.
sure. I
Lots of
don't know.
utility still in there. Recon forces action through from Sentinels. And Raga responds. You see him sliding in all the way through mid into market, catching a timing. And it's the relief squad from XLG to come in to save the day, to give them the lead now on Sunset. Final round for Sen to be able to try and close this one out with a minimum 6-6, which is what we got in our opening map.
XLG has a sub.
Still, though, decent damage
Yeah, but
done,
Streets are
considering
saying the
this was
sub
just
is
a
better
big
than the
sting round
starter.
coming through
Streets are
from
Yin by the way.
Sentinels. If the objective was to
So like
obviously,
we're
if you
actually playing
can't quite
a
get the
stronger
rounds, at
version of
least deal
XLG
significant
here.
damage, you've done that. Have you taken enough money away? Because there still is enough money for this final round for XLG.
Big round out of Rarga. Needed to see him activate and come alive for potentially one of the final times for XLG at EWC, and Coconut could have maybe been heard at that corner, and Zekian is still caught off guard. Just
The UI is so far ahead. You guys seen
around his
that?
own wall, and
I saw
Happyway
both
has
of them
been the
die like
ultimate
5
anchor for
seconds ago.
XLG to keep B as a big of a challenge as possible against the Sentinels.
Here's the info off the Neural Theft. Knowing that A is a little bit compromised is going to be narrating out. They drop off Zelsis
Fuck this wall.
to try and sell this fake a little bit further. Havoya not interested in moving out.
I mean, I'll be
Waiting
honest,
for
they
the
have double
barrier mesh,
sentinel.
being
5 rounds on
patient
attack
again,
is not that
doesn't want to
bad.
reveal his position.
Like I think 5
Now
rounds is
finally he's
pretty
gonna be
good.
the full rotation. This will be an A finish. Does Raga
The
smell
problem
this
is double sentinel is
one?
also
He's
good
starting
on
to lean
attack.
over, and eventually
Like they take sight and
XLG
place
need to be
deadlock
ready.
trips and shit. It's fucking annoying.
Surely that's footsteps heard. Has to be, surely.
Yeah, he can prowler through that corner box, so Havoya has a lot. Maybe could even throw this Annihilation preemptively, and he claims the breach, and there...
Wow. That's a coach my fucking ass, dude. This guy's fucking hacking.
What a
Fucking
clutch
too
from
loud.
Havoya to hold it down.
Got a golf clap coming out from me on that one. Just shoots through the cocoon player to find the one behind. Dirty stuff coming through from Havoya for XLG now to lead 7 and 5. And well, XLG won the first pistol as well. If they get the second pistol, you're looking at 9 and 5, and Sentinels a bit struggling on here. We might end up going to Haven, a map that
Sentinels fans be like, you shouldn't be able to shoot through a deadlock ult.
Given that they have
Honestly,
banned that one a
retweet.
number of times, and XLG, my goodness, Happyway once again delivers so huge over on the opposite side of map. Over on B.
Which one is the coach?
I'll tell you what, G2
Havoya.
leaf might not be here, but the Chinese
Havoya.
leaf certainly is.
You see the pressure to Sentinels really feeling it. They also just seem like a more quiet, locked-in team, at least my impression of them seeing
No half
them
pause?
for the first time in person. And XLG,
I'm doing a 60-second
they're
here.
yappers,
It's
man.
usually like 60
They're
seconds.
loud, and just every time someone steps up, they're just encouraging
match.
each other, and this is a team that could really
match
scale
live?
up, but it was Sentinels that closed it out on Lotus after that big back and forth. So XLG have to keep up this level of performance, and it's all going to come
score
down to this
update.
pistol.
Wait, what the fuck?
A team that
Oh,
is
yeah, they're
mixed
just starting
language
map 3?
here.
How are they
Majority
just
Chinese
starting map
speakers,
3? Wasn't map 2 ended a while ago?
Russian coach, meaning that they do have to calm in English. It's going to be a lot more difficult to get some information across, particularly in very rough situations when a lot is happening at the same time, which is why sometimes you do see sloppy runs that we did get on Lotus. Double
I don't know how Icebox is
situation
just
and
starting
various
for the other
others.
series, because they
But
finished
beyond
so
all
long
that,
ago.
getting past all those issues, 7 and 5 on the second map, and not a terrible opening map on Lotus either, despite that one eventually getting away from them.
Oh,
You see
yeah.
Havoya is the one that
I just
as
realized.
I even just take a look at the team. But
Bang
you
is
could even
back
hear
to the end instead of the middle?
The main one.
It's actually a good
yelling out the
observation. I didn't
calls,
notice
leading
that.
the team.
Because Bang
At this
sat in the
stage,
middle
I
for
mean,
all
he
the
might even
season
just
for
be
us.
the IG of the team. He's basically able to just relay all the coaching information
now
he would
Zach
have
in the
been able to
middle.
give to the team during tack pauses, and between games, all of that, but doing it live in the game
Just put John in the
itself.
middle? I mean,
Sentinels are
C9
also
does
just
it as
such a
well
good
with
team at being
Oxy.
able to come back.
I think if you have like a
Not that
player
there's,
who's
like,
more
not a
quiet,
major deficit. It's just
maybe,
7-5.
or
But
I don't know.
Sentinels
Like if you want
have
more
such a good
energy
read
to
on the
be
game.
around
They know
that
how to
person,
download and
it's not
adapt and
bad.
do so quite quickly before the game gets away
Because
with
what's
them.
the
That's
real
how
advantage of having the
Lotus
IGL in the
went
middle? Like, because you can
Sentinels'
see
way
two
in the
monitors,
end.
but you can also
And they
do
can
that in the
expose
second
those
seat
cracks
too.
in XLG and get in their heads.
Is
Now
it just
XLG
so he
know
can
it's
see the
gonna
whole
be a
team's
mental
like face?
game,
Like
and
I don't know.
they're trying
What's
to
the
get
real
themselves
advantage of
hyped
having
up as
IGL in the
best as
middle?
possible, especially when there's a tech timeout.
These moments are good for
I don't know if there is like.
XLG. I'm not gonna lie
I
to you,
think
'cause
if
this
you
is
have,
giving a
I
lot of
think if
time
you
for
want to
Bavaria
like,
to, again,
I
send
think
the marching orders
personalities
down.
could play into it. Wait, what's happening
Of course,
here?
I'm not able to
What the fuck is happening?
exactly hear what the comms are and exactly what the tactics are. But very easy, you can see that he's able to just give so much info over, using a bit of time to explain things, again, in English comms to a Chinese team that would otherwise maybe take a bit more time to settle
Imagine
in.
word.exe. Wait, it
Just gives the
reminded me of that
opportunity
actually
for
Forsaken
XLG to
moment.
really come through
Oh
and
my god.
find their openings,
Oh
find
my
their
god, you guys
advantages, and
actually
work
do the
together as
lines
a
so
team, 'cause
fast.
some of those team moments on Lotus was what let them down, but we can see they have the fragging power, we can see they have the talent, we can see that even if you have your coach in, if you can actually perform, that you don't have that normal downside of having a stand-in that's just going to get farmed and that's just going to get run over in a lot of these fights.
What's happening? I don't know.
Voya's
I
putting
feel
up
like
numbers.
Zekken has had tech
And
issues
then on
all
top of that,
day.
he's adding the
I've seen the
construction, he's
admins buy his
adding the
PC all
leadership of
day.
the
I wonder
team
what's happening.
that maybe the team didn't get enough of in previous showings with previous members in previous tournaments. It's starting to reveal itself into the 7-5 lead, which could definitely progress even further.
I heard it's not even LAN. It's
Sentinels
not
have
LAN.
done
They're playing
a lot
on
of
LAN
maturing
servers.
over the past couple of Masters and all the time they spent
They're
as
playing
a team
online
since
servers.
these new
So
additions from last
yeah,
year.
I don't know what the fuck's
It's
happening out
about
here.
There's so much
That's
more
crazy.
to
It is
than
crazy
obviously
because they're
just shooting
partnered
and
with
being in the
Riot.
game. It's the aspect outside of it.
I don't
of
know
not
how that's
dwelling on the
possible.
mistakes, no matter how
Because
stupid
it's not like
they
this.
are, no matter
Like
how
I don't know.
silly they are.
This stuff makes no sense to me, bro.
And this is a Sentinels
Wait, Zach
team
is getting
that beat
tilted.
down XLG pretty recently.
I think Zach's getting tilted or no?
And you go into this expecting the same result if you're on that team, and you're expecting much more of a challenge in an XLG.
Some
that
players
are
have been
starting
having
to get
packet
real
loss
hyped
during
up
the
and looking
games.
real good, and it's not even coming
Yeah,
from
we
the
have no
duels.
idea. To be honest,
A lot of people, when they look at
we
XLG, it's the
don't really know what's
show,
going on
it's
out there.
Happy Way, a big hero, but everyone now is
feel
firing
like-
on all cylinders from XLG, including the coach.
It might be a shit show.
So again, previous meeting, 8-4 opening half. Toronto. Sentinels attacking side with 8. Only 4 on the defense for XLG. And this time around, 7-5 going the opposite direction, changing their comp up from double Enid to double Sentinel, with Havoya leading all the way on the deadlock.
Bro, Misa,
Also did
like,
play
it's
Cypher
different
yesterday
though.
versus
This is like,
DRX and looked okay on that one. Played Raze
They
in our
should know how to
previous
do it,
map and
man.
honestly performed pretty damn good.
why is it not
At
on
the
LAN
moment,
servers? From my understanding, for it to be
7-5
on
are good
LAN,
enough
Riot has
lead
to like
with a double
provide
duel,
special
double
equipment
sentinel rather,
for the
defense for
organizers.
them
Like they
have
have
the
to
buffer
bring the
required to
Riot
close
LAN
out
servers
this
to
map
the
now as
events.
they have to play
Like it's
double
not as
Senti on
simple as just
offense.
hosting it on
Surely if
LAN.
they
Like
can get into
Riot
some of these post plants, you
has
can
to bring
imagine the setup
extra
would be pretty
equipment and
nasty.
set it up for you. So I'm guessing that
Ideally,
wasn't done.
XLG would. I mean, they obviously want to go to the third map, although Haven would not be their favorite. They obviously floated it because they feel capable.
But yeah,
but they
packet
went
loss
to
is
Haven
crazy.
just recently against
If
DRX,
they're getting
which is a
packet
13-6 loss.
that means the internet's shit.
XLG,
I mean, you
it
guys
wasn't a
know
good
how I
showing,
am,
and it was
dude.
the
If I started getting packet loss, I just wouldn't play.
Which everyone's
I'd be like, nah, I
pulling
can't play here.
out all types of different comps and things they've especially cooked up for this international. And now you're starting to think about the factor of this tech pause and how it's really iced out the
Packet
momentum
loss
of
is
XLG.
insane,
Here's a fun fact for you as well. In that previous Sunset game was Happy Way that top frag 18-17 despite losing 6 and 13 in the scoreline. Fun stat line here is also 5-1 in terms of first kills to first deaths in that last showing. So Happy Way on that Cypher performed immaculately despite losing on Sunset, and now he's winning Sunset, performing just as well.
This is cooked, dude.
Continuing that trend on that Sentinel defensive side, and yeah, he's kind of getting everything. He's getting late kills, winning difficult situations.
We
Also
had
getting
LAN
some
servers at Ludwig
first kills
Tarik.
in there as well. Although
Yeah.
decent amount
Well,
of
that's
first
because
kills have
Riot
also
partnered
come
with
through
us.
from other members like
But,
Havoya that we saw
they're
in a couple
partnered
of
with
those
these
earlier
guys
rounds.
too. I don't know why
Deadlock
it's not there. I don't know.
peeking
I
through
couldn't tell
early,
you.
Finding opportunities.
I wonder if you guys can hear the Dota hype coming from the opposite stage. It's been funny to think about There's all the different esports and who's been the loudest. And in Valorant yesterday, Avril, I was getting jump scared by how much the players were screaming after every round. And it's been cool to just see all the esports kind of be together side by side over at this B stage. I don't know, all the games.
The Dota players said, can the Valorant players pipe down a little bit? It's so loud that it's coming through the Dota comms apparently. So
that's really funny.
The neighbors
now the neighbors
they just want to farm their gold, you know, and they're hearing too much pop off from aces and clutches, and they're getting jump scared. Like, hey, I'm
the
just
Dota players are getting scared of the Valor players
on the other side of the stage.
What?
Well, I know one person that's farming, and that's Viva. I've been really proud of him today. Just stepping up as that Sova. Beautiful Hunter's Fury from the opposite sides of the map to just multi-kills holding down on the A side. Just these underdog players that have stepped up in the biggest moment. Hey, I love to see smiles on the Sentinel side.
Packet loss is really bad, but the problem with packet loss is that it's not an easy fix.
I just call it locked in, but
because it's a routing issue.
The vibes are good despite whatever we're waiting for.
But it's the worst one,
There's
dude.
a PC issue somewhere that needs to be sorted out.
What's happening with the glasses?
Don't think it's Zekin this time, but it is what it is. Last time it was Zekin.
What's happening with the glasses? What's happening right here?
We'll just see where that ends up, but still fun vibes over the XLG side, no matter which way you slice it. They're happy to just vibe for now. Having their back and forth chatter.
They're probably laughing at how shit this is right now.
Until we're back into game, at least. Unless I just caster curse that one.
I think there's no rights PC down the end there.
Can I caster curse production? Is that a thing?
If that was possible, if that was possible, I'd be curious what extent you could start doing that. That would be a superpower.
I'll work my voodoo magic for sure. Because me and Schiff were cursing yesterday.
The boys are gonna have some stories when they come back home for sure.
Because I don't know if we keep summoning the tech issues.
Well, the admins are sprinting around sweating.
That'd like a superpower.
Admins are tweaking out, dude.
Timu Death Note kind of style going. I was like, no, I can't write somebody's name and cause their demise, but you know, I can just make things annoying with curses. So
if I could spell anybody's names, that would be great. Timu Death Note, what is it? Like your pen doesn't work? Did the pages, the ink bleed?
you just curse things instead of actually having the power over life and death.
Is this name for other events over there too? I have no idea, bro.
Speaking of life and death, we are in the lower bracket, of course.
All right, we're starting. Here we go.
And I think we are getting back into
we're getting back in. Okay.
Map. Okay. Again, 7-5. Pistol, important here. Could be a decent lead being gained by XLG if they clean up the pistol again. Of course, double Senti on the attacking side could be problematic, and if they can start bringing together some rounds, especially in these post-plant successfully, XLG would be in a great spot.
See XLG just trying to keep the energy up. You just can't look at the series score. Don't even look at the map score. Just focus on the half. Of course, Cypher trips are going to be the obstacle course that Varga has to get through, but that's the joy of having Viva and just, you know, eyeballs in your head too.
All right, we waited a long time. We're going to start things out.
All right, let's see it.
Stack over
Zealous
towards
the
B side.
Yeah.
Solo trip to be able to hold off for some time, and the shock will just place that one, leading to a fast lane hit onto B. Nobody's home. This will be a full retake.
I like that Varga's inserted
post.
deep 2 to kind of watch for any potential retake, and that'll be all led by Narrate with a Prowler. In which corner he decides to check with, and someone has to swing right in there, and I think a breach for a retake is going to be a lot more solid.
And again,
talking about what the pause was for? No.
Stop this utility from range with no shock darts available.
They have no idea.
So you're just going to have to try to run into some of these. At least there'll be some information on Viva.
Oh boy, you're doing what you can. You get blinded, you get breach utiled, and Sentinels have found their way in. There's a Sonic Sensor, good concuss that Varga is able to benefit from. And it's a 2 versus 1, all up to Narrate. And he gets the finishing blow on Coconut.
Fuck, that stun fucked us. I don't even know what happened on the front of the site though. Dude, we've won 1 out of 6
Sentinels
pistols,
did a pretty good job
man.
there, coming through, despite having to run into all of this util from the double Sentinels. But the flashes, the stuns are good, instantly working off of those. The breach util coming through. So, despite losing that round, came within very close margins, but it is the pistol going the way of XLG in the hands of Havoya, the last surviving member, led by their coach here, looking across the stage. As it's going to be, do you want a keyboard? Is this a keyboard issue? I can help you out. On a spare one ready to go. As got a bit more time now, plenty of time, maybe too much time to talk about the fact that this is potentially going to be another anti-eco win, obviously. We're going to look towards a 9-5, and then suddenly you're looking at a situation where Sentinels are going to start sweating a little bit. They should be looking pretty good on this attack.
I'm not gonna lie, it's been
rather
way
on the
more
defense
tech
side,
pauses on
considering
the B stream,
attacking
right?
double senties could be a little rough, but again, if you can actually get on these sites, it's just really, really rough.
It's rough, but we hope you guys have time to go get a snack, and we're going to make sure the Sentinels are all okay. And we'll check in with Sen City 2 after this break.
On the map, and you can see it that he
I'll
was
put it on my
cognizant
second monitor and we'll come back when it starts.
With those 2 kills out of tube early.
Enemy remains.
The difference maker in this one. Valen doing his damnedest. Kind of a bit of a whoopsies from K-Knight with the shock dart, but all's well as that ends well for the side of Billy. And they have strung 4 rounds together here on this
On
attacker
this stream,
side.
it sounds like they're casting with their iPhones.
To have the Viper's Pit, going to use this Cascade to force Jonah P back. They're on the hunt.
Oh, one for a reload. Bit of an awkward timing there as spot out through the wall. Well, I'm just go ahead and leave Jonah P to his own devices for the moment as the spike is now planted. The pit is in play. Question is, G2, what do you try to do? You don't have a counter pit of your own. You don't have that lockdown to try to flush players out of it. As Levy is now confirming presence of multiple players, has to backpedal. Heal flies, and kills are found. K-Knight gonna be taken down at the same time. Scale forward, BLG needing to fight up into the pit. Widely do find themselves stacked up, but time is ticking, working against G2. The spray from Trent, Widely is going.
What is happening?
Right around them.
Oh my god.
BLG will be able to clinch it out.
Yeah, love the change of
What
pace
just
here
happened?
from BLG. Just rushing forward onto B. Again, just maybe looking to try to punish Shaq a little bit. He's going to be tasked to lock down that B side on the Killjoy. But also knowing that if you can get that Viper's Pit down early, you're giving yourself a really good chance. With G2 finding the kills on the outer edges of the pit itself. Then once they have to get inside, it is locked down by Rushi and company. And back onto an eco. Go G2.
Standing ahead.
Couple ults available. Rez is there. Clear the turret. YZ he's just pushing. I like that Cascade setup to set him up to cover that angle.
He runs through his harbor wall.
Good kills in response. Those K-Knight and Levius both get taken out.
Oh.
Gonna be the Rez as well.
Wow.
Trying to give him a numbers advantage, and
That's
now gonna be
big.
caught off guard.
Wow.
Swing out. And Chocobo wins out of range with the Stinger. The wheels are starting to come off.
Yeah, this is gonna be a eco win. I mean, you had the Rez in there too for Jog. This is just incredible. I was not expecting this
Did
at
G2
all.
win map 2 with Teo?
I thought this
13-4,
looked
yep.
pretty good.
That's one more player to potentially pick up one of these upgraded weapons. Because now they know Russia's position. Just have that spike in hand, sets up the wall, and looks like he's just gonna try to stay tucked back in the spawn for 44 seconds.
Well, we wait.
Yeah, no, we do.
What happened to Leaf?
Chill
I don't
out,
know
hang
exactly
back.
what,
Wasn't
but
wait for the timer to go
from
down.
my understanding, he's on a
Yeah,
medical leave
the
because
little
he's sick or
relaxation
not
moments
feeling
that
well,
can
so he
sometimes
wasn't able to
just
travel.
arbitrarily be built into Valorant.
Oh, it's G2 tweet. Let me see.
Catch our breath a little bit.
Yeah.
Gonna have some.
Could take the time.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
Go get
After
there's a massage
Masters Toronto,
Yeah, there
Leaf
you go.
began
Quick
experiencing
30
health
seconds.
issues and is currently
Some good
going through
coffee
treatment.
upstairs.
10
Per
seconds
doctor's
left.
orders, he will not be
Got
traveling to
a
EWC.
barista up
So
there
you
for
have
the
it.
players.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Damn.
Just do
It's
whatever.
tough.
Chill out. Make sure that you're the vibes are good, and then you're ready to go. Looks like Jonah P gonna go on the hunt. Can't see, but Russia can. So we'll be able to find it, but cannot prevent the Thrifty.
Show Leaf some
Well, that's
love. Yeah,
G2.
I don't know exactly what he's going
Closing
through,
the
but
gap ever so slightly. The more rounds that they're able to find on the defending side, the better they're going to be
Link in
feeling,
chat.
given the composition that they
Very
have,
sweet.
and
Or
also
Twitter.
just the
Tweeter.
propensity for Icebox to be an attacker-sided map.
Yeah, both teams just kind of going for some util combos. You can see the recon dart there to set up Valen. Get his kill. The Cascade to set up YZ to get up on that tube. Like that play with the Harbor to cover. You know, a lot of teams don't seem to get fooled too much by those jumps up on the top of the tubes. It's going to be a timeout from BLG. I think just stressing here to maybe keep playing as a team, keep going with what was working. you know, when they were just kind of deathballing around the map, going for those
Tack
fast
pause, tack
executes.
pause.
Those were going pretty darn well. This round, Neff wanted to show a different look, and that's fair. It's respectable. You got it. You know, a team like G2 is eventually going to find the counter to you. But maybe talking about trying to wait out some of that util as well, especially against an eco there. You know, you kind of anticipate that a team might get aggressive, and BLG just not quite ready for it. Valen just
Sentinel is still not live yet.
speeding his way towards the belt. Using that util from Trent to
Am I gonna watch Tribute
accelerate.
Academy? No, I'm not.
Do have
It's
a
at 2
lockdown
p.m.
for both squads. Viper's
It's not
pit
gonna
for
happen,
Jonah P.
unfortunately. But go Cubert.
Is he just gonna
Cheering
want to
them
lock
on.
down this B side initially? You bet. You bet.
It's just too late.
Send it, but it seems like it's not really dissuading BLG.
Uh-oh.
Why is he getting up ahead
He
of
has
this
no
one?
idea.
Just ducks into that smoke. You would be able to find him and have Jonah P dead to right.
Wow.
There you go. Finds
Yeah,
it
no
eventually.
idea. How did he get
Still
there?
coming through. Wall's now going to be raised. There's a check. Trying to set up the nano for the delay. Close coming through. Why is he continuing to scale forward?
Why is he
pushes
trolling?
forward, and that gives Trent line of
What a
sight.
trade.
K-Knight will have the reply. Lockdown now going to be set up, but the Hunter's Fury is there. K-Knight clearing this out.
Oh, no, he
Shaq
got
actually
hit.
strafes forward into it.
Oh, no,
Ends
that
up
was a
offering
mistake.
up just a big chunk of his HP bar.
They're going back to A. Yeah, he tried beating the laser.
They want to go to the other side of the map. Just they know basically everybody's here for G2.
28K viewers in chat ain't moving.
They'll try to force.
Can we get
Creeping forward. Does he read this? Yes, he does. Can't get flush enough against the wall to have the jump. Talking about the slow creep.
Can we get
He does manage to keep this now.
a wave?
Parity,
I don't know.
3v3. The spike gets ready to be planted. Already 2 players from G2 in position to try to reply. And Valen almost
2v2.
finds himself a second elim.
should run.
Do they expect Shaq here? No, they do not. Falls down to 5.
Good fall.
Heal available as well. That means that Risha has his work cut out for him.
Sentinels on tech pause, no
Got the
ETA.
wall for Jog 2. This is a very unorthodox position here for Rusia.
On pipes in front of 410. Hearing the double drop. Knows they're both going to be backside. Doesn't want to make any noise himself. The wall now going to be raised. Knows that he has to ride up over the top. Tries to fake that one out. Gets the
Wow,
spot
he
onto
lost the
one.
stage
but
wall.
even if he had gotten the kill on the Shack, the time of the defuse just wouldn't really be there for him to play against. And G2 continuing to persevere.
Yeah, I don't mind at all what BLG's doing in this round. I think
Thank
these
you
are
for the
good
lead up for the
ideas, but
61 months.
That position from Neff.
Should run.
Not
Who
a
won
great
the
one.
Sentinels game?
The gun barrel
The
way ahead
score
of
is
time.
8-5 on second map Sunset.
And then
Sentinels
that
are
wall,
up
again, that
1-0.
Sage so valuable on this map.
But currently there's a
Like
tech
you said,
pause,
the
so
heal
the game
there
is
actually came through
delayed.
and mattered because he got wall banged, did Shaq, and then the wall as well to force that angle.
We don't have a
Make
winner
it an
yet.
easier fight for G2. Now you got the Blade Storm here.
Reason of tech pause?
YZ gonna pop it off the rip. Slow there.
To be determined.
Try
I have no
to
idea.
Keep him from going right up onto that belt
They
position.
didn't tell us shit, bro.
Just storming forward. Neff is going to be on his own on the other side of the map.
Drifts into nest. Jogamo top of screens. Drone to try to clear this out. See if it has enough power to clear the angle, but it'll be a quick little peek in, and then there you go. No spot
Phantom
on the
Gamer.
Sage. YZ falls
Jogamo.
into the trap.
This is awkward.
Jogamo.
This is very awkward.
Yeah, it's just getting expounded upon now. G2 looking to tie things up 5-5. They have themselves a 5v3 advantage, and I think
Now
the
it's
call
on
to save
Jonah.
is pretty much going to be made. Neff, a real contact over here. Now gets the spot out on
Wow,
the
nice
Jonah,
spam,
who
bro.
will just take him down through the smoke, and that seals the deal. Nothing more to be done. Weapons have to be saved.
This is
2v5.
a brutal round.
Yep.
How's the
Because
power situation
BLG
yesterday?
Put quite a bit of money into this.
My power went out.
Weapons have to be saved?
It came back 45 minutes later.
Well,
It's all good now. It's just
I think
crazy
they're gonna
though.
make their stand here.
This little intercom thing they have in my room is insane, man. It's so fucking
Well-
loud.
30 seconds left.
Like, you know, in school
Well,
where they
I'm
have
learning
like the
from
fucking
this,
intercom.
Yeah.
It's like I
This
have
whole
that in my
situation
bedroom.
is that I think that in elimination games, at least the first one that you have to play, we should make
Did I get my food?
teams play with their coach. Spice it up.
Yeah.
We gotta get Termy in
No,
there.
I
That could be
didn't
a
end
fun-
up
that could be a
ordering
fun
food. We ended
tournament.
up bringing
Can you
back
imagine
food.
though? Yeah, you get to see like Solo.
And thankfully
come
she
in
got
for-
back when the
for
elevators were
Genji.
back online.
Yeah.
Sorry, Foxy9, you're on the bench.
But if I, but yeah, I don't know. It was only 45 minutes.
Some shots distracting Jogamo back the opposite way, and that's going to be a timing found.
Did I go to the One Piece
Trisha cannot
Dodgers game?
hold on
Yeah.
to his weapon.
I did.
You know, dancing around will be able
Seven
to retain
games
the
started
Phantom,
yet?
so it's going to
Yes,
be the
it's
Guardian
tech
loss
paused.
in the end.
I really thought they
Better
were
of the
pranking
two
you.
to
All my texts
save,
okay. I don't know if everyone was
there's
here when
not
I told the
too many
story,
silver linings
but
that
yesterday, you
BLG
guys
are
remember
gonna
my
be able to
stream
find
cut
here.
out?
Yeah, love this
So I actually did that
positioning
on
from
purpose.
Dog.
Like
Shutting that
I
blade
stopped
storm
streaming
right
like
down.
mid-sentence
And doubling down
to
there,
make it
clearing
seem like
that.
it cut out,
Or clearing
right?
flags, excuse me.
So I
And
did
then
it.
finds
So
a
I
third.
I did stop streaming
Again, this is a
mid-sentence,
brutal round for BLG.
and then my plan was to turn my PCs off like manually after that. But I was reading all the Omega lows in chat
Got some Phantoms
after I
and
did it,
a Guardian, but
and I was too late, and then my power ended up turning off my PC anyway.
Can't quite reset the spray.
So I got fucked in the end.
Decent damage across onto YZ. Regen shield is there, but so is Trent. Just make that a 1-for-1.
Valen just tucked into the corner. BLG just
Is
scaling
my
forward.
PC's fine? Yeah.
For the corner clear, Valen able to find it. Quickly does get overwhelmed.
3v3.
Traded out.
Pay back for the power nap prank, yeah.
Trent in this position, slides into backside. Ready to go on the prowl. Sees the gun
Sentinel's
barrel.
tech
Spike
paused.
Now, down to the floor, trade
down
not
A.
possible. Levius wanting to clear the angle, but as he does, there's far too many players.
Billy
Trent
Billy.
comes away with 3. G2
Starting to struggle a little bit.
securing themselves 6.
G2
That is
heating up.
freaking brilliant. Shaq intentionally made noise.
Wait,
You see
someone just
Knight's
said
gun
something really
look
funny.
up right before.
Someone just said
Trent
something
is about
really
to swing
funny.
that corner. Shaq did that intentionally to bait. And Trent just a smooth criminal here.
Down
Bang,
A.
you can hear those footsteps right behind him.
Remaining.
Shaq plays that so well. And Trent with a 3K. That
Oh my
is
God, the
so well
twirling.
done. That teamwork there with the stand-in coach and the player. So good. Another scuff by here for BLG.
Oh, ton of P. In all likelihood, should have been able to have that or at least get some damage in, but
Oh, that's
Going
gap
for the snake bites,
exists?
so it does get a little bit
Oh.
off timing. Is Valen going to be taken down here, scaling forward at A. Finally suspecting that this has been left open, given the turret placement in mid, but YZ is there for the jump, so captainless for now.
Still have the res.
I was banned on the A stream for telling their
don't
pieces
think you're
came from
gonna
Team Here.
get
W,
I
bro.
don't think you're going to get there.
And Jogamo is not even letting any credence to the idea of it. He is
Wow.
wanting to fight, and
Wow.
he is profiting from that idea.
Down B.
Nearly getting
Wow.
timing, challenges right back in, and Jogamo.
Nice shots.
If there was any doubts after sunset, I think those have been quelled.
7-5 G2?
Absolutely. Again, a great push and pull.
Probably.
4-2 members of G2. This time it's Jog and
Wow.
Jonah P. Maybe just ended the round. We'll have to see. And YZ does gain the space, does gain the sight. Trent, Shaq not too far away.
And for
30
this
seconds
4v5.
left.
2v4 though necessary for BLG. Shaq, oh, elbow spotted. I think YZ
Oh.
had been noted, but now
Good jiggle.
Trent
Nice shot.
doesn't have him dead to rights because Shaq
Nice
does.
shot.
And there you
They're
go.
still ready.
The 1-2 punch. Refused to come through. 7-5 at the half. G2 out in
Hired
front from
me
the
is so
defending side.
funny.
Yeah, this is a really
Someone in
stellar
chat
half for
yesterday was
G2.
telling me to never show up to stream fully rested again. It's kind of fucked up, low key.
Have
All
some fun
good.
with it before defusing. So yeah, we got these ults, so might as well use them. Valen could TP if he really wants, but I think he's probably being the more sane of the remainers there. But there you go. BLG needing to dig deep, find this pistol as they themselves get ready to move over to the defending side of the map. G2 going to be on the attack when we come back after halftime.
All right, we're on break. Both matches are currently paused, so yeah. What's this?
Liquid. Yeah, Under. On Peter. Find help, boys. Maze, right side. Wall down, fight left. Yep. Nice! Sheriff Hill.
Dubstep's crazy. This is dubstep, right? We're on double break here. This tech pause doesn't even have a timer. It just says tech pause. Should I do mini crossword in the meantime? Subsides like the tide. A wave? Nah. Yeah. Leggings lead into lemon. Leggings led into lemon. What? Poet Robert with a cool last name. Manhattan neighborhood near the East Village. Oh. Is it Soho? Quick joyride. Fairy-like figure of folklore. Is this wave wrong? Poet Robert with a hot last name. Weekly hit flyball. Food made using a bamboo mat known as a makisu. Makisu. Quite the heavyweight. Fuck. Is wave wrong? Fuck, the match is live.
Between maps, just saying, hey, keep
Tech
the
W
vibes
in the
good,
chat.
keep the
Don't leak
comms
the
good.
answers.
And good things are going to happen. And so far, not
Ooh,
too
new
bad
dart?
at
No,
all.
it's not a new dart.
Trent just going to let loose with the dart. Cleared. YZ inside of G2 smoke.
Skies in this. Here's that orb being taken. Would love to try to strike, but G2 are playing this very patiently, very slowly. Actually trying to free fire him a little bit. Tailwind going to expire. Why is he sticking around?
Here.
What an angle. Elf.
Does get taken
Yeah,
down,
no,
Damage
guys.
found, that'll force the heal.
You're leaking. Tech W.
It's a CD out.
Tech W.
Ultimately doesn't make his exit, meets his demise. Already rotations have come through from BLG. Just looking to set up a wall here, at least is Russia. Now starts rotating back across towards A, but Spike continues
Why
to
don't I
inch
like
forward
ranking
here in
anymore of
hands
the grind
Geronimo.
because of snipers?
And Nep's going to be falling quite far
I think
back.
the biggest thing with me playing ranked is that
Big attempt.
I feel like I'm not
Just
as
beginning to the
motivated
bite here.
to grind it because there's
Nep's
like,
not seen him miss them on the
what's
cross
the
because of his
purpose? I
back
don't know.
point. Now the scale forward. Tries to get the jump there onto Valen. Cannot get the punish on the
I'd
jump.
rather try to like push myself in something else.
Jack
That
will
makes
be taken
sense.
down. Levius finding one, finding two. Goes for the reload. Now it's all on Jaw.
I don't know what that is right now though.
Heal back available. Timing there for him, but the weaponry certainly is not. Spike planted, looking for the first, finds
that's
one,
right.
but cannot get any more. BLG taking the first step. We're just trying to regain some
Neck
control.
break.
They get the pistol.
Yeah, fantastic timing from Levius. He struggled in that first half. 2 and 12. Now going to find 4.
I played Trackmania off stream for Roomy Rumble. That shit was
really
kind of fun,
nicely
low key.
done there on
Trackmania
the
is kind of
Killjoy.
fun.
This is just classic YZ. Just so aggressive with his positioning, and man, oh man, that is such a tight angle. Catches Jonah P.
30 seconds left.
There you go, Levius.
Planted.
2 big kills.
No, I was popping off a little
That
bit.
opens things up.
When they needed him the most. After the first map, the pistols were a bit of a struggle, to say the least.
It's a buy up here, though, for G2. Got those stingers again.
I think this is a really good time to gamble it. Given that the score is so close, I mean, G2 do go for this more often than many other teams. So far, no confirmation on the force.
But it's one of those things, even if you know
Am I
it's
blind?
coming,
Does the stream
sometimes
look
you
like
just can't
shit?
stop it.
I think it's fine.
It's just so good. Jonah P even has the Bulldog.
We gotta finish Poppy Playtime.
This
Did I
is
not finish it?
A scary,
For
scary
real?
buy.
Or is it a new chapter?
Go up against for BLG.
It's a new chapter, right?
Sees nothing but BLG
Chapter
are
4.
keeping
Maybe
a
that's the
line
next
share
thing
of
I
their
do.
players towards this A side
Maybe
of the
that's the
map.
next thing I do. No cap.
Reading it still
Poppy Playtime
correctly.
is actually a good game.
It's a heavy stack. 2 in the elbow, 1 at the top of screens. This could end up being a bit of a meat grinder here. The G2.
I think we're also planning some IRL
lunging
streams with
headfirst
the
into.
roomies.
Shaq tries to open up mid
So
a
after
bit, but
EWC.
can't get the damage through. Now storming their way in, and K-Knight has them lined up. Trent able to collect one, but more to be found there. There's quickly dispatched. Are these
Maybe
players
some
from
IRL
G2?
streams.
This time the Force not on their side. 7-7 the score.
Yeah,
BLG
Hot Ones was
tied
fun.
up.
Hot
Has a
Ones
nice
should be getting
smoke there
posted
from
on
YZ.
YouTube today or tomorrow.
To keep that position
I don't think it's on there yet.
obscured, to get that big double kill.
No.
Once the smoke drops. Oh, through the legs of the turret there for Levius. There you go. There's K-Knight. Out of the smoke and instantly finding value. And the follow-up is good. That's a big win there for BLG. This should be pretty weak buy, I would suspect. Yeah, Sheriff's in one stinger for Valen.
7 up.
Trying to deal with Levius. Or at least going to clear that position. They take a little bit of damage. The heal does come through onto Jonah P. So he's going to be back up to full. YZ. Backed off by the drone.
G2 forced last round, right? Is that what happened?
He's just going to wait this out.
I gotta focus. My attention span is dwindling.
He's the only one, though. Levius sliding through this mid push by Neff. Shaq on the jump peak. Gets the identification. G2 continues to scale their way forward. Smoke goes up behind them from Rusia. They're ahead of the curve. Wall should make this a pretty safe plant.
Get this through. YZ though, just that blind spray. Trent ends up swinging into it. Loses his head, and obviously
Cover going out.
you know, that res could still come through, but
Wow.
this guy with a classic, it's just a deadly combination. Ping now gets to reveal Shaq forward here, outside of the harbor wall.
The
Falls
flying classic
as
can't
Risha
be
once
beaten.
again strikes. The BLG are well
Did I
on
see
their
the big
way.
Red Bull changes in
Trying
F1
to
since I'm a
close
Red Bull
out
athlete?
this map,
I don't follow F1
hitting
that
the bonus
much.
conversion.
What are the changes?
Arusha
I want to
just
watch that F1 movie. We were talking about it yesterday.
So willing
it was
to
only
go
brought
with
to
the
my attention
classic.
by you guys.
Pops
3
out of
big
that smoke.
movies in theaters
Risha the
right
classic
now.
is like something to a shorty.
Exactly.
F1,
I was thinking the same thing.
Just bounding
Jurassic
forward.
World and Superman.
Praying
And obviously
that he
Heads
gets
of
a kill.
State.
But yet,
Lots of
reads
movies
it
out there. I'm not
incredibly
gonna
well.
lie.
This says, okay, I know
I
where
feel
you're
like it's
at.
kind of peak,
I
no?
know you're gonna be
I would
stuck
say
in
that's kind of peak.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Fantastic Four. I think it's kind of
BLG
peak right
handled
now.
This retake incredibly well, and that's going to be the timeout call now here for
Have I watched
G2.
Ford
The
versus
pressure
Ferrari?
certainly mounting.
Yeah,
I don't
should
know
be their
if I
first
have.
opportunity to get a buy-in, and they want to make the most of it. Talk about exactly how they want to work the map.
Peak
Thought
movie.
that round looked like it might be
Ian
kind
Sue
of
was telling me
okay,
about K-pop Demon Hunters
started
yesterday.
crumbling.
It's on
Had to play up
Netflix.
close and
Y'all
personal,
seen that?
Rusia very happy.
I'm gonna
Let you
start
do
my
that.
charity stream tomorrow. Honestly, the reason it's not
So
up
far,
yet
yeah,
is
a few
because
of
I'm
those
fucking
positions that have
slacking. I just gotta figure out which
dealt with
charity,
by
but I'm gonna figure it
YZ,
out.
taking some off angles of his own, taking
So
a
tomorrow
page
I'm gonna
from
start a
Valen's
charity
book from
stream
what
for
we saw in
EWC.
Pearl. Some of those tight corners being held and finding value out of it.
Korean
So
pop.
far, Shaq has had a tough time on some
Demon
of these
Hunters
lurks
is
as well,
peak.
so need to find ways to get value out of that KJ. Rez is going to be available, Reckoning for Rusia. It's just a Guardian, a couple Bulldogs, though.
Placing
For
swamp.
BLG.
Keep
Still
it cool.
decent amount of firepower. Going up against the full buy.
What did you guys like about F1? The script wasn't even interesting.
G2's gonna bring
I don't know.
the
I
bear.
haven't seen it, but I want to watch it.
They're just going to get Valen up
All
on
right,
top
full
of
buy
two.
G2.
Looking for, trying to get that counterplay against Levius if he had been at the boiler again.
Shaq.
Ooh, Shaq.
Rough spot.
Dylan?
Richard's position. It's appeal
Oh, they
there.
heard him,
Though,
they
as
heard him.
YZ does get taken out.
They must have heard him.
Does he know? He's got tucked into this corner is the question. Risha just playing this quietly.
No, he didn't. Oh, there he is.
Widely
Big kill by Shaq.
Holding his own. Jill Peak not going to be spotting K-Knight, but he's very suspicious about it. Now starting to get surrounded.
try.
Fights back for a little bit
He
more
has info
damage
on
them.
two,
At the
though.
same time, though, B-site being taken. G2
gonna
can
take
push
snow?
forward.
Placing swarm grenade.
Nope, not quite.
Swarm grenade out.
Now going to be popped, wall raised. Valen needing to try to hold
Ooh,
the
big
line.
kill,
Headshot
Valen.
does connect, but kill cannot come through. Valen stays alive. Heal available for Jogamo as the plant goes down.
Tech pause is taking a while for Sentinels. I know. I don't know what's happening, man.
Now it's just the two Bulldogs. for
I hit a
BLG.
Sentinel Tarik. You proud? Good shit, bro.
Not much
Let's go,
util,
baby.
just the snake bite for Neff. Playing it quietly.
This time a little bit further back in the positioning is G2. Learning their lessons from the previous round.
In over the top. Yeah, pushing the Viper wall. Okay, expiring. 2 players here, back yellow. Need to try to break this open. Snakebite gonna be thrown down, but Jogamo, he will just strafe over the top of that any day of the week. Loses his life, but they get the round win, and they get us tied up.
We'll see if they can
I don't know, Natural. I don't think I'll be
momentum. A rough start to the half, but with it being tied, anybody's game now. Like the way Shaq is playing this.
Charity for EWC, can you explain? I don't understand. Just asking. Which part of it don't you understand?
Exactly. A ton of attention.
Which part of it is confusing?
Kind of anticipating that maybe somebody had gotten on top of that box in the corner. It feels like he was reading it pretty well. Now you've got some ults.
Placing swamp
that reckoning. Hunter's Fury as well for K-Knight. Just a nano, just in case anybody's up there to back him off a bit. A lot of damage done to Valen.
Gonna be at the same time though, pushing forward, gets himself in the kitchen, turrets around the corner. Levy has to try to play off of this one. Actually drops down out of window.
Charity off tomorrow.
Way back up, and K-Knight crucially does win this fight. But his participation not required.
Right here.
Spike's still gonna be dropped outside of A. They try to drop some attention here towards this B site, but Jogamo damn near dies. Down to 1 HP, I believe, then pops the heal.
The EWC thing, you watched a lot of the tour and you didn't do it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
From the Hunter's Fury. G2 certainly on the back foot here.
We did a charity during the qualifier. We raised 20K.
Knows that he has to be the one to try to
for
break
Save
this
the Children.
Oh, this is crazy.
Strafing forward. Had he gone around the back over towards Raptors,
30 seconds.
he would have been able to get the jump, but instead,
Got him.
walked right in front of YZ sights.
3v5.
Kill found. The wall to be set up. The res can come through. Pulls him right back into this one, but now the Hunter's Fury is perfectly timed. Valen.
Sam is back on. No, it's not. I'm watching.
Spike planted.
Somehow, Jogamo surviving for a brief little moment longer. Gets the spike planted right of the road. YZ has to hop down. Damage not going to be suffered. K-Knight going to be taken down at the same time as Trent finds that kill.
Olga dodge.
Players riding the rope. The drop down, Valen on the crossfire. Able to find one more before being traded out. Billy. Just looking to overwhelm. Shock dart lobbed in. Neff dead. Position known.
Nice
the rope
try,
up the top, but Arisha
dude.
is right there waiting for him.
Nice try, Trent. Could have been good.
Kicks him back down to the ground floor, and Billy narrowly regained the lead by 1.
This is one of those
No Teo, no win. You guys are fucked.
fork in the road rounds where maybe if Valen goes left instead of right, this is a completely different round. You have to invest so much, you know, the wall and the res. Yeah, you get the Hunter's Fury out, but doesn't really end up gaining too much for G2 in the long run. It's dealt with pretty quickly by YZ. And I love the patience on the early part of the round for YZ. He's just, you know, he went for some early moves and now he's...
Great shock dart.
Yeah.
So, gets the armor out, forces the heal. He's understanding Trent's typical setups. Meanwhile, back over in mid. He's getting run down. He might just be able to escape. Now, Levius there, out of 2.
It's a half buy from G2.
Spike plant now. Coming through here for G2. Valen up over the top. Paranoia at the ready, sending towards stream. Doesn't, however, connect on Arusha. Has out wide.
They're
Maybe he thought that wall segment was still intact, but it was not. Jogamo now up and over the top, looking for that second kill, but cannot hit the transfer.
10-9 or 10-8.
BLG close it out and get to double digits.
Lockdown game
Thunder,
there.
stop one man's dummy your question, bro.
Didn't even really need it. There you go.
How's the food coma yesterday?
Couple wild moments.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, it's hard to
get
sleep.
some pressure into 2.
Like, even though I was
Trying to
so
open
tired,
up that
going to
extra
sleep
angle,
at 3
but
p.m., my body's
handled
confused.
nicely by Neff.
I went to sleep at 3, I woke up at 6.
Enemy remaining.
And then thankfully I fell asleep again for like another 3 hours, but it's just like weird.
Behind the stage wall, able to use that piece of utility against his
G2 will
opponents.
still be really good without Teo meta. As much as fun as it is to shit on G2, they're not playing with their 5th.
It's been 2 in a row.
And even though it's Leaf, if they were missing
Maybe the
anybody,
most
it would be
important round
cuts.
of the map here. Trying to
Like
get themselves
missing a
back
player on
into
a team
it.
is
A
fucked,
buy round,
especially in
Hunter's
Velo.
Fury, one away from a lockdown, one away from a Viper's Pit.
Use your sources and
Alt
find out what's up with
cycles coming
Sentinels.
into
There's a tech pause, even if
G2's
I find
hands.
out what's gonna happen.
BLG.
Someone's
This is
PC is fucked up, man.
This is a trap and a half.
Unfortunately, it's not gonna change the situation.
3 players set up. YZ.
But I am watching the Sentinel
Traded
stream.
for.
I will
This drone
switch
eventually
as
does get
soon
cleared
as
out.
it's back.
G2. Multiple weapons fire off.
All right, this is a big round for G2.
We'll re-explore a bit of the
Their
area here, though.
money is shit if they lose.
You know there's at least 2.
Dash pops.
Cascade there. Still jog.
YZ considering going on this push here.
Sage has timing.
Got the spike.
Just around the corner. Gunbarrel gonna be spotted.
Oh, he has Z Sage.
Did he note him?
That's
I
a
don't think
kill.
he did. So
Yeah.
he's gonna get caught off guard. Just didn't see those pixels out of place. So Jogamo able to go ahead and collect
Has
the kill.
res.
Now Orb taken. Res also available.
How's the Dodgers game? You like One Piece? I just started watching One Piece.
Here on A. Alarm bot and a couple nanos at the plant spot.
It was really fun.
30 seconds left.
So, gotta be
Come,
some
come,
decent
Rocket!
info. Valen going on a check. Is he gonna stick that? No. I was gonna say that would be wild if he did.
Certainly end up being both, but now the attack gets ready to come through. The ambiguity
The
gone.
show or the
Jogamo
anime?
loses his life.
Isn't that the same
Res
thing?
no longer a concern. The time dwindling here. Levius playing down underneath. Paranoia not connecting. The swing out, the spike now on
Wow.
the floor. The round is over.
That
Neff
is
has done
tragic.
it
No
all.
time.
Nothing more for Trent to do. Other than potentially
Sub or
die.
dub?
And he shall.
Is it terrible that I watched it dubbed?
11-8. Billy
It's
very
better for my
much in
attention.
control.
It's absolutely
I know
brutal.
the proper way is to watch it with
But
subs.
this early aggression towards B main in terms of just positioning. Even though they lose YZ to it, it's enough to scare G2 off and force them to the other side of the map where they've got that Sentinel util.
I feel that. Ooh.
Oh.
But I
They
feel like
certainly
what
have
matters
been.
more is how I enjoy it, right?
BLG just been flattening the attack attempts here from G2 Esports. So final timeout call to be made.
Yeah, a passionate speech being given here by Josh to try to rally the troops. See if they can dial in. Just a few missteps
But
here
the
and there
dub on
cost
One
them
Piece
some of
is
these
good if you
rounds.
ask me. I don't know.
Maybe a little bit of a misread on
And I
some
don't know
of
if I'm watching the live action or the fucking
macro
show.
at
I
times
don't
as
know.
well.
I think it's the show.
Some nice change-ups from BLG, shifting, some of their Sentinel and Viper setups over to the other side of the map. Neff quickly went over to A after he had.
What do you mean you don't know?
comfortable enough
Like,
that
I
he
don't
had
know what the difference is
kept
between those
G2
two.
away.
Is it a cartoon?
On
It's
the
a
other side of the
cartoon.
map. Leave YZ to his own devices. And yes.
And it's the show.
Saw the
Okay, I'm
look
watching
from
the show.
Trent there at the end of the round. Seemed like something
Live action is with
quite
real
right, so
actors.
we do
Oh, they have a
tech
real.
pause.
What the fuck?
Things widely have been quite
One
smooth here
Piece
on the A stream.
live
So
action.
hopefully nothing too severe.
Well, they have it with real
This
actors.
has been going
Damn.
smoothly up until this point.
Wait, I'd rather watch that. No,
Fingers crossed.
that looks fucking sick.
Hopefully it's just a quick one. Maybe a little device issue or something.
It's
Get
bad.
resolved
It's
pretty
worse.
quickly.
It has an 8.3 on IMDb. How's the rating so high?
Ref standing back. As things have been pretty wild here in this match. I mean, 2 absolute blowouts to start.
Damn, I don't know what's going on with the
And then a
Sentinels game,
pretty
but I think it's getting
close-sized
heated.
box, but
It's not bad.
last couple of rounds
It's
have
good,
just
but the
been
anime's better.
So
I see.
smartly held by the side of Billy. Just doing a great job of.
I saw
working
the
that
Nami live
backside
action
on
till the
A in
first pitch of the
particular.
Dodgers game. I know. I noticed.
Keeping B under control.
Her name was
and
Emma
forcing them to the other
something.
side of the map.
Emma, I don't know. Or Emily. Emily, maybe. Yeah, I remember.
And then making good reads. Something that was so impressive with BLG
Emily
on
Rudd, that's
Sunset.
right. Okay, here we go.
Seemingly starting to
11-8.
come through here again is it's only been 1 round in this half for G2. Countdown's going.
Yeah, and it took until effectively their first buy round.
Never skip an
given
arc
the
when you watch One Piece? What do you mean by that?
In the thrifty attempt.
Right.
Shame to see the rally back. Shock dart this time. Not going to be finding too much of anything there.
Chapters.
There's so many ults. Love to find opportunities to use them.
Exactly what it means, don't skip. Why would I skip? I never skip watching a show. Who the fuck skips while you're watching a show?
Hunter's Fury, so no real way to try to turn the tides of this one. Push out. They're going to get cleared. Neff wanting to try to keep that attention over towards him on this flank instead of forward onto the side.
I thought his tipping is crazy.
Some spam though, and Levius is able to find one. Shaq going to be taken down. Going to be answering back. Rusha on the floor. The pit still intact. Jogamo has a res, but knows that it's going to be far too risky.
You will not kill my.
Sends it, but there's a
Oh
pixel.
wow, YZ.
He collects.
Traded,
Ping reveal.
3v2.
Counter spam is going to be there. Jonah P able to trade this one back. Keeps him in with the advantage. Spike now to be planted, but it's in the hands of Trent. Would love to be the one playing back, holding that Hunter's Fury.
30
Push
seconds
over the
left.
top, Fallon maybe with an opportunity,
Right,
but
GNM,
it's just
low-key.
that stinger that he has. Position
Sova.
closes the gap. A bit more. Paranoia sent. Quick clear on the dart. No ping
Bro,
reveal. Up and
the
over the
Sova
top.
dart inside the
Knows
Viper ult
K-Knight,
is low-key
but Trent
mid,
will be able
right?
to go ahead and hold his own.
Like, it
Spike now
scans
being
nothing.
planted. The weapon swap only has 8 bullets, and Neff will be able to find one more kill, but cannot bail them out, cannot clutch it. G2, the timeout works to get themselves around win.
Yeah, just go to something simple, something reliable, lock down into
What happened to
Viper's
SEN
pit to get the round
XLG?
through.
Dude, I don't
for
know.
G2.
I'm actually concerned
Good
because that's a
call
long
off of the
tech pause.
timeout.
It's coming up on like 40 minutes
This
probably.
is where I thought, oh no, it might just all be for naught. Oh, nice reveal there. Set up Jonah P. The fact that Jonah P survives through all this so huge to keep that pit
Wow,
up.
what a trade.
And the running and gunning, and
Malden.
yeah, a little bit of frustration there from Billy's coaching staff. Clear the dart. Immediate response with the toxic screen, but bought a little bit of a rotation.
Right here.
Rushi originally over towards A. Just gonna clear that with a pistol. So far,
This is
Billy
a big round because BLG will be broke.
doesn't have a ton of info.
And to be honest,
Drone,
G2
though.
only has Sova ult.
Should kind of start giving away things, though, especially that one.
Oh, why is he making a play?
Reveal on the one. YZ
Uh-oh.
playing close here into the corner, and they suspect this fully.
Oh
Tailwind now
my
expiring.
God.
He's gonna reposition,
Oh
but
my
cannot.
God.
Valid. He'll go ahead and collect one. Held at bay now as the reckoning comes through.
Oh my God.
G2 contained for the moment. The wall similarly does get raised. Neff still in position. That pit at the ready could send it if they suspect that this rotation
40 seconds.
started off.
Do they dare go back B?
Looks like he wants to try to maybe play for a little bit of contact first before sending it.
30
Not gonna
seconds
go
left.
over towards green. It's gonna be the cut into
Kaplan's
mid.
on stage. Where do you see
Smoke
that?
out. Under tube approach. Turret now cleared. No real way for this pit to try to come into play. Good timing. Gonna be hiding
Oh,
back.
big kill.
Survives with 1 health.
I see the cameras on.
Spam through the wall. There's a swing out. Neff dealt with. Fallon finds the kill and Rush's position.
Kaplan is on
noted.
stage talking to the refs and getting
There's still
pissed.
so many angles that they need to check.
Holy fuck.
Last player standing.
G2 ticking every single box. 2 players
what the
down
fuck's
to
happening over
slivers.
there?
34 health between Jonah P and Valen, but there's just nothing more that Rush is realistically going to be able to do about this. This Valen is on the hunt, and he's going to have the jump. The headshot found.
He's like arguing with the ref
G2.
for a second.
2 rounds now in a row, just 1 separating them from tying this up.
This is huge. Valen there to deal with YZ and grab the spike. They just
It
pivot to
seems
the
like
other
something
side
with
of the
Zygon's
map.
PC is fucked.
Have to respect it as BLG, but they get a little bit of a confirmation.
Nah, this is
losing
looking
that
pretty
battle up
serious
in
over here.
kitchen.
I'm not gonna lie. This is
Jonah
timeout.
P with
Let's
just that
diagnose
1
the situation
HP.
over here.
That's pretty brutal. You lost the reckoning as well. That got invested early in the round as G2 was trying to scale into sites. You were
Yeah,
able to
everyone
bait
was
out
tilted
that
as
big
fuck.
ultimate. So now it's going to be Billy's turn. Call, pause, try to figure out what they can do to stop this. And pointing at the map a bit there, trying to let his team know what they need to be looking for. I think there were some right ideas there for BLG. Just got outplayed. It's a little bit of a time.
这个 Lucian 虽然赢下来这一番啊，但是经济仍然是特别差，没错。最惨的是一把 MP9。不过打到现在为止，这个 A 点基本上没有。
Hey, don't touch my fucking shit, bro.
On a weak bye.
Don't touch my fucking shit, dog.
Late storm though for YZ. Rushia with the Vandal. Guardian for K-Knight. Stinger and a Sheriff respectively for Neff and Levius.
Would be a thrifty if they could pull it off. K-Knight able to push forward to safety. Grabs the orb, backs away. One charge from a Hunter's Fury.
Where's the other
It's still
screen?
being held on to. This round, it's even riskier given
11-10
just that
is
Stinger
a half
can do
buy,
damage
right?
within
Yeah.
the pit, but also very quickly get overwhelmed. Trying to come through. Neff just going to be backing away. Stops himself from being spotted, but cannot scale back forward.
Rushia.
This guy single-handedly destroyed the Indian CS scene. It's pretty sad, man. Because they had Optic, right?
Hit
Pretty sad.
invested, but YZ taken down. Shaq winning that fight in mid, takes him down under tube.
But I don't think
Now,
one
walled
player
off.
should break the
Jogamo just
scene, but
pre-firing
yeah.
it. Says, hey, let me help you with that. And finds the kill as well. This is devastating in multiple ways. G2 regaining control almost completely. As Russia not going to be snappy enough.
Flawless?
The
Damn.
flank is there. And
Okay,
it's
that's big.
flawless as G2 tied
Tie
up 11
game.
to 11.
Trent getting fired
Okay,
up.
full buy now, BLG.
My oh my. And the pit invested there by Neff is just dismantled by G2.
My YouTube buyout says I'm
That
27.
stage wall
W.
is so impactful again. Not only does it counter the Viper's pit so they can get the plant down, but he's then able to use it against his opponent. And that's got to feel good.
All right, here we go.
That's a timeout for BLG. We do have a Hunter's Fury, so does Trent on the other side.
KJ alone.
Util early to clear those front positions, those forward areas, gain some map control.
Jonah P on
But
the big
the other
lurk.
side, BLG has some map control of their
Ooh,
own.
BLG pushing into Jonah. Wait, Jonah might
Too
feast
much
right
or anything
here.
at the moment. You still
Jonah
have
might
Jonah P tucking
feast.
back inside of the spawn.
Oh, never mind, he
He's
spotted.
really done this, but now he's going to be noted.
Uh-oh.
Snake bite out to try to delay.
I'm surprised they don't push him.
Russia scaling forward in garage, but can they get the jump on him? Can they get this kill? A minor tag.
Going up.
Jonah P just saying.
Wow, they got him.
Challenges back in for the fight.
4v5.
Some more damage on the YZ, but cannot
They
get
have
that
Sova ult
elimination.
on
The shock
Knight.
starts here at Jogamo's feet.
That's a big kill.
Absolutely tear him asunder. Valen going to take it down similarly. So now player advantage is going to be
Oh
there.
my god, that was
Fury
perfect timing
will
on the
connect.
ults.
Spike does get planted.
2v5. Shaq
Clock
and
is
Trent
ticking,
versus
but
the
it's a
world.
5v2. G2 if they can get up the match point off the back of
If
this.
Shaq goes crazy here, that'd be legendary.
Back-breaking
Coach subs in for the match.
BLG.
11-11. When everything's on the line, nice try. 1v4 Trent.
Ends up splitting the difference.
Ooh.
Trent with a fadeaway shot.
Ooh.
Looking for a little bit more. Finds the kill. Nearly gets
They actually had a
K-Knight.
chance.
And with YZ at 33, he would have had a very solid shot of clutching it out, but instead, it's going to be BLG shouting out their teammates, their comrades rather, over on the side of Wolves. With a quick little stand-up, but they find themselves now up to 12.
Yeah, this time around, starting to recognize that G2 has been widely not contesting the front of B main.
I think
too
Sentinel's
much.
match should be starting in a
You
few
know,
minutes here.
Or if they do, they'll be very patient about it. And they're able to punish that, get that
Couple
flank
minutes.
angle. And
It's
great
actually perfect
util
timing
from
because this
K-Knight.
might end
The
here
shock
too.
darts, really nice. And then the follow-up with the Hunter's Fury. Here you go.
But the kills found, the lockdown available, but this Hunter's Fury's been in the back pocket of Trent. He's going to be...
Oh wait, this is elimination for
big
G2.
primary
I just
target
realized.
for BLG. If they can find a kill on him, that
It kind of sucks they flew all the way here, had to play with a sub, and just, yeah. It's pretty shitty. I'm not gonna, it's a far flight, man.
Tell G2
Like,
have a very good
they're all
idea
flying
of
from
where
LA. That's
that
like a
Viper's gonna be
20-hour travel
positioned.
day,
Well,
right?
that's just to make sure that they're not
It's
going to be
pretty
able to
shitty,
do that
but what can you
three-man
do? I
setup
mean,
at B main again.
It's
Throwing
just,
all that
it's just
util there.
unfortunate. Hopefully Leaf is
Just to
okay,
be
and they just have to
extra
focus on the next
cautious.
stage.
Actually, a 4-1 split for Billy.
Recon there from K-Knight shows that there's no one playing outside of B. To clear the alarm bot, plenty of footsteps being made. They should know. But this is where they're going to be at, and Jogamo has the read. We're going to be taking out with the responding fire from BLG.
4v2.
It's looking like it's far too much.
Wait.
Hunter's Fury ends up getting cleared, but it's all on Jonah P now on this flank.
YZ standing between him and that spike.
Oh, he's up top. Was he expecting me on the wall? No way.
The slow creep forward.
GG.
He's
Nice try.
riding the rope. And BLG are riding off into the sunset.
Billy fucking Billy,
as they
eh?
keep themselves afloat here at EWC.
What a comeback there.
I'm not gonna lie,
It
G2
looked
probably
maybe
like
G2
it's
had
probably
found
whatever
their
for them.
stride, and a timeout.
I don't think their confidence is gonna be hurt or
Works
anything.
its
Like
magic, and Billy
they don't have their full 5. It
continues
is what
on
it
here
is.
at EWC 2025. We will be saying goodbye to G2, but what a fight they put up today.
Tenacious, I think, is the best word to go with here for G2. Against the odds, missing one of their key players, one of the best players in the world in Leaf, and still being able to rally back. I think
You are a racist shit, Tarik.
taking a
Only
look at
cheater you
their
got
opening
is
set, that
Forsaken.
best of one played, it's hard to make judgments. We saw what they were capable of after having a bit more time.
Are you
Let's
mad at
say
me,
a bit
bro?
more
What did I do
time
to
with
you?
Jack, yes. Kind of bodied in the first map, but able to answer back in a big way and then play a very contentious map 3. So very solid credit to the efforts of G2. But unfortunately, this is where their road does end here at EWC. Their key shall be crushed in just a few scant moments here by one of the players from BLG. And after a
I think it's starting right now.
exhaustive map 3, I think it
I got word. I'm pretty sure it's gonna start very soon here. I think we're about to go live. Quick ad before we hit it. I'm gonna pause this music because I don't know if it's copyright. But I'll play something like that. Start this shit up now. It should go live right now.
BLG continue their journey. It was a hard-fought loss to Paper Rex yesterday, but a very hard-fought victory here in a best of 3. You must be delighted with that performance.
VC 就是昨天你们惜败给了这个 PRX， 然后今天呢你们却是就是成功的、精彩的险胜这个 G2 战队，就想问你现在感受怎么样？
感受就是，其实 G2 就是打得很好吧，就哪怕他们的教练临时上场，然后他们也磨合得非常好，给了我们非常大的压力，然后也是很高兴最后我们能拿下这场比赛吧，就心里很开心。
I feel great. G2 was a very, very strong team. They had their coach standing in, but they managed to, gel really well, and they performed spectacularly. I felt that, playing against them, we could feel like how synergistic.
Here we go. I'm sorry, I'm cutting that off.
In our half, the pistol went XLG's way, so try
A5,
to hold your
we're back
dice
in it.
and awake, 'cause
45-minute tech pause, and we are
As a
back.
reminder, 8 and 5, first pistol of the half, going the way of the XLG. They also won the previous 2 pistols.
Yeah, Sentinels are currently 1 for
as well.
6 in pistols this
The plays are
event.
still warm because that was quite a
turned
lengthy
up
one,
more.
but welcome back, of course. Sentinels still trailing by 3. This is an elimination game. Sentinels.
Do we know what caused the tech pause? No
For a bit of
clue.
a bounce back on this half to get that
They did
2-0.
not tell us anything.
Now it's about just locking in after
Yeah, this
extended
event.
pause. Another factor to consider. Oh, the arm! That fade just barely hanging
Wow,
on
what a
after
trap.
Happy Way got lucky, and
Damn.
even while stunned, he gets at
Nice
least
trap.
1 for the road. And Happy Way has been such an impactful play for XLG
It was
thus
just
far.
a fake. Of course, Happy Way is a lurk over towards A. Just going to pull over plenty of members from SEN. However, that being the
Wait,
case,
is it a coincidence their
Marshall
tech pause
is gonna be the
ended
upgrade
right as the
from
other
the
game
right.
ended?
A post plant
Nah,
now set up
set up
with
for
at
views
least
for
one of your
sure.
Sentinels utility. It's going to be pretty tough to enter. You've lost second as well, your entry player.
Got flashes from John Cutie, narrate with nothing. A hope and a dream at 2 HP. I love this post plant, and this is going to be the beauty of XLG's double Sentinel. There only 1 remains, but Happy Way did some initial work taking care of the big entry point of Sentinels being Zekin.
This is the exit play coming through now. Zelsis looking for a few here. Stunned to set him up.
Never mind.
And will
Ooh.
at least allow them to take the Havoya, but largely is still
Release.
XLG cleaning up strong here, retaining that rifle onto Raga as well. The Sentinels will have to just be happy to remove 2 players from XLG in that, but that's the 2 rounds that we had alluded to quite some time ago.
I'm taking my final
to put
exam today if I
XLG
pass to get my truck
9-5
driver license.
on this map, potentially taking
Truck
us to
driver job is fucking hard,
This first
bro.
rifle round from
Let's
Sentinels
fucking go.
is
You
gonna be
got this
everything,
shit.
though, to have a chance.
It's a hard job. You're on the road like crazy.
To stay composed after the extended
But hey,
pause and to try and catch
Us
up a
streamers
little
will
bit
be
to
there for
XLG,
you
having a
in the downtime.
strong second half and obviously a strong first half when it went 7-5 XLG's way. They got really, really hyped.
Well,
so
sometimes
if
sleeping
anything,
their
the pause
trucks,
kind of
yeah.
helps Sentinels keep
Definitely
XLG
do.
calm down.
Lots of miles.
Okay, that's a pretty rough beginning. Bang
Nice
to
shots.
Second onto Raga.
This is bonus for
Both sides of the
XLG.
map, finding success for Sentinels. There's also the lurk side being dealt with as well on A. Really, for XLG now, mid is where their advantage is, but 2 traps will be in the way for Havoya.
And you kind of lose 2 important people.
Mark it,
trying
mark
to get
it,
to these
hello.
choke points of the Sova, of Rarga, and the only chance is Coconut's paranoia, and that just hasn't developed. This round was cooked from the start from these early peaks from Sentinels, so that first
fuck's
rifle
happening?
round, huge for them. And to potentially be able to bring all 5 of them would be even better.
Nice.
Should be. Narrate on the angle, sees the shoulder.
Good job.
Team Ace coming through, everyone participated, and then of course we saw across the entire map.
Let's go.
Nothing from XLG really able to convert in that round at all. So Sentinels, good to be able to take their actual rifle round and bring it to a victory. XLG now. Let's see what they can buy up here. Coconut, by the way, is going to be 1 away.
It feels so
from
quiet,
his
bro. It feels like
Shadow's
something is
ultimate, 1 away
missing.
from the rate as well as we head into the 4th round of the half.
When I heard Sentinels
The
try to
crowd?
get hype and bring that
I
energy
think the
back,
crowd might
you
be
look
here
towards
tomorrow,
the
though.
IGL, the
I
leadership
think. I'm
of
not
John
sure.
Cutie, even Zelsis as
Here
a
we go.
veteran on this team to kick back Sentinels into gear. Now Neri playing further back with the Haunt. That is going to
Oh,
get
I like that. Good
some
spam.
information with a paranoia that could have came out at a bang, or even just the breach. A lot
No,
of
he
utility
got
from
one,
the
though.
Sentinels side, but
Nice,
not
Neri.
utilizing it. XLG, they battle
Nice,
so
Neri.
well.
4 bullets.
Nothing affects them, but it's
Nice,
only
Neri.
halfway left, and he's on the opposite side of the world, just lurking. XLG end up taking a big ol' L at the end.
Dog now.
This was gone so poorly for XLG, but a
Good
1
job.
versus 2 happy ways so far been.
He knows it's 1v1
Massive
though.
dragging power for the team.
Wait, he
See the
ulted him?
respect
Now
coming
Zelsis
through
can run the
Sentinels.
flank.
Want to make sure they can mark him.
But he's tagged by Cam.
Take him down. Take no risks.
Observer,
against
why the
Happyway,
fuck
who's
are we
been
still
sharp.
watching narrate, bro? The guy's clearly
The
nowhere
good
near
news for
him.
Happyway is that
Nah.
there is time and he can isolate
Like, the
a 1
Observer's
versus
like,
1
is he
against
delayed?
Zelsis here on B.
Just a good nightfall from Neri. If Zelsis was in position a little bit closer from mid, so a slight desync from the Sentinels. As XLG did, of course, hear Zelsis cross from mid. You know that nightfall came from A, so some information for Happy Way to
Oh,
work
is he gonna
with.
clear that
But now
corner?
the unknown in front of him.
Nice, we
And it's
won.
Happy Way around the corner, but just thought he checked in. Zelsis just blends in a little too much, and Sentinels
I don't know.
have not given
That
up.
was alright.
Very stable there. Losing that trade, losing that deal would have eventuated into a plant, which then could get tricky for Narrate. And a
We
1
always
versus
have
1,
that
of course,
spoiler,
we've
but
seen
over
Happyway in
here
such
it's
good
like
position.
fucking way
Zelsis will
longer.
shut down straight away. Speaking of Narrate, large this round. All 3 shutting down that entire A pressure. And then Zelsis with the finish to keep Sentinels competitive in this half so
Was the
far.
match delayed?
Reducing
Yeah,
the
there's
gap
like
to
a
2.
45-minute sec pause. But we're back now.
You have to go on mostly a save for XLG, so this is as close as this series getting. This is why this was my match of the day, y'all. It's so difficult to beat a team twice, and now to do it on the
Outlaw.
same maps.
5 sheriffs on
Sentinels
XLG.
are starting to form that comeback, though. But how clean can they do it against the sheriffs?
I need Zach to feast
XLG
here.
were deadly on Lotus at times with these.
Joe got feast.
Not a thrifty per se, but being able to do a lot of damage with it.
Should I do a league arc? Iron
some good presence over in towards
to
mid.
plat.
Refreshing 1 ways. Bang has control on 8. And now it's up to Zelsis for first contact.
That's just low-key boring to
Decent
watch,
one-way
right?
decent one-way cage, rather.
It's fucking CS fucking...
Should be able to allow Zelsis to get some good advantage here.
I think I hit plat in a month,
Like that
max.
one way, Zelsis is gonna get pinged and gets punished.
Maybe
At
less.
least takes 1 down with them.
I think,
and
but I don't
second
know.
just pokes and prods at the choke as XLG flood in. And it's Sentinels out to play this from front to back, and doing it without John Cutie, without your IGL. It's gonna be pain.
Wait, what is
This is gonna
happening?
give Happy Way all the answers. series. But Zek
Wait,
slips
I
by
looked
their
away
defenses.
when I
It
was talking
doesn't
about League of
matter,
Legends. What the
'cause
fuck
Neri
happens?
is all that's
Oh my
left for
god, this is
Sentinels in a
bad.
1 versus 3.
Nice. He can win.
Navoya
He can win.
walking by.
Fuck.
Viva, of course, cleans it up, and I guess
Fuck
I said
League of
XLG
Legends,
haven't
I'm not
thrifty
doing
before,
it.
And this is their first one.
It's another big round from Heavyweight. He just converts, gets the first upgrade, dies to the shorty of Zekken, but Zekken's then instantly traded XLG. What an unexpected round. I do think, however, Zelsis stayed over a little too long. Overstayed his welcome for sure.
Where's Zelsis die?
He wanted to get
He
more
got
value
1v?
spamming through in the one-way, but just didn't expect that he was going to get tapped in the face. This was
Damn,
really huge from
that would've
Zekken,
been
though, to
sick
take
if Zach
Heavyweight
hit
down,
that.
but unfortunately not enough to convert further. As
He should have hit that. That was
getting in that
unlucky a little
position,
bit.
dropping the neural theft in there as
Fuck,
well.
man.
And then getting kills on top of that. Man, what a sick round for XLG to be able to come back and get that lead back one more time.
And Lotus was so win streaky, and
shit.
XLG are not going to let that form for
Where did
Sentinels.
Dilla go?
Annihilation doesn't. The Warrior
Oh!
goes straight, gets no one. A big double kill from Bang.
Where did
But
John
an
die?
answer from XLG. They recover the spike, and they already have Coconut within the site. No paranoia.
Omen ults.
All the util from Viva, and even a Hunter's Fury, but to even have the space to operate around that, it's going to be tough.
Observer,
Second
why are we
reactivate.
watching Neri?
Speaking of operate, right?
Thank
What's
you.
he going to do about this situation? Should be able to get a free kill here. Doesn't need
Now
to use
show
the overdrive
Sova.
just yet. A single player left to play through, and Viva,
Forget it, bro.
if we get more teammates in this post-one, could use this Hunter's Fury, but Viva will be good for one, but can he get more? Absolutely not. Zelsis with the backstab, and the round goes back the way of Sentinels.
Oh my god, Bang popped off.
Did a lot to cut down the
I think
forces
John died
of
to the Omen ult.
XLG and cost them a lot. Although at least XLG didn't waste too much time, but then Zekken just gets to walk up with the op and get a free pick there too. If XLG could have shut that down earlier, maybe the round could have swung a different way, but Sentinels remain in the XLG shadow.
And a missed Annihilation as well. Doesn't help that situation. That catches onto Bang.
Does the
You
Russian
don't
guy in
have those two
XLG
deaths.
speak Chinese?
The side of the round is a
XLG
little
communicates in
different.
English.
As you can see here, Bang just really came
As
up
far as
large.
I know.
Yeah, the trades were there from XLG, but when the numbers start to get dry and the rest of the defenders start to flood on in, Zelsis will find his kill. Operator retained, drop back into Zekken's hands. As we move into number 19. And Zekken is hungry for an opening.
Oh, he scanned them.
And he's got pinged, and the Sentinels have gotten first and second blood in one of these previous rounds from just these early peaks, and XLG are going to try to mark that a bit better. It's
Wow.
good conditioning from Sentinels.
Good stun.
They are going to get stunned and fall back into market. Some space for XLG to work with, but the retake is already there. John
Nice.
already front and center, a big pick as Sentinels
Nice.
spread themselves thin on both
Oh
sides of the
my
pillar.
fucking
And it's Bang left to pick up the
fucking.
pieces.
Our B side is
1
fucked.
versus 3, Spike going down. And Bang has paranoia, and there's so many corners to check. At least Coconut won't be in this equation.
it's over.
Bang has the 1v2 ahead of and that's a good trade from Viva
What
with 3
happened
that
back
round.
side,
And a
man?
trust from XLG as well. Heavyweight
What's
was the only
happening
one
on
that
the
didn't actually have a
backside?
gun. He's been the top performer in this map. Drops his rifle over to another member. They'll be able to push on through, get that one done. A number of players on that Sentinels defense where they're actually on site. Yet Zelsis over towards Marcazar, who couldn't quite get the cleanup he needed, even on that off angle. And I feel like ever since we got that Thrifty coming through from XLG, momentum is looking decent for this team, and it's still Sentinels trying to claw their way back to an
This is a
even
tactical.
score count in this map to give them the opportunity to close out the series 2-0 and move on.
We need
Yeah,
cap
Sentinels
on
tried
big time.
the same early round approach of just kind of saying hello and not getting greeted the way they like this time, but this time not kind of waiting for a whole retake to form and kind of letting them plant. Sentinels are trying to be on prevention
elimination,
duty, and I
yes.
think trying
It's map 2 though.
to find their way through that chaos is what Sentinels have to talk about. Also just composing themselves, because this has
What's
been very
crazy is
close,
that we're
very
still
back
watching
and
the
forth
first
rounds. No one
series
really
of the
win
day.
streaking in this half too
I guess the
much.
other one's done. And we're
It's
3.5 hours
11-8.
in.
XLG so close to forcing
I went
it.
live earlier, but still.
Zekken, of course, he saw the operator this round, so tried his best coming in with the overdrive, but only so much you can do there.
I went live 30 minutes
Come
earlier.
back from
To be fair.
attack pause 11-8, as mentioned.
Okay, 11-8.
Not great weaponry on board for Sentinels
Definitely
either,
not,
but they've
J-Man.
essentially bought themselves out, and they want to prevent this XLG 12. Very important for Sentinels to win this round now.
Sentinels can try
Not today.
kind of unite
Well,
again
not
with the
during this event.
initiator of narrate. You got Prowlers, you got
Nice.
Paranoia, and
Nice.
it's him with a double kill. Could have saved this round. Nary
Nice.
has been huge in these rounds at times, and still dwindles XLG down
Well
to only
done.
2
4v2 now.
rifles.
Solid from Narrate, and now there's guns on the floor as well. So what do you do in this situation for XLG? You're down to minimal numbers. You're starting to pass over the potential of gun upgrades if Sentinels are allowed map control here. And so for XLG, retain position, push back over into A. Sensing that
Who's the coach?
Bang is going to be nearby, but you
is
called
coach
it. Narrate's been huge so
on
far on this
SLG?
defensive side. Does Viva have what it takes to take down Bang here?
Now let's see if the base
Bang
setup
makes first
works.
contact. John Cutie could swing. He has full util, one away from the rolling thunder. John Cutie up next. Viva's just quicker to the trigger. Look at that teamwork with him and Happy Way. Viva, it's not always about the numbers, but the importance of these kills. And now the plant goes down. Speed activated. Zekin in position to drone out. Nace has spotted this neon.
Tag.
As Zekin plays with his food. The spike in front of XLG to defend. And Happy Way puts one down.
Oh my
And it's
God.
1 to go. Getting XLG up
Oh
to
my
match point.
God.
One crouched, one standing, and Viva will be the one standing alone now. As a round ends there, just no utility left to play through Zekin, no fast lane, no relay bolts available. And really it was the play in elbow. John Cutie not finding that kill with the stinger. Another conversion onto Bang, who was watching over towards main. Careful about the fact that he can get flanked himself, but it was the double move. Both players from XLG coming through in elbow, getting the cleanup, and then converting into narrow theft to find the positioning of the last 2 players, and it's just another gorgeous Happy Way round that allows XLG now to push this into map point.
Gotta be able to cycle these ults well for Sentinels, but invest what you need because you're
Nice
on your
point.
last life for this map. Or Haven
We have a lot
comes
of
up, and
ults.
this is... It wasn't a good map for XLG on their last visit, I believe, against DRX, but this kind of momentum they built up
shit,
and how
bro.
they've been able to be resilient even after the tech pause says a lot to XLG's work. From winning Ascension to getting to this point, stage champions, to going up against one of North America's best. That's a XLG with a 2-3 split at the moment. Could activate Rarga with the overdrive.
Good news for Sentinels, plenty of ultimates. That's what they have to work through. Find some decent value there, find some gun upgrades, and suddenly you're in business.
Nice.
And there's the first. Narrow theft as well to confirm the position. You're going to be understanding the coconut's right there. Can Zelsus get this clean up? That will be huge.
Making sure that
Traded.
breaches on the opposite side of the map could be huge for XLG. They are just
Nice,
a
Zach.
number narrated.
Wait, Narrate
even.
died. Fuck.
Get the hunt down.
We have breach
Viva
over retake.
once again, stealing away these rounds as XLG could get one of the final plants going. As John Cutie with the Rolling Thunder is coming up for Sentinels.
Yeah, can these 2 players on XLG do it again in these clutch scenarios? It would be insane for them to just consistently win. However, for Sentinels, they have the ultimates to play through.
Thunder.
They have utility for Zekin as well, and he's got a gun.
He slips and slides, and there's only one place XLG. Whoa! But there's Lord
I heard him cheer
for
too.
XLG. They give themselves
Oh
another
my
chance.
God. Happy
And it
Way
ends
played so
on
well that
Haven.
map. Holy fucking shit,
I said this at
bro.
the start, it's a happy day for Happy Way. Unreal, 3K there. 2 versus 3. Can you call that one a clutch? I guess in some ways, absolutely. You had to play into a Rolling Thunder. You had to play into full util from Zekin as well, who, credit to Sentinels, played that round as well as they could. They got some gun upgrades. They took down 2 XLG members early, put the gun into the hands of their doors of Zekin
we're going map
to be
3.
able to carry
Map 3
in the
Haven.
late stages of the
No,
round.
Sentinels are not out. No,
And
we're
still,
not out.
XLG.
We're going map 3.
I mean, what an unreal
But
turnaround
fuck.
after losing Lotus to then get this cleanup.
Dude, our 8
more confidently
site
and more comfortably
holds
as well.
was so
Yeah,
rough.
more than that, I would say like a turnaround in terms of the expectations going into this map. 3 out of 4 picked up by Sentinels the last few.
It's fucking tragic.
EDG better.
Oh, all right. You guys heard it here. They're saying that Busio might be better at ping pong, but in the server EDG, Chichu is saying they're going to win today. But who knows? Let's find out.
God damn, bruh. Bro, I was exhausted at 7 a.m. It's 5 a.m. I'm not tired. All right. Someone gave me the answer here. It's Elf. Oh, someone give me the answer for that too. It was ton. Fuck. I don't know these. Fuck it. I give up. I didn't get my food. I give up. I'm getting my food. Verb. Let's do Bando. $174 million views, 1997. No. Yeah. This song is not hitting and it's so loud. I agree. Hmm. Hmm. What's the name of that food channel where he makes like crazy burgers and shit? Who's that food YouTuber I liked a long time ago? Does anyone remember his name? Sam. Sam the cooking guy. Oh yeah. I haven't watched his YouTube in a while. PBJ ribs. Oh my god. The best pasta salad. The fuck?
You ever seen someone walking down the street and thought to yourself, oh my God, I want to date or marry that person? That's how I felt about this burger when I saw it. I wanted to date it for sure, maybe marry it. It's not weird, is it weird?
That you want to fuck a burger?
I didn't say I wanted to fuck the burger. I said I wanted to maybe date it for sure. Well, you've seen it. There's the picture. Look, you don't want to flirt with that smoked burger from Moo's Craft Barbecue in Los Angeles? Like, I don't even like Los Angeles. Like, it's close to San Diego. I appreciate it for what it has and around 4 pounds water, vinegar, cooking. That's what we're doing. Here we go. This little pot. This is plain white vinegar. Recipes below. There's always going to be vinegar in a pickling situation. We'll add some water to it. And then we add some fun stuff. A couple teaspoons of mustard seeds. About a teaspoon of red pepper flakes. Honestly, it's one of my favorite dried spiced herb things to keep around. 4 tablespoons of sugar. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's that sweet sour thing that makes pickles fantastic. And some chopped dill. Great. Get some heat. Pot's on. Now we wait till it simmers, we stir, and when it's ready, we can use it. But we have to prep our cucumbers. So while we're waiting for this, how about I prep off to the side? Here's what I've got. Persian cucumbers. Persian cukes. And I saw in the picture of their burger that they were like waffle cut. You know how you do that? With your mother's waffle cutter thing. She used to cut butter like this for dinner parties. So, like this.
What?
Pick up any of that fancy shit.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of awesome,
Wait,
right?
How do I get this right? Oh, wait. If I
Waffle
go
cutter?
This way and then this way. No, it's going to make holes, right? Yeah, see that?
Rotating.
The holes are cool. Wow, this would have been a lot faster on a mandolin. Son of a bitch. But look how cool they look. I'll make them a little bit thicker though. Let me stir this. We want the sugar to dissolve, and once it does, we're just gonna let it simmer away for like 2 minutes, all right? That's good. Let me turn it down, because that's a super high boil, and I don't want that. Come on, you. Down you go. All right, see you in 2 minutes. I'll finish my cukes in that time. No time for make them fancy now. My mother would have a dinner party, and she'd take a long rectangular piece of butter, and she'd cut it like this. And she'd lay little pats of butter in the dish on the table. She was that kind of entertaining woman. I think that's probably about it. So let's do this. Get our jar out, put our pickles in. Yep, I think it's 3 is gonna be the number for this jar. And now, this business smells great.
Oh, this is for the pickles?
Hold on. Let's
The
make sure we
cucumbers?
get the benefit of all the seeds inside. Okay, I'm good with that. We can leave it like that.
Damn.
I want to just mix it, so I'll give it some of this. Let it cool. Haha, aioli
Wow.
time. And we're ready for this. Bowl, mayo. Garlic aioli would imply garlic. We have some. Let's put 2 cloves in, shall we? Nobody move. Like a little shot of oil, some lemon juice, pinch of kosher salt, and some chives. Could be parsley. But I'm feeling fancy today. And we mix.
Did Sun win?
Just make this.
Not yet.
Stick in the fridge. Put it on everything. Alrighty? It's brisket time. I don't know who's dealing weed out of this house, but I keep finding these very nice Ziploc bags. Oh, what is this? Well, that would have been a real drag. They're like nice weed bags. Remember a lid? This is actually a little big for a lid. All right, so
What about
black
talking about?
peppercorn in, as Gordon Ramsay would say. Not that he owns the expression in, but he uses it a lot like that. Basil in, peppercorns in, douchey comments in, and then you give it this. We want a fairly chunky, coarse grind of pepper, salt on the outside of these burgers. Fresh cracked, fresh pounded, fresh broken up pepper is delightful. It's really delightful. And we've got Malden salt. Look how beautiful that is. All right, this will go on our brisket patties before they go to the smoker. Now, we'll get the brisket. Well, that's what we've got. Beautiful brisket. And plenty of fat because, you know, you're looking for 20%, and I might be close to that with this. This has been in my freezer for a little bit just to make it easier to grind. So let's grind. We'll clean this up and we'll form. Alrighty, here we go. Look how beautiful that is. The plan is to form 2 patties about the same size. I got this for the outside, and I have a scale. I want to use this because
This pasta salad's so heavy, bro.
Formed, and I just do it by hand. Won't be the same thing, but I do want them to come out. So I'm just give it a little bit of oil in here. Put it on here. Let's see. I think we want to see about a 6 or 7 ounce patty. Let's see what we've got. That's 5.
Show me the patty, bro.
Okay. Okay. Great. Remember this? Okay. Nice. Oh, our pigs. This is whatever day. Thank you. I can tell you that.
Me!
Let's go. On the way over, I realized I wanted to put the patties on here just to make 75. On they go. Probably going to be, just you do the same thing. Smokers at 275. On they go. Probably going to be an hour. We'll yank them around 132. 3, 1.
What's that?
You know, when it looks good. Because there's
That being said,
Proxy 11 my
I'm now looking
because
for
Shanks
a
just
team.
joined you too.
My God, Shanks,
As a
which
player,
are gonna join and Jinx next?
I don't think he knows how to spell weather.
How do I spell weather? I don't know.
Oh my god.
It's okay, guys. It's okay.
There's one cooking part I haven't told you about that I will when these come off. And we're there. Okay, we're about 133. Here's the plan. We take them over to the flat top and we give them about a minute aside. They get amazing looking. Then we build, then we eat, then we cheer like little kids who just, let that get some color. So here's how this happens. Butter, bun, let that get some color. You probably shouldn't walk away because I sense them going quickly. So we'll let
This pasta salad was too heavy.
They're not gonna take,
oh my god.
Almost. Another 5 seconds on each, and we're out. Beautiful, beautiful. Now the patty. Little oil, we spread.
This burger is making me feel gross right now.
And it's cooked.
Yeah, I don't even.
We just wanna
Yeah,
color
there's no
this up
there's
now.
no salad
So we're gonna
component
give
to that
this, oh,
dish I just
no more
had.
than a minute. And now we do this. We put 2 pieces of American cheese on the top. Give it a little hit of H2O and a lid. And as soon as that cheese is melted,
What is this strategy?
we're ready to go. Should we look? Lovely.
Wow.
Let's take this guy off.
What a melt.
And build. It's gonna be good. Remember our garlic aioli. Not too much, Samuel. Sparingly.
It's to steam it so the cheese melts.
never
I see.
said ever. And now our pickles. These so good.
Damn.
Quick little delicious pickles. Technically, I might be using more than they do.
I think that's a good amount of pickles personally.
And then
Like
our beautiful
that looks
smoked
delicious to me. Oh my god, we're live. Fuck the perfect part.
2025, but we
All
have
right,
had
chat.
G2 eliminated by a Chinese team. Let's see if another Chinese team can find some more success here, or whether Sentinels will keep the narrative the same. Over to you, Lemon Kiwi and Avril.
Will can Zelsis still say that that they own the Chinese region? We have to settle the score here on Haven.
And look at this, different comps all the way around. It's like we swapped sides entirely. XLG are going to be the ones
Whoa, it's a
running the
big
tried and
C
true
fight. Oh my
Ragnar
God.
onto the jet. Something I was thinking about if he was going to look towards an early on, straight onto C main. Massive face-up, both teams contacting each other.
Nice shot.
Waiting for the utility though. It's
Nice
not gonna come
second.
through. Boya is just going to swing for it and die.
Second Juicy and XLG now just trying to escape,
What are
but
these
also
cams?
get their spike back. The double swing.
Nice bang.
This is the way that we want to see Sentinels synchronized from here on out. Just tightening that up. Would have, I think, had Sunset go the distance.
God.
This is already a better map for Sentinels.
This is
Finally a
essentially
pistol,
as we
right?
watch the
It's
possibility
our
for
second
Hampton Way
pistol
to do
this event.
something. I mean, look, he's been legendary on Sunset, but a 1 versus 4 would have to be ridiculous. So he'll get back
Good
to like
job.
Zelsa, speaking of which,
Good
on the
job.
Killjoy for this map. We see probably more teams play
Yeah, the
towards
UI
Cypher.
code is like
Certainly
ahead.
Sentinel's last performance on Haven, they were playing that Cypher, basically the exact same comp that XLG are running, minus the jet over towards the Neon. But what's interesting about the Sentinel comp is they're essentially playing a similar style with the Viper as the
With
DRX
Neon,
versus XLG. So
Viper
Sentinels
Omen.
are trying to basically replicate some of that DRX success that shut down XLG in yesterday's game.
It's going to be good surveillance from Zelsis, but at least I'm happy to see Happy Way on the Cypher. And this was not to shade Havoya. Now he can frag and enable his other duelist without necessarily needing to be one. Although the double duelist would have been sick.
Oh my god, please come garage.
Explode in off of this breach, but it's the anti-eco obviously in favor of Sentinels. The very loud and proud sniper from Zekin, who is going to be smoked off. A B approach from XLG, but having 5 on the retake, it's going to be difficult for XLG to hold back.
Nice.
They need to be able to close these distances as well. They want to do that over towards A, but just flashed up beautiful paranoia onto all members. And here comes Zekin from behind.
Oh my!
This takes too long to reload, but Sentinels pinch from all angles, and it's a pain sandwich that XLG did not want to be part of. So beautiful retake and bringing all of those into the bonus.
It's perfectly well played by the Omen of Sentinels. Bang, and it's all over. Paranoia setting up Zekin for success, sliding on in. Despite it only being a Marshall, it's good enough for Sentinels to cleanly walk away from that. He'll pass the Marshall on to John. And now the operator's online for Zekin. Insane timings coming on through. As this is going to end up being a very critical round where XLG might not be ready to walk into an operator this quick on round 3.
We almost got into Zekin's YouTube video if he would have just kept hitting headshot.
Zekin has an op already.
And even unscoped, that would have been
They're
sick.
going A,
and
though.
He's having such a fiery start. It's only been 2 rounds, but I'm excited to see how this is going to end. Now the first rifle round for XLG. To not let Sentinels get too much momentum off of this as the A approach looms.
And yesterday as well, Human Jet player for DRX was finding a lot of success earlier
3
on
A.
against XLG.
It's an A pop.
A lot of first bloods. Jump peeking his bang.
Oh my god. On second thought, I'm good. Good paranoia.
Thinking about how far Raga really wants to take this one.
I guess that's pretty surprising for Omen to be on A.
Multiple members are now on site.
Usually the C
out here
anchor.
as well. Yeah,
We have
Spike's already gone.
Zekin opping there
XLG know
instead.
that A is cooked.
And John Cutie just acting as a semi-sentinel with really good delays with the orbs, the mollies on the floor, and XLG.
If it was Tarik, he would have dashed
Now can make
inside.
it look like they went elsewhere, but this lurk from Zelsis
Nah, I'm
is
backing
what
up,
matters.
bro.
He's got, of course, ears and eyes on C with the turret there, and he tries to keep his eyes peeled on mid, so Sentinel's still confident in their read.
Are they going to see Narrate though? They need to get Narrate down early.
Happy
Viper
way.
Walk is still coming to slow this down a little bit more.
There's nothing more than what the Sentinels defenders could
Save.
do. Of course, using a lot of those bonus weapons, and Zekin wants to keep the op, so XLG will show face on their first rifle round.
Why are they so good?
Huge from the getting Narrate down, checking that angle, and then bursting past the Viper Wall. Cleaning up a couple plays with lesser weaponry. It really was the op from Zekin that could have been the game changer.
Why are
but
they actually so
XLG
good?
unwilling to walk in towards C, steadfast in their confidence to push their way through A, knowing that utility had been spent, Snakebite was gone. Zelsis really hoping that somebody's going to walk through towards the end. The scans are going to come through just to make sure it's not going to be the case. Already have advanced movement for Havoya to scout out that they can safely retreat back over towards A main. And you'd imagine Zelsis should probably die to Spike here so that he can drop his
NA going
judge,
home on day
'cause
2?
Do you really want to be bringing a judge in the next round is the question.
There is a world where all of NA gets eliminated today. Actually,
Probably not
no.
the worst. You can still play within smokes and stuff like that, so we'll see.
Yeah, and XLG just being able to bring all 5 of those rifles into the next, building up your economy is just the whole other battle that they have to face against Sentinels. Because I'm thinking back to that first map, it was so win streaky for both teams, and Sentinels
3
just
of NA.
ended up draining the bank accounts of XLG, forcing them on so many saves.
The off-season
and building
merchants
up
are
so many
qualified is
rounds
crazy.
because of that. So Sentinels
full
though,
buy.
haven't been able to create too much insurance in terms of a gap in the score.
Full buy, let's see it.
See them already smoking out C.
They're going C.
Concerned about the
Fuck,
fact
we
that
have
that
no one
side
on
lane could be
C.
dangerous. Zekin didn't fire a shot in the last round, so the operator could still be a surprise.
We have not a
XLG
single person on C.
wise to it. They are still
Oh
going
my
to try
God,
and
it's a
break
good
through
call.
out of the smoke. Just be the turret there to see everything else, and Sentinel's playing for retake on C. As Zekin walked off.
Nobody home. No eyes on garage or back site. Smoke for coconut available. Just kind of
Retake.
delay things.
Paranoia.
Have
Neon
a recon,
stun.
of course,
Dart.
no drone. And Sean Cutie with an op, but it's going to be difficult for Sentinels to break through. And it's actually a proactive paranoia from
Counter
XLG, thinking they have
paranoia.
the timing on the
Counter
Sentinels entry.
stun.
Even an early
Okay, here we
fall
go.
line too, so XLG hold the door, now racing in off the paranoia is Zekin. Big opener against Viva, now shooting through the boxes. It's time just going toe
Everyone
for toe,
died.
punch for punch, and it's the XLG multi-kills that drive at the end. Another 3K.
Everyone died. I don't know what
It's
happened,
the
but everyone
players that are
died.
playing offside a little bit further back that will find the success here. Happyway and Havoya.
Oh my
Havoya has the
God.
insurance policy even
Should we
further
neon
back
wall when we
into
run in? He
C-Long.
chose not to.
Maybe a little
Happyway's actually
concerned that
just him. I
Coconut
know,
dropped
he's
the
having a
paranoia
fucking
that
series
early,
right
but
now.
they still had Utah to play through defensively to prevent
The
Sentinels from
observer's
finding too
watching
much
second
more.
reload. He has to. Okay, I'm
Brilliant
not going to
entry from
nitpick
second to
this.
say the least. At least get Viva
Replay
down
from-
early, but beyond that, they just couldn't quite handle the last couple of members. Good scan, as we saw, onto the Jetta Raga. The Happyway continues his sharp streak that we saw in Sunset, now in Taven.
I like that XLG went away from the Yoru and ISO as much as Mitch would be hyped to see the Raga Yoru once again, but they had such a weak defensive half because of that. I think it was 3-9. This is a much more
Missed 4 kills while
suitable
second
comp for
reloaded, I know.
XLG. Going well so far with back-to-back rounds. Looking for a corpse for Happyway with the
go.
neural theft advantage, and Raga makes that space
Nice.
and somehow loses
Nice
that.
houses. Nice
Celsius.
houses.
Wow. Celsius
Oh
with
my God.
Sheriff 4K
Holy
to turn it all
fuck.
around to reestablish the Sentinels.
They did not check the double box to their right. That is very basic, and unfortunately, that may cost them. And a
No
well
ace, but that
Happyway
was insane.
not going to be able to
Oh
clean
my
up
God,
so
we have
many
to see
members.
that
We've seen him in a
replay,
1v4
please.
before, and it's just too many members of Sentinels. A breakthrough. Zelsis, when things were getting awkward in that BBL game, Zelsis still held strong. And the first customer was Raga. Zelsis popping in, but you have to be concerned. Like at this point, how are you not turning around? How are you not considering
Wow.
where Zelsis is standing from by the time that Havoya
Wait, he actually
noticed
went
things
fucking crazy,
far
dude.
too late. A
Zelsis
very
6 and
common
1,
box
holy shit.
for players to hide, and particularly on an eco that just wasn't checked.
Out of all the weapons that round, it's a Sheriff that almost gets an ace. Jeez. Sentinels got ults to work with, just mainly the overdrive and narrate one off the Hunter's Fury, but Sentinels haven't been aggro for A orb, especially with the smoked off. Despite Sentinels having a deeper smoke, they're countered by the XLGs. So Garage will be explored for the first time for XLG, and with the breach, you're happy to break in.
Yeah, I haven't really played towards this angle. Seeing Zelsis hold this position.
Zelsis, again.
One round prior, but nothing really came through. Zelsis, the big hero of the last round, now has
He's
to
blind,
play the
he's
hold on
blind,
as
he's
long as
blind.
possible. Rifle in hand. A little bit of support coming through John Cutie, and Zelsis is down first.
Fuck, man.
Was found an XLG
Fucking
of
Omen
evicted
Paranoia
Sentinels.
fucked him.
There is a flank from
Wait,
Bang, but
question.
It will be sussed out by the Happyway trip.
Was
So
I guess
XLG
Bang wasn't
have
able
their
to smoke
attention
mid-side?
Quite split, and Havoya gets to explore. Does lose it to Bang, but the
I think he
info
needed a
that
mid-side
Bang is
smoke.
there is half the battle.
But I'm guessing he
with Neri
couldn't.
coming through the top site. XLG have time on their side too. The Paranoia clears out
This
Garage.
is a hard
but isn't gonna
retake,
get the
bro.
targets Bang was looking for.
And look at the instant smoke up as well coming through
They died.
from Coconut. 1 HP, by the way, Happyway.
Wow.
Nice and easy. 2-piece, doesn't even need the rest of the teammates. Could have just handled that one all by himself.
I don't
Maybe
know,
not
it's-
actually given
you guys are
the fact that
fucking
I
us
did
right
mention
now.
Coconut instantly smoking off connector.
A coach, a manager, everything.
So a response from XLG. Insane round from Sentinels to be able to win a Thrifty, and XLG not to be deterred.
Sentinels timeout now. Still the op around.
This is attack?
A little frustration there.
What's happening?
I want to see Sentinels, whatever happens here, go out kicking and screaming in the best form that they can. But losing to XLG would
They're
not
the
be on my
favorites.
bingo card.
They shouldn't really be kicking and screaming at all. They should be the ones piling themselves into a qualification for top 8. It's XLG that had the lowest of expectations from everyone watching, considering the circumstance with their roster, considering the circumstance with how they ended up playing in their opening match versus DRX, not giving a lot of confidence. And we just saw G2 get knocked out. They did win in one map versus Billy, and they fought hard for it, but again, roster circumstances can often really come around and bite you, and it certainly did for G2, but for XLG, it's somehow empowered them. Havoya has improved this team
Shadow
by
recooked.
being on this team now.
just a really high pressure environment in terms of how high the stakes are when the prize pool is this big.
3-3.
We're back into game. Good ults, but also just a stinger for John Cutie. One away from the pit.
It's like a half
Viva,
by 3
Hunter's
rifles though.
Fury. Another B approach from XLG.
So fast play.
Dash in off the smoke from Rarga.
They have sight
you can
already.
always make the space, and holding
They
it
have
is a whole different
Sova ult.
story.
This
We
is
have
slow
Sova
though.
ult.
Snakebite would slow things down considerably. They do beat the timing
Here we
on
go.
the smoke. Here comes Zekin. He wants to dive on in off the
Oh!
grenation that Narrate gets, but it's more than info. It's kills.
And he tagged the third.
2-for-1. Disgusting.
Wow.
XLG.
Happy way still
down
alive
for
though.
the count. They haven't had a lot of luck at B. This will go Sen's way
Good
to try
fucking
and help
Sova
their
ult.
economy.
Good stun. I think
going
Zekin's
forward.
stun also got
They
them,
were
right?
playing into a real potential trap there. And as soon as you see the Snakebite come through, you have to start thinking, do we really want to continue or not? But it was a full commitment from Rarga, which means everyone else is going to follow through. And then a situation where, yeah, Zekin,
Nice
full
job,
confidence,
bro.
swings on in,
Alright, we needed
slides
that.
through.
Our money was also shit.
Following the rate, laying down the carpet for him, and the Hunter Sphere could not have done better. Full scans, actually a double kill, and then the third shot then finds damage again. Couldn't
Their
have had a
money
better situation than
is-
that, and obviously we knew there were Stingers coming on in. XLG, I don't know if they were concerned
Not
the possibility
great.
that Sentinels weren't going to have the best weaponry.
buy, though. They have
you don't want to
knives.
be walking into a place like B when you know Stingers could be a possibility, but it was a Hunter Sphere that obviously closed things out.
Narrate, still one of my favorite players on Sentinels in terms of what they've been able to do at EWC, from big clutch moments on Sunset to a round-winning Hunter's Fury. Completely drown out the rounds
How y'all
of
struggling versus
XLG from the
XLG?
B site.
Bro, don't ask
And
me,
look
man.
who XLG trusts to have
I mean-
a hero rifle here. It's going to be Viva with Rarga.
They have
pulling
an
up
X
Bladestorm.
factor with the coach, dude.
What's
It's
more,
actually
Happy
harder.
Way is more than okay with coming through on a sheriff.
If they don't know what they're doing, how can we
Despite
know what
probably
they're
being
doing?
the most consistent play on the team so far, looking to see if Rarga can really make magic happen on this Bladestorm. However, only on 81 HP for the time being. That's info spotted by Narrate now.
And because you have pistols, you have to play this no lurk activated, no other option for XLG except Rarga with the one, with the smoke separating them from the rest.
Nice.
And Narrate and Bang keep it locked
Good
for
fucking
Sentinel.
job,
And Bang
bro.
was stunned as well, and still he goes down. First kill onto Rarga. And then it
Oh
all
my God.
falls apart
We
for
needed that
XLG,
too.
and Rarga could have gone large. His opening pick was certainly giving confidence that XLG might be able to get their way onto site, find themselves another thrifty
It's a
win.
good read, right?
Bang and Narrate hold on so powerfully, and Bang now leading the charge for Sentinels 9-3.
Flawless 2 rounds from Sentinels post timeout, just needing to calm down and lock in. Of course, you are against pistols, so now let's see what XLG have up their sleeve now that they're able to buy up. Hunter's Fury from Viva could do that Narrate impression. Maybe more for the post plant.
Got pushed up. Several members of the Sentinels are in short. It's going to be
His
Happy
Molly
Way
fucked
taken
him
down
up.
super
Narrate,
early.
nice kill.
Not what you want to see if you're XLG.
Oh, the swing from
Nice,
Rarga.
Zach.
He's always good for one, but Sen are good at trading
Good
him out.
wall,
so
good
It's always
smoke.
been super close rounds between these two teams.
4v3?
And that's three that many would not have expected.
Voya has a position here, and he's well found his target in Bang.
No
Coconut as well on the opposite
way.
side of the map. Suddenly, XLG have bought their way back in 3-2 here. But what's
Timing.
Coconut do? Oh, terrible.
Oh, that would have been everything for Coconut to save. I mean, he just put the red carpet down for XLG to maybe get a plant down at C. And now Viva
We
has
don't know
to
where they're going
reconsider.
though.
They got time though, but XLG don't know
Back
where
to
they
C
go.
they go.
They're going to move onto the site where Coconut died. And it's going to end up working out for them. Havoya making the calls here. Where is the Viva? Do not take that trade. Please, Viva, that would be terrible. You need to get grouped up with Havoya right now and play for a plant. Cannot afford to die in mid.
Scanning ahead.
Right, plant should be good. Zekin and Narrate recon 2 to help
Does he have
Zekin
stun? No. He has wall and
get
dart.
eyes and ears as best as he can. Zekin
Garage.
adjusts carefully left side, and
How
actually
long is the
a
wall?
great
Can he
approach
stick
as
with
Viva
wall?
plays through main. Of course, you have Havoya through
Flank.
garage. As XLG don't want to get
He's flanking.
multi-killed.
He's flanking.
Sen just within the site. And yes, Havoya could be on the flank coming from behind, and Zekin doesn't know what to expect. And Hunter's Fury gets the
We
attention
won.
from
The
one
UI.
side, and
Oh my
Havoya
God, he
from
stuck
the
it.
other.
The fucking UI.
What?
Oh my God. The UI fucking spoiled the 5 seconds in advance. You guys saw that?
You are kidding me.
I saw him win
You
before
are
the fuse
kidding
finished.
me. XLG had the 2 versus 1.
This is
The Hunter's
crazy.
Fury. Havoya even earned the Rolling Thunder off
Most
of that
biased
backstab.
casters ever? A little bit, but it's
And
okay.
yet,
I don't know,
the
whatever.
defuse comes through. The ninja defuse. How on earth
Fucking,
XLG
Mickey Mouse
have
anyway.
just allowed this one to slip through their fingers. Oh my god. Oh, that is terrible data eyes to watch that round unfold.
What is that dart, bro?
Sentinels, it's what they needed.
That dart is insane, brother.
Okay, the early pin,
You guys saw
actually
that?
a deep one. Over at the A for the defense, and no Hunter's Fury from Diva to kind of counteract that.
They know he's there.
XLG could just walk away from the center, so packed in, but Coconut, because he teleported in, they're
Nice.
committed. XLG with the rolling thunder, but just haven't been able to get any
What-
openings.
we won, we won.
And Sentinels unite for a 7-3.
Oh no, this is the
What a
yell.
weird
It's
position,
so fucking
Coconut.
weird
I
to
mean,
watch
he
this right now.
reveals
I don't know what's
his
happening.
spot
Like
over
everything's
heaven, of
confusing
course.
as fuck. The UI is
He was
ahead.
considered that.
I can hear
Maybe
the
he was
streams in
revealed anyway.
advance.
It was just
The
good shooting from Sentinels to
fucking,
just throwing some shorty shots.
what do you call it?
But there's a world where Coconut just plays a little bit more patiently.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Finds a
Fuck.
better timing there, but as soon as he started
getting to
shooting,
me.
his position was gone, and then the rest of XLG, not a lot to say on that A side of things, and they'll take their own tactical timeout, man. I just, again, that Ninja Defuse round at number 9, kind of shaking their team up here a little bit, and now they're just dropping more and more rounds. See a little bit of frustration of Voe there, communicating with the rest of his team, and this is the problem. You have a situation where mixed language rosters could be some miscommunication in terms of what the game plan is, and certainly team play issues is where I've had the largest criticism of the Shilai Gaming team. We saw on Lotus several moments where that cost them extremely good situations that they probably should have won in, and no better is a position where they allowed that Ninja Defuse to happen on 2 rounds ago. So, yeah, Shilai Gaming, where they've been strong, they've been strong.
I have
Where they've
stage
been
sound
weak,
of no
it's been
crowd.
very bad.
I actually like the stage sounds.
Yeah, I wish we had a
But
replay
I
of
just-
that Ninja
I just
Defuse.
wish it
'cause
wasn't delayed.
The Hunter's Fury is
'Cause
there.
hearing the
you had
players
flank
cheer
from
is
the
hype.
breach on the other side. Like, how do you get away with that? That's got to be frustrating. But the thing that XLG have to hope for is an 8-4 half. It's currently 7-3. You're on a save. I guess a hero rifle or. Gonna buy up what you can if you're XLG, but not the half they were hoping for. Of
I'll
course.
tell you what, they put the hero rifle in the right place hands this time. Happy where he's been solid so far. Let's see if he
Someone
can
in
make
chat
it work.
said, why
although he did
timeout if the
lose
coach is
his
playing?
life very early on over towards A, and that may happen again.
The coach is calling a timeout. The only
he's in a
difference
rough
is that he's
spot.
actually in the server
I
now.
respect it. You know what? Absolutely. You definitely throw the Hunter's Fury out for just this guy. He is worth pulling it in whole ultimate just for 1 kill. Sentinels, well played.
That's out of the picture. So XLG can go forward, joining up through Garage, wanting to tempo up. They've smoked off
This is
B,
eco for XLG.
so they don't get flanked.
Guardian on
Now
Rarga.
Coconut has to be the lurk and check out KU.
He wants the gun. Coconut would like to see if he can maybe retrieve
Wasn't
a rifle. that'll
XLG
give
the
him a bit
number
of
1
help.
seed from China for Toronto or no?
Now you're
Good
missing
flash.
someone important, no paranoia, but Rarga at least keeps himself safe.
Oh.
Oof. Trades!
One
It's
enemy
bang!
remaining.
They
Once
were, right?
again. And XLG, well, they didn't even get the rifle from that. Coconut's
Nice.
like, what did I miss? Well, the
Everything.
whole round.
Missed everything and more. That round, again, not pretty at all from the side of XLG. They are going to have full guns to come on through. Hero rifle drop
Oh,
to move
yeah,
them.
one
Not
of their
too
players
pleased about
got
how aggro
removed.
Happy
That's
Way is
true.
getting in some of these rounds.
One of their players
You
got
need him
suspended,
available
that's
late, but
right.
Look at this from Raga as well. Just, okay, instantly falls off the angle for some reason. Just doesn't consider that bang could swing on through.
You got suspended.
So I'm not too sure if they needed that many members looking over towards C-Link. Yeah, man, it's weird.
Me?
He didn't even smoke it off or anything.
No,
so
not
Bang
me.
just comes
You.
on through and just deletes everyone, cleans it up.
So like I said, you're hoping for an 8-4 half if you're XLG. Your final buy-up of the half.
Good bang
And
again.
neural theft would be critical if, of course, Happy Way can win that 1v1 against
Rush
Bang
Hour?
if they ever encounter each other.
Was it Rush Hour 1 or 2?
It's not going to be Happy Way
Rush Hour
walking
1,
up,
I
but
think,
it will be a
right?
situation where this round goes a little bit later. You have a large flank capability for Bang, but also a trap setup where XLG want to walk up C-Long. Guess what? Bang can close around again. He's
Was it
done
Rush
so
Hour
multiple
3?
times. However, look over towards the
No,
left
it
side.
wasn't.
here.
Are you
John Cutie
serious?
in good
Oh, he's
position.
gonna get jacked.
That
Good
scene?
headshot, and this is XLG being
Oh,
synchronizing.
fuck.
Better for trade, something that was really lacking in that last round. And a 5 versus 3 within B has been a difficult sight for them to hold, but only when there's 5 left of Sentinels
Nice
and the
try.
overdrive tries to kick things into gear.
Bang.
And Zekin does what he can. It's
Oh my
Arena 1
god.
versus
He
2.
dinked a Cypher, I think.
1 versus 3. Happy Way still has HP somehow, and the job gets easier, but it's not done for Narrate. He's even pre-shooting, but one from main. Gonna get tagged by the recon, and that's the timing for the swing for Happy Way. And an 8-4 half, the best you could hope for XLG.
Yeah, play that one a little bit more patiently if you're Happy Way. Don't fall into obvious traps. Come through late in the round for the cleanup. You know your aim's sharp enough to do it. But the entry coming through from XLG was where the money was made. John Cutie down nice and early, and he was
Small
in a good one and done
break.
spot where minimum could have potentially have traded for one. But the structure there from XLG to check both sides, both corners, and they win both as well as Zelsis falls on the opposite side of John Cutie, and suddenly numbers advantage looking strong. Zekin only sliding in with 1 kill on the overdrive, and then Happy Way with the coup de grace over the end. So a minor recovery here, but some sloppy rounds in the middle for XLG. The Sentinels are all too happy to take advantage of.
Sentinels have been really strong on the defensive pistols, but overall, XLG have won more pistol rounds throughout this series. But Sentinels got really lucky, just not lucky, but they really did surprise XLG when they just walked up through C and just farmed XLG off the pistols. So
the saturation is off on some of the cams.
Expecting something special cooked up on this pistol from Sentinels.
I don't know. I haven't noticed
that. This will
that.
determine, I think, whether XLG have a chance to come back.
I just feel bad for the players
because
apparently they're playing with packet loss and they're playing online.
Or if Sentinels
so like they flew all this way for this event, and it's just a fucking shit show. And we don't really know entirely how bad it is, but I'm pretty sure they're getting fucked.
And if they would, they'd be the expected team to have won, not without taking some scratches and bruises along the way. But for XLG, they're not happy about that. 5 in a row from 7 to 11 that were
G2 was
very
smart.
Costly.
They came with their coach. They left early.
But a strong finish on 12 will at least give them some confidence left that
haters will say they fell off because of no Tejo, but really,
and maybe beat Sentinels.
It was strategic. They're getting ready for stage 2.
The types of rounds that he's been winning, his impact has been unreal.
The map pool at this event is not the same as the map pool at stage 2. They're maximizing their time at home.
Throughout the series, I look towards Coconut to set up Rarga for more than 1 kill. Which is more than I would get, but I still want to see Rarga have his pop-off moment, one that we expected. But Sentinels have a fake that they're trying to sell towards B.
Lurker's dead already?
Committed, but after losing Zelsis, that plan to go A has been maybe ruined.
So they lurk down.
So I don't know how bad it is, but yet I call it a shit show.
Sometimes
it's definitely a shit show, regardless of
that's going to be info Coconut
how bad it is, based off of what I know.
I was going to say, typically, sometimes you kill the ganker and then you just rotate off because you're considering, well, that wasn't the team coming through onto this side of the map.
They have packet loss and they're playing online. It's a shit show, but how bad is it?
Just abuse
past
and
that,
walk over
I don't know.
But once that info was spotted against John Cutie, Sentinels have to back out.
Isn't it Ride's fault for not giving server perms?
They could also be walking into Happy
I have no idea, brother. Someone fucked up. I don't know who.
EWC is a recon too, but is trying to watch for a garage flank potentially from Sentinels, and also just trusting into the Cypher trip to give him info from Happy Way.
My eyes are down.
Now, something is suspicious. Happy Way is going to call for reinforcement. Here's the push from Sentinels being slowed by the cage, and Happy Way
Narrate's aware.
Gets nothing for his efforts, and Sentinels trying to even up the numbers, but it's Viva coming alive! Oh! And the third one in the corner!
Jesus Christ.
Back against the Sentinels.
Of course, we saw in Sunset when Happy Way wasn't there. Viva certainly was to collect and deliver for XLG a 4K to start things out. A pistol going the way of XLG. 4K accelerating the Hunter's Fury charge rate. You can see the team was also more than willing to believe in Viva's own personal mechanics, giving him the hero rifle a couple of times there as well. But yeah, Happy Way wanted to play
fuck a replay, you're right.
cage, and there's always a risk involved there because you can get
Maybe for the
double
better.
very easy. He loses that deal, but Viva just cleans up. My goodness, that was required for XLG.
I think we've won 2 out of 8 pistols. Is that good or bad? What is 2 out of 8 in percentage?
Anti-eco to bring as much into the bonus.
20%?
Have more of a marathon than a sprint. Try and catch up is the biggest gap we've seen between the two
25%.
teams. Setting up camp now at B. It's the breach from Pavoya. Still flashes in hand. And Zekin, who hunts down Coconut. Narrate takes care of business. And Sentinels facing some trouble.
Oh, it's a quarter.
Is on their side, and it's Happy Way saying hello, and does what he can.
Wait.
XLG, they bought up.
Viva La Vida.
They find themselves behind in numbers. And it's Viva. Okay, John Cutie got to finish up what you started. Kind of a choke. Wait a minute, Viva Rarga. They clutch.
damage.
Well, they still got good guns in their hands. Raga can still get the one shot, of course. And Happyweight coming through late will also contribute to the fight. And well played by Sentinels first and foremost. They got into site cleanly, got a couple of kills. 3 versus 5 was what XLG had to work through there, but XLG actually end up getting it done. Look at this opening from Zekin, beautiful stuff. The Happyweight cleans up Bang, turns it into a 2 versus 3, and Raga and Viva combined just so sharp. And Viva, as we said, in that opening pistol, good for it. If the rest of the team is down, now you've got 2 clutch masters on the team. If Happyweight can't do it, Viva can.
Oh, we needed that.
From a 3K into
It's
the
okay,
pistol
though.
by
Let's
himself with the Ghost to another multi-kill for Viva. We want to see more of this guy.
He's got the Hunter's Fury now, off the back of that.
That's so quick.
Round 3 Hunter's Fury, 4K into a 3K. Into, did he get the defuse as well? Must have.
He's getting pressured back while Happyway is smoked up, but could be ready to swing at a moment's notice. And it's Viva that shows face, and Happyway don't want that smoke, especially with the better bio from Sentinels.
Could have played off Havoya there. I'm a little surprised. He just dry swings it.
Nice.
Happyway as well will be punished. That's your 2 top players potentially down. Raga's in the mix, but XLG, they've been winning rounds off Happyway and Viva. If you want to swing
coach is
that
on
one,
Pie
if you're
Watch,
Viva,
by the way.
surely Havoya does something to help you through the wall, but just didn't see the team play.
Garage, check it
And team
now.
play has been, again, I think the biggest issue for XLG is just not connected, and Zelsis will find
One
the
more.
time at a coconut. This round is over.
Every single time XLG have won a pistol and an anti-eco,
Yes,
they have
we
not
won.
been able to convert that
Wait, what?
bonus. The first rifle round from Sentinels.
Who's yelling? Why are you blading
It's
me?
usually good for it, but let's see how this finishes at the end. You're just gonna take that, save that rifle if you're Voya, and Raga's gonna go far away. That was a clean way. That was a really nice shot. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, he's sharp, and at this stage, I mean, you could tell that XLG have kind of abandoned the round because Havoya is just trying to take the rifle and run, but given how sharp Raga there was, it was a real possibility as you start thinking back, and I was like, wait a minute, should Havoya actually just made the play happen? Because that looked suddenly clutchable, but you never know. You never know if
Mid-round
Raga's
swap.
going to have those
Do a
moments or not.
post
And so far,
But they don't realize that they've already lost too much control.
Oh.
It's going to be left now just to spot
A400 Thieves.
be some licks taken in terms of damage done to economy against Sentinels, but it will be Sentinels taking the round.
3-round gap between the two. No ults to really worry about.
It
but
means there's 4 members not on full armor for Sentinels, by the way.
How are they already A4? Didn't we start?
True. Still waiting for
I
that
don't know,
Hunter's
actually,
Fury
whatever.
from Viva, too. I think this could be the round to pull it out now that you have a good buy-up and even an op in this picture.
What am I hoping for in the upcoming Champs bundle? An op?
Who has been the lurk
An
over
op
on the side,
fucking,
supported by Viva, also in long. But Happyway, holy.
Mid.
Yep, just threading the needle through double doors.
Happyway's been more conservative around C and now hoping to help
It's
out
a
Viva,
Vandal?
who's
How do you
usually
know
been at
that?
that double door, but this time it's Coconut. Some swaps and positions for XLG.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
It's always Vandal?
Just hoping to play off contact, now avoiding the drone, but
Every odd
has
year
to
is
admit,
Vandal?
That's what XLG have to work off of.
Well, they
It's
should
gonna
start
be difficult
introducing the
without
op
rate,
this
no
year.
recon, no drone to get them in. Gonna have to be some setup from Bang here to do it. Zekin's caught in the trap and will eat the stun.
Okay, good punish from
Okay.
Bang after Zekin got caught by a trip and some damage taken. Nonetheless, Zekin and friends are
I just
not
don't
looking
know.
so hot
I don't
because
know
of
what's happening.
the work that was done on the right side of the map.
And how patient was Raga as well, knowing that eventually Zelsis will walk into me, I'm gonna get this shot, and he does deliver. And late in the round now, rotation will finally be called. It's Coconut's turn to show
Wow.
up. He doesn't versus
30
Zekin.
seconds left.
Zekin and Bang together, 2 top
Nice.
players, and they are
wait a
proving it
minute.
right now. This is now winnable. 2 versus 2 in a post plant.
But Rarga with the op hopefully can find a different gun once he gets into around the garage area, and Zekin and Bang have much util. It's just going to be the face-off, 2 versus 2. Rarga with the slow walk-up.
Good
Viva could
start.
just bait for him
Here,
in the
both of
shock
them, no?
dart to force some movement if XLG want to try and make
Good
Sen
smoke.
uncomfortable. It's Rarga with the flash,
Nice!
the dash, gets the
Wait.
focus of Sentinels.
Oh my word.
Flex both.
I thought that was us for sure.
Raga, tricky plays coming on through. And would you look at that, both members of Sentinel turn around for him. They forgot about Viva. There's 2 members of XLG alive. And Bang, he hesitated for a moment, kept eyes on CT, and then still turned. Both members, really, that just gives the game away to Viva. Of course, You have to be concerned a little bit about Raga, but you know the play. I mean, you can just see the play in
No,
slow
I thought it was
motion.
us
You see
cheering.
Raga
I'm not
drop
doing the
down
spoiler
cloud
cheers
burst
anymore.
Through the Omen smoke. Obviously, he's dashing into that one. 2020
Fuck this
hindsight
fucking
says you don't
spoilers.
have both players turning your heads to look at that one. And Walt Viva says, thank you very much for the round.
This forces SEN into a save and chance for XLG to stay within one. Farm up the ultimates they need to get to double digits as well.
Damn.
Now because of all these cypher trips, the cameras, SEN just have to scale up slowly. Cool maneuver there, but mostly pistols.
Zekin did get one trip down, so now
C
B
split
is
through B.
a little bit of concern. Zelsus is, rather, Zekin is going to
But
try and
it's a
sell
fake
this one at
again.
least a little bit. He did pop ultimate. He's going to transfer that one over towards C.
Oh, let's see if Raga can hold on, and the one shot to rule them all through Garage.
Good flash.
The knives and everything. Now, if
Nice.
they could connect, let's go back to the op, and it's
Hard.
dropped, and something Boy wants to pick up, but he's dead too. It's SEN. 2 versus 3, but against Vandals.
Oh my God, fuck this
XLG
solo.
unite, and Hunter's Fury pierces through the hearts
Nice
of
try,
the
bro.
Sentinels.
Fuck.
And XLG at arm's reach.
Team Ace coming through, team effort coming through. Operator secured as well, you would imagine. Yep, picked up, given back over towards Raga. Really would have liked to have seen a bit more from Raga. Could have been a cleaner round if Raga actually landed shots on his Blade Storm there. Was assisted, of course, by Hivoya. We did see the flash coming through, and despite that, just a couple of stray shots. So Raga, he's been sharp at various points in the past, but this tournament, again, has been a bit of a struggle for him mechanically, individually. Thankfully, though, late in the round,
Tech pause.
secure as always, consistent as always. It's happy way in the rest of the cavalry.
Small tech pause from the Sentinel's side. It's a good time to also release all those emotions, because this is as stressful as it gets. Not the way you want to end Riyadh. Good way to bounce back into it if you're Sentinels, because you thought you could have even just closed it out on Sunset. You did so in the past in a lot more convincing of fashion. And I think being able to talk to the coach and have that break between maps allowed SEN to come in firing.
Oh my
I'll tell
God.
you what, the next series is a lot to live up to, because I think I'm going to switch teams here and say that this is match of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the narrative was there already. I just didn't know if I wanted to believe in XLG, but after seeing
Oh my
the Sunset
God.
coming on through, start to call me a bit of a believer now. But the original team that I believed in for this tournament is one of the top 3, maybe top 4, is Sentinels. Expectations high for this NA squad with G2 eliminated as the next NA team that needs to hold the mantle for the region. If not, it falls to NRG, who have already qualified through into top 8.
Wait, let's see. He's getting ready.
Both Sentinels and G2 to
He's
fall
getting ready.
would be very
Can I
heavy
get the
pressure
monitor arm?
onto
Not yet.
NRG, although they do look good currently. For Sentinels, though, still opportunity to close this one out. They lead on Haven, but a couple of sharp rounds from XLG keep them in the game. It's really that 5-round
What's the score?
Sentinel streak that they got in the first half that XLG
What is the score?
I'm going to be very annoyed with, and more than annoyed with,
10-8?
if they do end up
What is
dropping
it?
this series and dropping this map, because that would be
9-8?
where they lose this map.
And what's nice about this format is no matter what, you get to play 2 days, so no matter how bad things started out, it's how you ended that matters and what you learned from day to day. And if you win, there's just, can you be consistent throughout the several days that you're in groups and then a single in playoffs? It doesn't get any more cutthroat than that.
6-day speed
Nah,
run
it's fine.
through the tournament.
I'm keeping an eye. I think we're chilling right now.
16 teams through 6
Mary
days.
looks not happy.
Right after Toronto as well.
Bro, this has been like a long
another
series.
International. Stakes are high, particularly for the teams that didn't even get to go
Also,
to
this
Toronto.
is map 3 elimination right now.
This is their Toronto right now in Riyadh. Their opportunity to show what they could not show.
Not quite the same as Toronto, but yeah,
Why
sure.
teams like BBL and NRG are so fired up because it's their time to shine. But for teams like Sentinels and She-Like Gaming as well, who felt like they had more to give in Toronto, what can they give now? Backs against the wall, map 3 in elimination.
Switch to 100 Thieves while we wait. Yeah, I don't know how long this is going to be. We could.
And Sentinels have said they've been on a good trajectory to success and just keep
like we're
on
waiting.
growing from Masters Bangkok to Toronto
They've
to
left
now.
one a bit more passive, attempting to punish that
Looks
slide
like we're
in.
waiting. I'll
It's
switch
also
back once
they've
it
just
starts.
given up the site completely.
You've got this super aggressive push through middle that just wasn't caught. Xander was not prepared for that sort of a swing. EDG trying to almost match the level of aggression we saw in the last half, but with a completely different set of abilities to back it up. And 100 Thieves have decided, okay, we don't want to get picked apart here. Let's group up, move around as a squad. At worst, we try and get a trade. At best, if we can find one of these players, maybe we can level things up. Going through the
They're
spawn
going
is
through
an interesting
T-spawn.
piece, though. They're just trying to avoid all the extra utility. The drone
What is this round?
isn't going to find them. So as of right now, EDG are clueless to where they've gone.
Oh my God,
Kankan
timing.
has the right idea.
Oh my
Just
God.
misses the timing on it.
But now they know it's going to be an A-side play. A very unusual round. 4 players from the attack in spawn, 5 players from the defense, basically making a column over on Garage.
We're not
You
watching
don't
SEN, it's on
see
tech
map
pause.
control like that. And 100 Thieves read it perfectly, even with that push up through mid. Not the initial one, but the second one, and how they were being held to wrap through spawn. On site now, Kankan wins that. Stunned up,
Wow,
but he's
what a
still good
retake.
for the fight. And it all goes crumbling down for
1v5.
100 Thieves. That win streak that we saw in the first half, not likely to be replicated here.
Nope.
EU will find nothing.
What a retake, huh?
And EDG, 5 players alive. It's a flawless round. To
Can't
put
believe it
them
works
9
so
and
well.
7.
Yeah, I think the great thing there from EDG is you see what happens when they're actually able to set up. Because that was the main problem with that first half, is they were being bullied and battered and bruised before they even got to make their own set play. This one was a little bit slower from 100 Thieves, and because of that, you then get the setup retake. You get those extra supporting pieces of utility, you get them moving as a unit, and that's where EDG play their best Valorant. A 7th round onto the board. Similarly to the
Sentinel's
last half,
XLG
it's
is
that
currently
3-1
tech pause.
start,
Scores
and that's where
9-8.
it all came crashing down. So seems like we are gonna.
These guys got issues over here
ourselves,
too.
but maybe just
oh
a
God,
small
it's tech pause
moment.
here as well.
Kankan's
It's
already
falling
given the
apart.
thumbs up, so I'm assuming this won't be long.
It's a bold assumption, Tom.
Hey, if Kankan's happy, I'm happy.
This is crazy work out of them. I'm not gonna lie.
All the other, everything else is broken, but just him. He's like, I'm good. I'm like, cool, let's go. I'm not biased.
No, not at all. It's not shining through. Anything to see an American
Cinema
king
double
rush.
tech pause.
I understand.
We've already seen one of them today. I don't know if I can cope with the back-to-back.
I can.
It
Somehow
does seem
I
like
make peace with that.
It seems like SEN are doing all right on the other side, though. So that's at least something. XLG have pushed them to a 3rd. No, I've actually just checked the score. Like, XLG might be coming back. Never mind. Never mind. It might be a very bad day for
bad D.
Yeah, bad D. A bad
Like
day
Jim?
for North America.
Wait, this game's about to be
We'll see.
9-8
100 Thieves
too.
still
Same
in a good
script,
spot
same
right
tech
now.
pause.
And a 4-player stack up of that right side of the map. In fact, even Smoggy starting to rotate away from C. I guess they're sort of expecting that it's either going to be that fast-paced initial battle, and if
Free
it's
sight.
not, well, then they might as well just play the retake, because they have got this one completely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, they heard the cam get placed on A. They heard a fake TP put in. That's about it off the top of my head. I don't know what 100 Thieves have done to fully sell that fake, but a free C site claim. A plan secured. Boostio taken out. Towards Garage. As EDG look to flood back in, they're already thinning the herd quite nicely.
Cryo?
Up to a triple, and it's a 2v1 now. With
1v1.
nobody left alone. Cryo needing a 4K to take this across the line, and he's going to commit that TP. Making his way off the site. Buying a little bit more time. The smoke fading.
Oh my
He's been
God.
caught, but that actually confirms that the defuse isn't underway. Just now getting the half. Nobody
Ooh, that
spotted
was
as he gets
scary,
right
bro. Big
back
round
on
by
that
Cryo.
defuse.
That
and
was
a
scary.
4-piece for Cryo puts 100 Thieves up to 10.
Yeah, very well
Just
played
add
from him.
a
The
mod
thing
and
is,
me,
you
Cloud.
look
I
at
mean, we
that
can't see
initial
everything, bro.
setup, like, it does feel like the retakes from EDG are very strong. Already managing to, I think it was Smoggy catching out Boostio, and then the quick swing from Kankan giving them that man advantage. But Cryo was just a force to be reckoned with, just making sure that nobody was getting back out from that connector, from the double doors, and then in
Sentinels
the 1v1
is
at
tech
the
pause
end,
right
it
now,
got a little
chat.
dicey for a second where they doubted the smoke.
I think
but
they're starting soon, maybe. Let's
the
see.
second it came down to
know.
that tap, he was ready and raring to
Not
go.
sure.
Operator in for Kankan. I mentioned it. It's always a difference maker on this defense, but he is in the wrong place at the wrong time in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, the A side's just been overrun again. Chichu, he's going back out.
Oh my God, no way.
And the information on the back of it, well
Fair
worth
play.
it. The fact that he gets out of there without being punished is huge. Hunter's Fury put through.
Holy
good
fucking
tag.
old.
And the follow-up is there. Cryo down. EU left all alone. He's being
Oh
blanked
my
out.
God.
Reads it, but can't land the shot.
What a crazy round.
Well handled. And EDG, they're not letting this one slip
I
without
think they're
a fight.
starting.
It feels like both teams had that sort of.
We're back. We're back. We're back.
It's 4-1 for XLG on the second half.
And Raga gets to
9-8
keep that
full
off,
buy.
so
Raga has an
that's
off.
going to be the X factor. We talked about the patience that,
Ults.
that he's had to either go into A
Sova ult,
sewers
Omen
and
ult.
kind of use
Cypher.
John Cutie's wall against him. But this time he'll position just
They just pause
at
again?
the front of B on an angle. See if he can catch Sen walking up through B mid.
Oh my God.
Just waiting to see if we've actually corrected the technical issues or not. But again, if you see that 7-11 5-round streak, Sentinels were able to get on the defensive side. That is where it hurts for XLG. And if XLG end up losing this map and overall the series, that's what will have cost to them. They've done well to be able to close the gap on this side so far. 2 pistols in terms of pistol anti-eco. You drop that gun round with the bonus, whatever. But then you get 4 and 5 on that second half. That's what you need.
And the issue is on John Cutie's side, and I mentioned that just because he's already feeling so much pressure from being the IGL and kind of having to have the perfect read on the game against a more troublesome Chinese Titan in XLG, and revisiting the same maps and have to iterate on that. So now having to stay composed when it's obviously not the environment you're used to.
A little bit quicker towards middle, but just look at the purchase. That's all you...
what?
That's all you really needed to know. It's not all you need to know. What you need to know is somehow they got 2 opening picks with a Sheriff and a Classic, and now throwing in their ultimates to try and turn this round into a win.
Well, they've got rifles to play with, or they did. Asana's been dropped. That's the rifle on the floor.
What's happening here? Is this Eco?
Soon to be recovered, perhaps. And it's Boostio to pick it on the way out, but he has immediately dealt with the Blade Storm of Concon. Now
Holy
the
shit, he's
operator in
moving.
play. And it's only a
My goat is
classic
moving.
spamming through. EU tries to get them from the side, but no chance. They did very well to find those opening picks, but when push comes to shove, EDG are the ones coming out on top. 10-9, 1 behind after an abysmal first half.
Yeah, this really is just quite an odd scenario where you see a Classic and a Sheriff win 2 fights versus 2 rifles in middle. I'm not really sure how that managed to go their way. But then the way that they come back into it, like none of the guns were actually retrieved by the attacking side, and then it's just trying to play post with much, much weaker weapons. Kankan now.
Sorry, no, they didn't. I'm tripping.
In terms of the kills.
They almost got ecoed. My bad. I'm fucking all over the place.
Operator, ever present in his hand. He is so good. That you almost feel like you need that sort of old school.
Am I good? No, I'm not, man. I don't know what's happening anymore.
It's not avoid CNED.
I'm losing track of the plot.
They've done a good job of it so far.
Have they? He's got the most kills.
Yeah. You look at the scene. Typically, they're going to the opposite side of where he is. The gamble's paying off.
They avoid him for a bit.
Here we go.
But it's kind of hard to avoid him on a retake.
Oh my God, what a
there, you wonder what
TP.
the hell he's doing. Asuna good on the
Asuna?
Chichu. Go! He's good for another 2. Sliding
Wow.
around with a shorty in hand. And he's going
Oh,
for
imagine.
All right.
Holy
That's ridiculous. The confidence certainly back in Asuna's body. What was that?
I feel like he goes into flow state.
Yeah.
Like I can't imagine that anyone's brain is ticking that quickly that he's like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna pick this up, I'm gonna go with the shorty, I'm gonna pick up the op, I'm gonna then go for a no scope. Like it's just like my eyes can't keep up with what he's doing. So I think he is just, it's like he's entered the matrix, and then yeah, it's like going for a sliding no scope at the end.
It'd be different if like he didn't have a rifle, but he intentionally picked up an op and went, I'm gonna slide in a no scope this guy. Like the confidence you need to pull that out in what is now a very close game. If this was the end of the first half, it'd be like, oh well, you know, he's been frying. So they're in a very dominant spot. A timeout called here by EDG.
Oh, we're
and
starting.
what I was saying is
We're back.
Streak right now. After dropping to BBL yesterday, they want to clean this one up. They're still
All right.
1 round ahead.
9-8.
You're starting to see XLG
We're
heat up
live.
on the
We're live
second
for real.
half now. Sentinels. 4 rounds to close it out.
Okay, Rarga with the sniper.
Ooh.
He's at the front, at the top, whiffs the shot, and
Dash pop.
he just gotta hit those. Your Rarga. It's not his peak. It's not bad.
Nice kill, bang.
But now that gives up the site completely, as that won't be able to be held by an op. So they'll take the perimeter, and Sen will get a plant.
And Happy way down as well. Now it's going to be Viva. Combination of possibly Raga as well. Dropping that operator to Havoya. Now you want Raga on entry with the rifle instead. Viva in first.
Nice.
Just taken down with a high-low setup.
Should be a
there.
save.
It's good crossfire from Sen when you have all 5 on the post plan. There's not too much you can do if you're XLG, especially with the Viper
Good
wall.
job. Holy fuck.
Kind of coming up and down on the right side to the reestablished smokes from Bang, and not really having to use any bells and whistles to get here, because
No.
Rarga just gave that sight to you.
Really was the missed shot, unfortunately, and I
Sen
had some
using their
comments
tech
made
powers.
about his Bladestorm
I mean,
usage
dog,
on that C site as well. They still won that
I don't
round,
know
but
what's
this
going
time
on
that
out
missed
there.
shot on the up will cost him a little bit more.
Something's fucked
Still,
up,
you could
though.
argue, despite that miss, if he had hit, obviously numbers would be slightly better, but could Sentinels have still just kind of annihilated members on site as they did, killing Hapuate as he's
Am I posting these
approaching
games
from
on
C.
YouTube? No.
Really critical there. Now Sentinels find double digits.
Neural theft, still an op. XLG have options, while Narrate has Hunter's Fury. And it's good post-pause that Sentinels have stayed composed, pull out a round win, and hit double digits, 3 away from staying alive.
Need to trust Raga to be able to hold down C this time. We've seen his patience shown before. Previous round, he looked down A long for what felt like the entirety of the round. Eventually, will get
Okay,
rewarded.
trying it again.
But it's going to be B once more. Happyway closer this time. It's going to be a cancel from Sentinels.
Zekin with the fake, and I like the way he's not always committed, but with the double swing from
Good trade.
XLG, Celsius finds a good punish, and Coconut will back away, hoping to get Havoya into a position for a flash to help. The teleport forward from Bang. No, he doesn't commit, he doesn't stick it, especially with the
Tag them,
spike. That's a
ult him.
risk when Sentinels didn't have the sight fully. Hunter's Fury
Nice.
to guarantee it. Celsius comes
Nice.
so short. And XLG.
Oh my God, everyone
just
else
get
had
peppered
died.
down with ults.
Wait,
Not over
wait.
yet though. It's 3 versus 2. Sentinels will have the objective on their
Wait.
side on the high ground. It's unsmoked as Havoya still has a fault line. Rarga.
2 players left to play through. Given that he dropped the operator, they want to play for this as well. Fault line's going to be huge here. 2 away, Havoya from the Rolling Thunder, probably too far.
Havoya fault line does hit those below
Nice.
members, but Sentinels
11-8. Let's
quicker
go.
to the trigger. 2 away.
The spoilers are crazy.
XLG
I know they are.
Couple rounds in a row have not been able to stop this pressure coming through from Sentinels from B, now over on the A side as well. And as mentioned, Hunter's Fury from Narrate.
I think
wasn't
John
even
is just
required at the end of the tag on towards
not
Coconut.
having
who's
the greatest event.
unfortunately not
Couldn't
looked
tell you
amazing
why,
so far.
but
You really need to see players
I
like
think he's the
Coconut be able to
GOAT.
step up.
It's a matter of
in
when he
those
bounces
tight
back.
moments, be able to make those kills happen. Viva at least
I'm
got
not too
himself
stressed
the
out
one,
by
but
it.
Viva's been tight so far.
But hopefully
In
we can
terms
close
of
out this
getting
series.
his mechanics on board, but yeah, losing him early will hurt, and he's on board again. To get something done early in towards short. Calling over some help now is going to be Havoya rotating.
You should run. All right, lockdown. That's how Sentinels don't have to think too hard. They can just use these ults from the Hunter's Fury last round to now a lockdown, but it doesn't
What
really
is that
reach
ult?
the back of the site, so the high ground's gonna be a threat. It is smoked. Havoya did get some damage. XLG just
Oh, I don't know
two
about
hero
this.
rifles, gonna do what they can, playing up close and personal. Sentinels are
I
gonna
love
dance.
this.
Even while blinded, you cannot perturb Zekin like that.
Wow,
With Bang
okay.
and John Cutie in the equation, they subtract
Okay.
XLG series point for Sentinels.
And we come back from the pause, and Sentinels are in command.
I don't know.
The
I don't
early
know.
5 rounds from 13 to 17 looked
It
like it
looked
was
like he's
XLG
lagging, but I don't know if he
bouncing
is.
back, but from 18 to 20.
I don't know
it's
if he's
been
lagging,
all
bro. I don't
Sen
know.
all day. And we're about to convert Riyadh to Sen City instead. Sentinels, one of the likely favorites coming through from this group in general for this tournament. Now looking to close things out, 1 away from victory.
Winner of this facing
100 Thieves are up
DRX for the
12-10
final
versus
spot
EDG as well.
out of Group B as the second seed. And ooh, dodging the op shot. I don't want to dog on Rarga, but gotta hit those against
Dang,
the
it's 21
Swifty
and 9,
Neon.
yeah.
Now I'd I don't blame him as much. Now, to the opposite side of the map we go for Sentinels after hearing that op.
This is going to be Coconut once more. Needed to hold on. Smoke down early is good. Paranoia available as well. Holding on to that one as he's about to set up his two teammates. However, didn't have sent that one a little bit early. As a rotate will now come through from Sen.
Alarm bot out. You want to be in a safer position within the site before the rolling thunder.
So lame from
could emerge
Sentinels.
Havoya.
Tech pause cringe.
It's a very good read
It's
out of
obvious they did it on
Sentinels to
purpose.
abandon that.
210.
Big info from Viva, by the way, holding long this entire way through, which is why now the smoke being sent at his face will cause some issues and start to see shifts now. A single smoke will cause rotations and allowing Sentinels to walk over through on towards B. This is going to be a fast rolling thunder.
I mean, there's been fucking...
Havoya better be ready for it.
There's been tech pauses like throughout the whole event.
Early rolling thunder, hearing Zekin activate. XLG don't get a punish and the smoke's in place, so XLG deny B site, and Havoya with 3 from Garage.
That was fucking sick.
Completely cancels out that round from the Sentinels.
Still, though, going to attempt to get something done over here, at least put some damage on the Raga. Put that operator away. Zekin even will hold the gun. There's not going to be time to win the round for Sentinels anymore, but Zekin, after this round is over, he's actually going to enter the next round with an op if he doesn't swap a gun right now. Yeah.
It's not over yet. XLG on their last life. What a turnout from Havoya, from a rolling thunder.
They have to fix this UI.
They couldn't fully
The
utilize
UI, the player spoilers.
pulling that early, especially after seeing the walls come up from Zekin.
The tech issues, there's a lot.
Rotating into Garage, getting an insane 3K.
There's some good things, but there's a lot of
what
bad
a read
things
as well
too.
from Havoya to say, okay, pressure on towards A.
Too tired.
May have to start the
Diagnose.
consideration of the rotations, but he's saying, no, let me just stay on B a little bit longer. We can play a retake with the rolling thunder if I'm wrong, but he got it right. It was in fact B, and that got value.
Zekin's really good at these fakes. The wall's up, he takes damage. And if John Cutie can get it there,
nice.
The pit, it's everything, but the kills come through. It's Viva and Raga. The pit is up, rotations on the way. Call 911, and it's for XLG this time, who forced the map 3, and a 2 versus 4 comeback is what is demanded for XLG to live on before they say goodbye to Group B. And Sentinels, time is on their side. They just have to hold the door. Viva gets stunned around the corner. He lives, but it's taking away the last life for XLG.
I haven't seen shit, bro. Wrap it up.
Hold it down on the corner.
Good job.
And Celsius.
Bit of a shit show, but hey, we fucking did it.
13-9.
Bit of a fucking
We've seen
shit
them
show.
win this before,
but we did it.
in various situations. This combo, Raga and Viva, but not this
They
time
do not look
around.
happy,
Too
they
much
look
to play
pissed.
into. The pit, everyone
They
on
look
site to play,
pissed.
defend against it, and just the fact that you just have no time left as well. It was a strong look for XLG to bring this one to map number 3.
Oh my god. I
Well
feel bad for
played
them
after
too,
making roster
XLG, because there was a lot of tech
substitutions, putting their
pauses.
coach in.
But I assure you that there's no fucking universe that we're doing it on
Take it
purpose.
back. Some still inside the smoke. And
What?
they're caught running
over
out
too.
of it. Too slow to follow up on that paranoia. 100 thieves.
Both teams lost on Haven at the same moment.
They're right back to winning ways. 1-0. That round looked
Oh my god, what the
I
fuck?
can't believe they closed it like that. Like the fact that that turned into a 2 versus 4 and then both players just hitting 2 taps in a matter of seconds. It looked like everything needed to be done by EDG had been done to take us to overtime. But in the end, it wasn't enough. They will head to their own map choice in a deficit as they've got to try and turn this one around.
Oh, they're gonna crush the metal, you're right. Let's watch.
4 for XLG. And on a different day, XLG were very well rounded, but had some pop-offs to force the map 3, but it's Sentinels just ooze with talent, and I'm looking forward to checking in with them as Pilski's got an interview.
I'm here with John QT from Sentinels. They just took down a very hard-fought victory against XLG. More difficult game than you guys had against XLG last time around. Playing with a little bit of a different roster. They changed a couple of their comps as well. How was the game today?
Definitely a long one with all the pauses and stuff like that, but yeah, they played really well considering they had their coach. They really like pushed us to the edge, and yeah, difficult one for sure.
Yeah, 100%. You guys have got a really good win rate against Chinese teams at this point through Toronto into this tournament as well. You're continuing that. Is there any reason for that in particular, like stylistically, are any of them similar, or you guys just have good prep against most opponents?
I mean, I think we're just a really good team, and like I think we kind of like understand how their playstyle works and kind of like counter it. I think the Chinese teams are really strong and they've improved a lot. I know a lot of people like underrate them, but yeah, they definitely are. Like even when we study them, they definitely have some very good plays, and they're very like they have good structure and mechanically sound for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So 2 more questions for you. I just wanted to ask you quickly about the BBL game as well. That was a very, very tight game as well. And BBL have done quite well in this tournament so far. They're already through into playoffs. You guys played an opening BO1 against them. How did that game go?
Not the best, obviously, but I mean, to be honest, like we lost 2 pistols and a bonus. That's like a 5-6 round swing, and we still took it to overtime. I think the game could have won either way, but they played really well, and I feel like it was just like some details here and there could have made the difference. But yeah, always difficult to play best of ones, but I think we should be better moving forward now. Yeah.
So last question for you. I just ask you about your next match, a team that you haven't played
Why is
since
the cameraman
Bangkok.
moving?
You're going to be going up against TRX, I believe. So
I don't know.
are you looking forward to that game? Any particular thoughts on it?
I just realized the cameraman is moving.
Yeah, definitely.
Is that for added effect?
Excited for the game. Kind of looking for our revenge, even though they kind of have like a little bit of a different roster here and there. But it should be a very competitive game, and we'll make sure to prepare and be ready to win tomorrow. Yeah.
All right, well, I'll let you go take a rest. John, thank you so much for the interview, mate, and good luck further in the tournament. Back to the desk.
Not the happiest guy after a win, but just such a hard-fought, well-played match from Sentinels.
Cameraman's tired.
And they stay alive in this group. They're 1-1.
Feed
They
the
have to
cameraman.
face DRX tomorrow to hope to get to top 8.
Oh, it's a tiring game, you know. It was a very long BO3, not just because we went to all 3 maps and it was close and competitive, but just, you know, he sort of mentioned it. Definitely were some extended breaks in there to sort of be able to heat yourself back up after taking a bit of a cool down, an extended bit of a cool down, and now a much needed intentional break for them overnight to work on what they need to get DRX in the bag as well, to try and have another North American team break that into that top 8.
I like to hear from John Cutie that he has a lot of respect towards those Chinese teams. And then, of course, we have Heretics versus Time Esports Club coming up. And, you know, not the sweep, but still
Haven,
the expected result is
100G's
Sentinels.
map
But
pick?
getting out of the group now, being pushed the distance like this. Mitch, well, how did you think that went?
I mean, that was a crazy game. I had hopes for XLG at points. You even saw some great rounds from Foya. Once again, that garage round on the breach was one that I was looking at. It was a really good rolling thunder from him as well. I felt like a lot of XLG were kind of having their moments in this game, but Sentinels, I think it was a similar story from Lotus as well as here on Haven. It was close and it was competitive. You weren't really sure which way it was going to go, and then Sentinels just kind of pulled their socks up and got the last couple of rounds across the line, Kev.
And I sort of mentioned this as well, but in that first half, you get that really nice 5-round streak coming through with Sentinels that I did mention. That
who the fuck's huffing and puffing on the mic, dog?
Revisit those sort of moments, and talking about the structure on this team, we've had some good structured moments where having Havoya in the team certainly is going to help you. He's your coach as well. He can sort of lead the team and call in a lot of strats that may be more difficult to do so if he can only do so via the tactical timeouts. But then again, at the same time, language barriers and rounds that kind of go very quickly and things get chaotic. That's when the language
in the first 10 seconds, so you're going to be looking at it forever?
Oh, I know what it is.
You know what it is? Okay, Brock, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to spot it.
Honestly, it's pretty hard for you.
Right here, right here.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, I like this. Okay.
What is this map?
What is this about?
Bro, can I look?
You know it's split, right?
He said, can I look?
It's already wrong. It can't be that big. This map is small. Actually, there is a safe thing here.
That's a tough one, and you got it.
Yeah.
That is the bit. Well spotted. This is Abyss.
Yeah.
Like this.
We have...
Oh, trying to figure out what's wrong.
Exactly, that does not exist. Good job, Abyss.
Yeah.
Excellent throw. Excellent.
Okay, I'm not
Actually,
I'm not 10.
thanks for letting us know.
I can show you.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Map?
Haven. This.
Yes!
Loser. Yeah, but it's closer to you, so you have more time. Look, if it was this way around, I would say.
Okay, bro, get better. I need you to stop fighting, guys. You know, I need you to fight against other. Okay, well, thank you very much, guys, for joining us
Low
today
key,
for this
they're
game. Definitely
in between game
best of luck in
content's
your games,
better
so
than
Thank you very
Riot.
much for watching.
Thank you very much.
Everything else is shit, but the in between content is better. And that's the only one I saw.
They showed a lot of hope. They defeated some strong teams. MIBR reverse sweeping them to even punching up against NRG in their first encounter. I think everyone should really watch out for 100 Thieves. Getting out of the group though, the odds are stacked against them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nah,
so
this is
looking
rage bait
here
for
at
sure.
the team performance overall for the game, you can see a little bit of the timeline of the game. Post plans were a little bit cleaner there. You did get a clutch in there for SEN. I think overall though, the thing that I was looking at to bring it back to good old one-head analysis is Zekken play good, Sentinels win.
Yeah, a lot of the B plants too from Sentinels, they're able to have all 5 on the post plant. So when you have
The stream crashed.
controllers up, you just have a lot.
I will say, again, it looked like XLG really struggled against the Viper in some of
When are
those
they burning
rounds.
the
Particularly,
key?
they did
Is that
change
the
up
end
their
of the
comp
day?
since the last time that they played against it when they played DRX. So they tried
Open
to go
some
for a little bit
cases?
of a different style.
Not
I don't know
right
if they
now,
were
bro.
necessarily expecting Sentinels to be playing the Viper because, as we mentioned, it'd been a while since they did take Haven into the map pool.
I was going to say as well, you know, maybe the composition coming through, DRX obviously played a very similar composition, essentially the same one.
Yeah.
They used that to take down XLG, but it was a different looking XLG squad. Heavyweight on the ISO, double duelist coming through.
Yeah,
This time
leaving X,
around,
them
you
walking
know,
out.
I just wanted to play off the fact that you said, okay, Zek can play well equals Sentinels win, but how about Raga play bad equals XLG lose? I don't think he was awful on this map. Still ends 14-17. I mean, 14 was the number for the team. You had Viva, Happyway, and Raga all finishing off 14.
Yeah.
However, too many critical shots missed on the operator. A Blade Storm that could have gone better for him as well. Thankfully, the rest of his team was able to swing through and win that round. But largely, this entire series today coming off of a lot of Happyway.
Who am I watching right now?
Really good plays by
We're gonna watch
Hero
100 Thieves
there, and
EDG
Viva also
once it
showing up as
starts.
well.
I totally
Map
agree,
2
and like
is
it's not to punch down or anything. At the end of the day, you've seen someone who is exceptional
Sunset.
not play at an exceptional level. It's a little bit sad, to be honest, at the end of the day, especially when you do have a very,
What up,
very close
Geoguessr?
series like that. Could have been a
Might
bit of a
just chill
difference
right
maker.
now,
At the
bro.
end of the day, though, Gila Gaming,
Kinda feeling
they'll have to go
sauce.
back to the drawing board. They'll be bringing a new player back into their roster, but for here at
I'm gonna
EWC,
add
they are done and
and
dusted. They are eliminated
pray for all
from
of
the
us.
tournament along with G2 Esports, and we have some more elimination
That can
games to
explain
get
the
into as
tech?
well.
Where?
Already we do have EDG taking on 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves already up 1-0 over on the A stream. And as we go into the break, you can go and float across to the A stream until we come back with our next match. Don't go too far.
Every tech pause was me. My game was alt-tabbing mid-round and pre-round, even if I wasn't pressing anything. Never had a problem like that before, and thank you XLG plus refs for patience. That's insane. And that's pretty insane. It's like a bind on the keyboard or some shit, I don't know. Tarik, can you please not watch Heretics today? You cursed them since you watched them playing in EMEA Stage 1. Bro, that was like fucking 6 months ago. Retweet JNM.
In the EDG camp. I wouldn't have a lot of faith. But they bounced back, made it damn close in the end, and a 4v2 is what ended up sending them out
Oh, they're ready.
of Haven. This one?
This is an elimination game
I'm
as well,
expecting to
chat.
be
Look at
bringing us
Boostia,
to
look
a
at
third.
Boostia.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to see how it goes. I'm glad, of course, that we have
What a fucking goat.
an expert like Baby Bay, the king of running it down. on the desk, because that's when I watched his career, that's what it was. I do remember you playing Phoenix on Ascent once, which
Gambo's closing, guys.
I'm
Get in
now
there.
only bringing up because it's funny. I think he got 3 kills, but we'll carry on. But when it came to the running it down, Baby Ray was the best. He's very close to where I am. I hope he doesn't come beat me up. He's too friendly.
Neon
At
Yoru
least the most consistent.
for 100
Yeah,
Thieves.
it didn't mean he was getting the kills. He was running it down.
But he did run it down.
He ran very fast.
From hell or high.
That sounds fun.
Very quick. We love you. We love you. I promise. Either way, we're getting into the compositions. Like, we haven't seen them play. Obviously, the Sunset since it's been added back in, and they have gone for. You might be thinking, hey, that comp looks very familiar. It's almost like
Let it
we
go,
have
man.
just seen it on the previous map. And
God
that is
damn it.
because we have just seen it on the previous map. This is the exact same.
Trying to get the
comp,
nail
and I
out,
don't
man.
mind it. The sort of flashy, aggressive style that they brought out was clearly something very difficult for EDG to deal with. It did work, okay, it sort of ground to a halt a little bit on their attack side, but guess what? They're starting on the defense, so it doesn't matter.
Well, exactly. Which, you know, I think for Asuna is a more aggressive side than when they moved to the attack. He was running it down like a madman, finding so much value from those fights. EU will maybe cool off a little bit when it comes to the wall bangs, which will be nice. There's no window for him to just take you out of the round, off rip, off barrier up. So for EDG, this is really where we expect them to come in hot to the touch from the get-go. It was a slow start to Haven, and as I said, I was very worried that
Bro,
was
I'd
just
watched
going
you
to
for
be
40
EDG's
minutes and like
story
20
of
minutes
this
were ads.
tournament.
Should I stop
Coming
watching?
in, getting decimated.
First of
and
all, you're
going out
lying.
without
Second of all,
too much of a ruckus, but they pulled out all the stops in that second half of Haven.
let's
They found their
just
form.
enjoy the game.
Concon certainly did.
Oh, I'm dying today.
Now it's
Why
their
am I so
time
tired
to carry
today?
that
I don't get
momentum
it.
into Sunset. Kicking us off on the attack side, the pistol round. Well, the barriers will be up in just a few seconds.
Yeah, similarly to the last map, when we saw them play this just it was actually last week. They ended up with a 9-3 defensive half for EDG. So maybe even again, if they have a slower attack,
Tarik, I got my
it's not the end of
VCT
the world.
Paris tickets today. We're gonna get a
Something
get together.
slow about this defensive side
I'm
from
down,
him
bro.
and Asuna.
Hey, I've never
Straight
been to
down
Paris,
into the
dude.
mid-pressure. Now, one of them is able to get
Is
out
Paris
of there for
hella
free.
nice or not?
EU doesn't have that luxury. He is just going to have to stick it out in mid, at least for the moment.
He's got backup. Boostio's here. Had a tough first map, but he's putting himself on the board early here. Concon, oh, a few missed shots. That was almost EU sent out of the round. Nobody on his way up to do, or at least make an attempt at the same. He's wall-banged EU down to half. Prowler's on its way.
Go to the South of France. I've been to the South of France. I've been to Marseille.
Not much that he can do about this. Oh, wait,
For a
he
CS
goes
event.
in for one anyways. He's hit a wall bang headshot. ZJC desperately low, picked off by
Wow.
Cryo. An easy follow up onto a Concon. It
Concon
should be
1v3,
with
10
HP.
HP.
And with nobody gone,
Dead.
this round done and dusted. And fittingly, a wall bang to close it out.
I was going to say, it's another spam. That spam kill was not aimed for ZJC, and he's the one that dies to it in the earlier battle. Like, the man is feeling cursed right now. Needs to go back to his old name if he wants to get a little bit of luck. But
I don't know what people are going to be saying Paris smells bad. Every time I went there, it was okay. Maybe don't go to shitty areas. True.
Both went the way of EDG, so they had those strong starts and even still didn't manage to close
Look how
out
second
the map,
sweet we
even
saw
when
it.
maybe they should have at least taken us to overtime. For 100 Thieves, I think they're going to be very happy starting on this defensive side, because firstly, there is no tape on what they were going to be doing. They haven't played it since its reintroduction. And then on the other side of things, very recently, we saw EDG play this map versus Titan. And, well, the player to watch out for in that match was nobody, because he had an insane performance.
Oh,
Kang
not a
Kang with
bad
the
start.
one
That's
league.
the one pistol upgraded that they have. Concon's able to grab an opening pick for this side. EDG's response is to execute into
Asuna.
A stun being lined up, but
Asuna!
walkabout to
Oh my god! Wait, if he switched guns, he would have killed him.
Oh, that's so
my
funny, because you
God.
understand exactly why he did what he did. But at the same time,
Wait, can he switch
there's
guns and
just
not
a
cast the
little
ability?
gap
I'm sure
between
he
where the
can. Yes,
stun
he can.
actually is and when it
Damn,
hits
he
someone.
trolled.
So instead, you've just got to go, are you good, bro?
that could have been a second opening pick for this squad. Very valuable one indeed. Oh, Concon He's threading the needle. That's a big gap left open.
Uh-oh.
They have to be aware of it. Surely, no, they're not even looking. They're just running as if everyone's going.
Wait, how is no one aware, actually?
Recovered weapon. Concon now coming around with a Guardian, but he thought that was the last rotation.
Oh my God, mark it.
Sander was a little deeper. Asuna.
Oh my God.
Shaky,
Oh my
but he
God.
gets there onto Chichu, and a lot of the danger of this round already subsiding. EDG need a big play. Both players with classics in hand.
What?
Okay, nobody. That's one.
Oh my God,
but
scary.
all that she wrote. Still, 2 players left alive for 100 Thieves. All things considered, that's a great round for EDG. They came in with a sheriff and nothing else.
Did they first walk past the spike at the end? I feel like they didn't spot it just behind the box, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, and all in all for EDG, like you look at that round and if you come in with what they had, a single sheriff and classic, we didn't need to.
Look at Asuna when he's... Asuna's so immersed. I love it.
How's the stun come through and I've not been hit by it? It's unfortunate, but hey, 3 kills, it's not bad. You've at least reduced the amount of money the defense has. And interestingly, 100 Thieves clearly feeling very confident because they've still bought anyway. They're using this as a fall buy. There's going to be 3 players without any real remaining credits. So if they lose this round, it is not a bonus.
And who could be surprised to see Asuna getting aggressive?
Well, with Cryo and Zonda? No, I've not seen that before.
A paranoia on the contact? This is such a strange play. I wonder when they thought of this one.
On Haven.
It could be before the previous map, yeah. The flash ready as well for Cryo. If Concon steps forward, this will be the end of him. Even with the... Oh, maybe not. Good flash. Stun goes out. Cryo's caught. He can't follow up. That's gone about as well as it could.
Wow.
9 HP left on Concon, but it's enough. They've got the opening pick. They've dealt with that early aggression right off rip.
And in the meantime, the EU swung into mid and lost the battle versus Chichu.
Oh,
it's going to be re-aggression. That's the thing with this composition. You kind of need to get aggressive, and when it fails, the dominoes start to fall. Concon desperately low, so a trade onto him. I was going to say should be easy, but actually he's found a player.
Xander getting 2 is crazy. 1v3.
It's clinging to life, and what the
Hey,
rotation
switch players
again is being held by
sooner,
Chichu.
bro.
He's had a great round away from the rest of the team. Talk about this guy and his lurks on that Sentinel, but that made it very difficult for the rest of the players.
3v0? You guys.
I mean, Concon had a weaker weapon, a paranoia and flash lined up for his contact, and still, he's able to walk out with that aura.
Do we have a list of the player names for those Zeros?
Sure, Tom. Sure. I suppose he did.
It's your favorite one, I've heard.
Oh, I love it, mate. Chichu as well, like you said, away from the pack, cutting off all those rotations, keeping so much space for this squad. That's about as good of a round as you could hope for. And it might make 100 Thieves think twice about early aggression. Concon, well, he decides to have some aggro of his own, and it's a double opening. Cryo, at least able to follow up. It's pistols for the moment. Hard. I'm not sure about that play.
Wow.
But Chichu's there to clean
It's
up
quite
anyways.
active.
Oh, Pop, just as almost like a level of disrespect, just wanting to get into the site quickly. And I feel like with the investment from 100 Thieves, this is kind of the bare minimum. They've got a couple of kills, they've made things costly, but that is
Yeah, we have a game on our hands here.
Either side. I don't think
3v0 again.
100 Thieves would have gone into that expecting to win the round, and this is where they will have that purchase. The haunt as well from Nobody is just fantastic.
Guys, come on.
It makes things so much easier for Concon, and well, the backup was at least there. 2-2. This time the early start went the way of EDG, but we now look at if there's a response. Operator in for Cryo. It's going to change the dynamic of how he plays this defensive side, and it looks like B is going to have a lot of congestion, and that's exactly where he is.
The right angle, although they're backing off. After breaking initial reveal, they don't want anything to do with this. It's going to be a Prowler sent through by Nobody. Goes directly into B main. It's not even the off that shoots it, but still, EDG send this in the other direction. Trap hasn't been broken, so they know there's no real aggression. They clear that first corner. And, well, a lot of steps being made by Nobody. That's going to be a quick acceleration into this site. Still, though, one of the players waiting for them is Asuna. And
wow.
Good for a double. That's 100
Wait,
Thieves
Asuna's
with a
fucking
quick
moving.
response. Boostio gets one before falling. Asuna does end up going by the wayside, but it's still a 1v3 needed for Smoggy.
is a lot to ask. Manages to reposition and has actually found a slight gap,
moving.
but I think very quickly EU makes that realization of,
If he kills Sova,
okay,
he can
there's
run
one
B.
spot that he could have gone that we're
30
not
seconds
currently
left.
covering, and immediately fills the cap in. Even still, Smoggy has managed to hit the headshot, but he's completely blinded. Still makes it around the corner.
20 seconds, he can
B
kill
side
Sova
is
still.
open, but he's not necessarily looking to go there without
Wow,
at least
well
trying
played
to
by
kill
EU.
Playing this one incredibly safe. 30 HP.
He gets
okay,
the plan
a
off.
should at least go his way. but
EU's
the
chasing
round-
him. Well played, well played, well played.
Even the plant, I'm not sure. He's running a knife out.
Well played,
Gets
well
there
played.
a little late, but I mean quickly.
I'm not gonna watch
puts
Heretics,
him
I'm
to
gonna
bed.
watch this, guys.
Another round for
The
100
guys in
Thieves.
chat
And
asking, this is
Asuna,
kind of
definitely
a
the
banger,
player you
bro.
look to. Is the
Did I
reason
say
they're
second
able
tweet
to
about
find
tech
that.
pauses? Yes, we
He
did.
shut down that split immediately, cut one head off the snake, and none really grew back.
This is a lot of what has been the story of this game. Arsenal in positions where you kind of expect maybe that he'll get one, maybe he'll do a little bit of damage, but he's been over-delivering in every position he finds himself in. And
Translate
how good's
that?
your lip reading?
Not good enough.
Okay.
Their fears betrayed them.
That'd be fun,
I
natural.
said I got my one. Off and play for Cryo. It's gone
Can't
big
fast.
this time, but they're bypassing it yet again. EDG, direct play to A. No Asuna this time to hold on to control. Good reveal.
Wow,
Great
good
reveal,
flash
in fact.
reveal.
Somehow Concon
They got double
still gets one.
spammed.
The spam
Xander's
takes
here.
down EU. And now Xander, oh, he's
They heard him.
TP'd
Got
into
one,
the
though.
breach util. A shot
1v3
him
for
sure.
Asuna?
Still manages to get one, but EDG
I'm
all
just
the
kidding, I love
information,
Bustia.
the player behind.
Oh, okay.
This was for both Bustio.
Yeah, both players have
Ooh.
additional information. Nice shot from Bustio
Wow,
elite, but the
stuns.
remaining two have made it difficult. The IGL having to try and take this over the line, and he's managed to get rid of ZJC. Both players with knowledge of the other. Smoggy, health theorem will be there to close.
Wow.
A close
Nice try,
round
dude.
for either
He had to
side,
go
and a
around.
decent attempt coming out from Bustio in that remaining position, but it will be
Damn, we're
Smoggy to
getting
get it over the
close
line.
and
Another
personal.
round for EDG. And I actually really like the call in that round. Like, you've gone for that aggressive A-side push. You get shut down immediately. They double down on it. You're not going to stack up that position twice. And well, their gamble pays off.
It's all about that short fight. And the fact that Concon goes diving into the smoke, even gets revealed, still finds one, and also gives the information away. There's another guy close. It's so easy to follow up on. Cage to deny some of that early aggression. Asuna jumped through it, but not able to really spot anyone out. EDG have just given up the control now, looking to move in the other direction. They see a
Allah.
push on A. They look for space on B.
Eco
Holding
for
the
100
mid
Thieves.
crosses as well. There's not going to be any commitment from this side just yet. Knowing that they're up against these pistols and weaker weapons, they're expecting some form of aggression from 100 Thieves that they can catch off. That's why you're already seeing Concon on the B side despite everyone else waiting outside A. The problem is, this is again, Asuna's contact gets a paranoia, this time from much closer.
Oh.
And that slows down the play, but they don't
Counter
get the pick
util
they
is
wanted on
big.
the back of it.
They running to B?
Right read by EDG as well. Just leave.
Look at
that point.
who is
Three
that?
players pushed
Cryo?
up. Surely the B side should be easier.
A little bit awkward with the weaponry for Concon. They haven't checked
What?
the corner, and Cryo's got away with two.
down, B.
It's a good thing that
30 seconds
Chichu
left.
manages to find that trade, or this could have got
Oh.
truly dangerous for EU's also. Then
Oh my
throwing it
God,
up
wait,
to
he was
Fury.
too far.
A little
That was
bit
on
too much
him.
distance between him and ZJC for that kill to come through. It was desperately close, but he at least tagged him up once, leaving the breach low.
It's quite winnable. We have a shock as well. That shock was on
A
him.
shock dart to the face! Smoggy has to do it all now. They don't have that rolling thunder to work off of. It's all down to
Oh
him.
my God,
And
Eco.
EU with his third kill
I
of the
can't believe
round.
Cryo got two
Hunter's
there.
Fury, shock dart and a stinger. And it's enough to give 100 Thieves a fourth.
He's so good.
That shock dart was
all of his
insane too,
utility
yeah.
seems to bring value to the squad. He's
And he
actually,
ulted
as I said,
one.
a little bit unlucky that the distance between ZJC and the Hunter's Fury was just a little bit too far.
That was two shot on the other guy. He two shot nobody.
I
And then the shock dart ended up being, yeah, absolutely perfect. It's Robin Hood.
That was a wonderful round. A double classic kill, a stinger, a shock dart,
Well
and a
done.
Hunter's Fury. I mean, it's not a nice one to lose. You can see that EDG, this was their chance to build up, to gain the lead first of all, and maybe even build up a couple of rounds, put 100 Thieves economy in the bin, winning this one, and
Does he spam
run
the
away
smoke?
with
No
the
way.
lead. Instead, they've been punished. They're put down to pistols. A rifle on Smoggy is all that they have to work with. He's hiding inside a smoke as somehow, an entire portion of the map has gone EDG's way. They're already swinging him. Oh, Concon's got a double with a Sheriff. Smoggy strikes towards the A
Double
site
entry
with a
them.
TP in. They're now ready to fight with 3 weapons in a 5v2.
They
These
ecoed
last
them
couple of
back.
rounds have just been utter
Damn.
madness. Like the supportive utility that was about to be put into play for Concon became completely useless because he killed
Yeah, it
both
feels like the
players
comms
before
turned
it
off
hit.
for a sec, or
just so you
what?
know, he had shot both, and then the Rolling Thunder went afterwards. Or just okay, we've bounced their corpses a little bit off the ground. Like, that was just pure individual menace.
Why is
The
it a
worst
BO3
thing
now?
is,
It's BO3 for
Hunter Thieves, he was
elimination.
there. They were spamming him. They spotted him.
My favorite part about that was your explanation of the Rolling Thunder was a visual cue that nobody can see us right now.
No, I was talking to you.
Okay, well, I mean, I got
What?
it. It was very good.
Exactly.
I wish we could have shared that with the world, but
Go, go.
So basically, what you're saying is you want the return of the TikTok stream.
absolutely, Tom. I mean,
your
I'm not
favorite
doing.
part.
I'm doing all these dances for nothing right now. What's the point? 4-4.
If anything, I'm seeing too much movement.
Damn, bro.
Look at that, man.
There goes the Rolling Thunder. See?
Yeah,
There's the movement.
yeah. I don't even like seeing it in the game.
And then he did a handstand.
Oh, look at him go. Oh, Tom, you're going crazy. Oh,
What's
God,
going on
you
in the
guys could have
casting
seen
booth?
That. He did a flip into a handstand. Unbelievable. Well, 4-4 and 100 Thieves call a timeout. They want to touch base with their coach and staff as, again, they had a very crazy round themselves where they had classic kills and not a lot to work around, but managed to win it. And then the exact same things just happened for their opponent, resetting everything. EDG had the chance to run away
100
with
Thieves
it,
pause.
and that chance is now theirs yet again. OT, I saw OT.
Okay.
It's part of the play, part of the strat.
Or maybe that was from the last map.
He probably assumed, yeah, we're going OT. Oh, they won a 2v4.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a rough one because when you win an explosive round like that and then lose one back in response, it's like a lot of what you're going to be talking about is the mistakes, but realistically, you kind of shouldn't have been in that position to begin with. So it's definitely been a fiery match, of course.
That's dirty.
The side of 100 Thieves.
That emote is crazy.
You want to try and get this done in 2. You know that if EDG, they
Holy
already got the momentum in the
shit.
last map, and you could see that fire really starting to build within them. For now, at least, they spot the wall going up and don't opt to challenge. Of course, this purchase is a bit more of a bite to it with the Sheriffs alongside the rifles. But they've already lost a lot of control while that wasn't pretty.
No, it was not enjoyable to look at. Poor Boostio. Having a tough run of it.
Spike planted.
Shots from Asuna. Not landing anything in a flash, primed and ready for Zed. JC, Chichu picks up one, the deep push towards the spawn, working well. He's gonna keep on going. Sheriff waiting
almost.
for it. Cryo's only good for one. Chichu keeps on going for his triple. And then of course, Concon is there to close it out. EDG, a much more direct approach to this round, just blitzing the site. And I think maybe even a response to the fact that, you know, mid's been left so open, expecting the gap to now be elsewhere.
Yeah, a lot of what they've been doing is just leaving Chichu around that position to just catch anybody trying to push around. This time, he's actually directly taken control of B main and then done the majority of the work for them. He's right at the top of the board alongside Concon. Seeing those two in form is probably as scary as it gets for the 100 Thieves
5-4
coaching staff because they're a big part in their successful run at Champions. And well, Chichu, it's just disrespect now. He's taken what Arsenal was doing in the previous map and said, you know what, I'm in form right now. I'm going to try and fight you back. And well, I think he's seeing ghosts at this point, was expecting somebody to be around that corner.
Oh, he's stepped there. Xander knows that he's coming around that corner and he'll take him down. The jump up poorly timed. Exact angle Xander was holding. Stun goes in. You can see Boostio caught towards the backside. Cryo comes in to support him. Looks for the
Cryo's a
morale on the
beast.
left. Finds two. Smoggy eliminating Boostio. It's a little more pressure
Wow,
on that backside.
Kang.
Running it down. Has just flipped it off.
What was that?
With a triple kill. EDG.
It, like,
looked
skipped
like
the
there was a bit of a
step.
bump in the road in the side take, but again, Con's the one to close
Back?
it out. Yeah, he's just unbelievable. And Chichu as well, I just want to mention that cage that he put down, he's put that a number of times, and it's always been to deny aggression. This time he uses it for his own aggression. And up against Asuna, that's a little taste of his own medicine.
I love just how much raw individual skill we have in this server. Like, you see that double.
Damn.
Oh, damn. Okay. You see the double coming up from Cryo. You're like, okay, that was sick. And then 2 seconds later, you see Cargo go, okay, double. I'm getting 3. I also like the judge. It's like, come on, push the cage again. I'm going to judge this time. I'm going to push my cage. And then so he doesn't push. It's like, this judge is not that useful
Wait, he's
anymore.
feeling himself right now.
Yeah, Chichu's, I mean, they're going for the same strat they did on their low buy. Blitz up to mid, stun on one side,
Wow.
Con opening it up. 2 players waiting
Take
around
this.
the other corner though. But they're running away. Oh, this could be a mistake. Xander hoping for some impact with that judge. Alongside Xander, and they catch that JT.
Another thrifty, dude.
A thrifty round win.
My God.
As soon as I saw Asuna go the other way, I thought, oh, this could be it. At least the trade will be found, but not even close.
This has been such a peculiar match to watch. We've had so many low buy victories, and EU just crispy.
EU
as
went
ever,
crazy as well, yeah.
Pushing backwards into a judge as well. Like, the thing is,
Wow,
I kind
man.
of understand EDG's attempt to go into middle. It has been a spot on the map that's been very, very open. But the fact that they
Okay,
then end up
Cryo?
in just the most horrific crossfire, yeah, I think that's how everybody's feeling after that round. Another low buy
Kong has
victory.
up.
Thankfully for EDG, they still have the finances, and well, it's going to be the operator for Kankan in this round.
My ult is ready.
See if he can find the same success as he did on the previous map.
Wait, I can hear their comms. You hear that?
Only 1 round to play for it. A minute 15 on
The
the
fuck?
clock.
We gotta
and
listen to him right there?
EDG evidently expecting some form of aggression. Someone to take a peek that they shouldn't step into that op. The space being worked by Chichu towards that A site.
So I speak Chinese. They said go mid to A, right?
hoping
They said
that
go
a
mid to A.
rotation comes through, but
That's
it
what I
doesn't.
heard, mid to A.
With 50 seconds left, they
Mid to A,
have to
mid to A,
decide
get ready.
on where to take it. It looks like they'll go towards mid again. Just barely dodging that reveal. Xander not catching the steps across. He can't see the feet from where he is. The timing's been poor. So they've got this space to fight with, but 100 Thieves are
Oh, they're faking the mid to A.
giving up the space, not looking for the fight, and then grabbing the information on that player still outside of A. Cryo is going to go for it. Asuna ran in, but nobody's just picked up both. A beautiful spray from him.
And the ult as well. Finding no targets.
No tag.
EU's in the same boat.
Oh,
the time is
no.
the main issue for EDG, but they managed to get into the site, find the opener onto Boostio, and then
I think Cypher was
put
baiting.
themselves into
Yeah,
the
I don't
post
know.
spawn.
That was good.
And we
by
saw
them.
a 2v4 to end the last map. ZJC
Yeah.
walking back.
Everyone was. They were surprised
He
to see the whole
eventually
team
gets the
right behind
information that
Cypher.
there is a player in behind. EU sneaking his way through the edge of the smoke, but he's just waiting for his teammate to come through. It's the usage of that
2v2?
paranoia. Shot darts doing damage. They are
Wow.
whittling away, but Kankan still survives at the back of the site
Oh,
with nobody
fuck.
alongside him. It is going to be EDG to go in
7-5
with a lead
EDG.
on their map choice. But
Nah,
it was
they're
close.
feeling themselves after
It
that.
absolutely
Dude, so many
was. The
birthdays.
second half could be where EDG bring us to map 3. We'll find out if they've got it in them after the break.
Damn. Damn, son. Okay, I go pee on the break. Oh. I look small. I know, bro. I know. It sucks. I haven't been to the gym, man. I have not been going to the gym, bro. Okay. All right, here we go. 7-5.
It's better maps, they're going to pick it. So I think they knew it was coming. So that's why I'd look at as an opportunity, is you have this hyper-aggressive comp, you have this double duelist, you have Cryo who can take a lot of space without having as much of a risk. I think if they've let this go through, there is a very good reason for that. Nobody, though. Already in a solid position. And well, you can kind of see why they had such a dominant defensive side. If he's going to be doing stuff like that all half.
He's been reliable. You think back to one of the last rounds, Asuna and Cryo go swinging into him, and he takes both down with a beautiful spray transfer. And I like the discipline too. Here he finds a double and backs off. He's in spawn right now as they push down on mid as a response, completely surrounding these last players and leaving EU and Xander. The 2 versus 5, very much winnable, but not when they stack up like that. Swinging in was Smoggy.
Checking on Heretic
on the
score.
board now, EDG have their lead extended.
Not live yet.
But for 100 Thieves, like you said, they've got that double duelist. There's weaknesses
map
to
3,
that on
maybe.
the
What's
defense.
map 3?
You expect to see a little bit more from them here on the attack, certainly comp-wise. And in terms of preparation, for a map that you don't play a lot, I think you will be punished more on the defense in terms of your reactions, your rotations, and we definitely got to see that in the first half. Here could be a little bit more of comfort.
Yeah, my only worry is that I think when you look back at the last map, which when you're running exactly the same comp, you can, they sort of struggled when the element of surprise was lost, which is normally the case on the attack side. Like, you will expect players to run through a blitz, especially Neon has been a mainstay on this map for quite a while. 2 players have just immediately died in middle as well. Like, that was just maybe a jiggle peek. It didn't even look like they went that far. The remainder just trying to get in, and of course this is nothing invested. So even a kill here would be nice, especially when there's investment on every single play. Even ZJC has gone for a stinger, so they can at least drop a gun. It's not looking too likely. Oh, there you go. At least one. It will be the stinger that is gone in the end, but hey, the 4 rifles remain.
Yeah, that's the main thing. A very little impact realistically, and a solid shutdown. A brave play on a round
Again,
like
I feel like my energy's lower today. I apologize. To a better day tomorrow.
There's no smoke down, nothing like that. Just a wild walk up that was spotted and dealt with immediately. And I think one of the worrying factors, I suppose, is that EDG on the previous map,
I'm out of here.
we saw them a number of times on their attack wait for the aggression and still get rolled. Here, well, like, I think Asuna has, what, 6 kills
Bonus
coming out of that first half? Like, they have dealt with every single piece.
I didn't do the power nap today, yeah, true.
Easily at times. So for 100 Thieves, then, if that's not working, well, that's all that was working, really. And
you get it?
You need to be working about this competition.
They got it, right? Yeah.
I think as well, just the comfort of Kankan on that Neon. Like, he has been a menace, and you're looking at this.
Is the Sen match off stream? Sentinels 1, 2-1.
I would be surprised if they don't get them,
aggro.
but we're yet to see a proper 5 round just yet from 100 Thieves. So
his aim is so snappy.
I believe that they will have come into this with a game plan. Nobody, though. He is being watched.
What the fuck was that?
He had a bit of a quieter first half individually. Like, he was okay, but as said, when you look back to their previous result versus Titan, he was their best player. And we're getting glimpses as to why. That was, as said, it was a predicted push from the side of 100 Thieves, and now you're looking at the timer, 35 seconds left, and they are going back to mid. Like, it doesn't seem like they have a plan set in motion just yet, and they're figuring it out as they go along.
Kong's alone.
Well, the only thing going for them
Timing
is
is
that they're heading
perfect,
towards the
man.
site with just 1 player.
Save?
A chance to pincer, but they're late coming to mid, and
no
now
way.
there's already one Chichu. They're spotting for it. Going into the A site, still up against
They're
Trap.
saving on bonus.
It's not going to be workable. And they decide, to save after losing that player inside
10
of main.
seconds left.
It definitely seemed a little bit de-synergized.
Can he grab the gun through the
Those two players
smoke?
are sitting towards tiles, not crossing mid.
Nah.
That is a bold play from Kong.
He wanted the gun.
You understand why. Confidence is
Nah.
sky high.
Also, realistically, what has he lost? He's lost a Bulldog in a bonus round. Why does he care? He's going to either upgrade to an operator or upgrade to another rifle. He's trying to remove some of their guns and maybe upgrade for free. So
his teammates out there with a Ghost is probably thinking, I would have taken
you know, it's...
I would have had that.
I think if you're a teammate of Concon, unfortunately, you have to accept the fact that you are not Concon, and so the decisions he makes, you're not allowed to question.
To be fair, probably 9 times out of 10 he gets that kill and then goes, hey, I've got a battle for you. So, yeah, fair enough.
He's also currently 19.
Am I playing Tarkov today?
So,
what makes you think that?
I don't think that was the right play. Go, press tab, and shut up.
Who do you think you are?
And here he goes again,
Good
and
trap.
that's why. Well, EU, he got to win the fight last time around, but that's
Good
the upgrade. So he's got a Phantom now.
Busio tried his best to save EU there. He threw down a cage, but Concon's just too quick in following up on that aggression. The benefit, as you said, the comfort of the Neon here shining through. Surprising EDG, you know, they're in a 5v4, and Chinchu's making again. You see this discipline, the wise call of
Full
not playing
retake.
on the A side. If they need to play retake, they will. But if he stands there and goes down, now all of a sudden numbers are even, and it's a different
How do
game
100 win this
altogether.
round?
Instead, look at the minimap. They group up. It's going to be a full 5-player retake.
It's a counter paranoia, though.
Yeah, they're waiting for it.
They're ready for the swarm. There goes the stun. Paranoia immediately thrown through. Bustio tries to make a play off it, but can't find anything. Can't lead in the charge, but he has lost. Arsena, Cryo combining. A trade back at least, but it's
They're making
Cryo
it work
once again.
somehow.
He's been having a solid game, and now that advantage
Wow.
swings firmly in the favor of 100 Thieves. It's going to be left all on to Chichu. Chances slim as a swing back from Cryo. It is a superb round from him individually. And considering they had some weaker weaponry after the last round and they lose the opening pick, that's an incredible recovery.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to, like, you have your stun and your haunt thrown through, but that counter paranoia just deletes it, and then your actual push to the side is dry. You don't have a lot for the retake. You just swing it on in, and those picks being won out by Cryo, by Xander over towards short as well. Pivotal to keep this under their control. 100 Thieves, they win out in round 4 of this half after 3 in a row for EDG, but the big danger has now just come online. Concon with an operator. You bet your ass he's playing aggressive. Straight down the mid. He spotted the barrel. Blood in the water. And he's eating good tonight. That's Asuna down and out already.
Ooh. Only just about escapes. The spam has done a lot of damage, but yeah, the man advantage is the main thing. And
fuck, sorry.
You best believe there's likely to be a reposition. Concon he has just got this spot on. A couple of other players building up in towards that B site, but I think with how low on HP is, the risk really isn't there, especially when you consider that Hunter's Fury.
I'm sorry,
is
Habiti.
available. Now the idea from EU is sell a fake, sell a ruse, try and bait them into a rotation, and he has at least kept players on the A site. The problem is, if Concon hits this first shot, the round almost feels like it's over.
Well, he's hit it, but not on a player. It was only the decoy, the stun. Chichu the pick, though, down to 2 HP. When he could tank a body shot, it was a different game, but now just one needed in return. One shot from any weapon, and he's down and out. Xander's the one to land.
1v3.
Smoggy, though, has kept things heavily in their favor. An accidental weapon swap for Xander, and he's trying to bait them in. But look at the 3 players pushing from the same angle. Jump spot to start. Beautifully handled there by Smoggy. Nobody's the one to find the kill that puts EDG up to 11. And we talked about this map. It's somewhere that should be favored to EDG. Looking at history, looking at the lack of history for 100 Thieves. And doing so dominantly certainly resets what we saw over on the previous map, where that first half was abysmal. But now, morale will be sky high going into that final map. Just 2 more rounds to lock it in.
Yeah, I think definitely caught off guard by
how
shit,
son.
100 Thieves were playing that first map, but you could see it in the first half of this one. They were a lot more comfortable, and in the second half,
I think this map's cooked.
Seems to be the case.
I think this map is cooked. Why so low energy? Dude, I don't know. I feel like shit today.
Given a chance to communicate with the squad, give them the last few ideas that he can come up with to try and turn this game into their favor, because right now at least they are in a pretty bad spot, not really able to string any rounds together, and more importantly, like, keeping that operator into the hands of Kankan, it completely changes the dynamic. If you're slow and he finds you, you're dead.
Harder, I know,
and if you
man.
try and go for something pacey, he still might hit the shot. There's
think I have
decent
it in me
odds.
right
I
now,
think
though.
probably like 70% plus, even if you're sliding at full speed, that he might still
Yo,
hit it.
Boom Bastard, thank you for the 5
And
gifted
that's
though.
then taken out of consideration.
Nah,
because
yesterday
still
was
have to
way
deal with
better for me, dude.
Chi-Chi's
I don't know.
probably the NZJC,
Even though it was like
which is
11 hours or whatever, I felt better yesterday.
They're all doing pretty well.
Today, I'm fucking...
Yeah, Chi-Chi especially.
I mean,
been good
it was
on
still
containing that
hard.
space. Oh, he's going
Today's
in,
is
but
worse.
a rare miss.
I think this
from
is building
Kankan.
up, maybe.
The 30%. Yeah, indeed.
6-11,
The
half
stinger
5?
back in
Yeah.
return. That's a potential huge upgrade for 100 Thieves. A great weapon to have in their hands. The man advantage will prompt EDG to get pushing
Xander?
towards this A site.
Maybe a chance?
Ready and waiting is Xander.
There's no
Just
way
on
this
the
breach
other
goes
side of
forward,
that
right?
cage.
There's no way.
ZJC has an idea.
Oh my
and
God,
he'll get it.
almost.
Okay, numbers equalized.
That was a scary
A little
push,
bit
bro.
of damage done. The operator has been handed over to
Where's that cam? Oh, didn't see him.
I think he's
Oh,
missed the
no.
timing. He has. That walk up is going to go completely
Oh,
unspotted, and it might not
God.
necessarily be the death of him. No, it won't. But the rest of the team could
This is
be
really
in trouble.
bad.
The Spike is the last man
He has
through,
such a good timing.
and nobody is following, tracking. He's got the scent.
Yeah, this is
The
over.
operator, the biggest weapon that they have,
And
is
he's
dead to
waiting
rights,
too.
but
Oh
nobody. He
my
wants a little bit
God.
more. He is playing this so incredibly well. Here's the Spike being planted.
Damn,
the
he coulda got
swing out,
more.
And it's actually EU to put him down at least, but there's so much
That's
still
right.
to be put into hands. ZJC with
Wow.
another, and in fact, he'll close it out
Oh,
with
we're
4.
going map
12
3.
rounds
You bet your
onto the
ass
board
we
for
are.
EDG, and 6 in a row needed for 100 Thieves to even try for overtime.
Great read by Nobody too, realizing that that cam was being blocked out by the lantern in middle.
What?
And here you see, actually exactly what you mentioned already, Tom.
I looked
if you
on.
deal with Kankan, they still have so much to fall back on. And Nobody's flank was great. ZJC though, he was the one taking it. A 4K, great utility that pushed Asuna out from that plant spot. The cam had already spotted him. They were ready to take
Between
him
the
down, but
legs?
the
What was
utility
that?
got ahead of it.
Spikes didn't spawn.
The
Do we
spike
care?
left and spawned by 100 Thieves here. You can see it's just going to be contact play across the map.
Yeah, I assume that will be
Contact from Kong Kong.
Xander to collect.
How far does he go?
Does have the ultimate available.
It's
They're
fake.
trying to bait Kankan.
They heard him step.
That's the thing about Kankan. You think like,
Two.
okay, he's just gone for that face in the same position. Surely he'll be
Wow.
a bit more passive. No, and Asuna not expecting. Was
Yeah,
a
it's
bit of an
over.
off angle.
We're going to send.
That's already as bad of a start as you could have. You've lost one, a second gone
Yeah,
as well.
Boosty
Now
had a
the
tough
spike has
map.
finally been reclaimed, but this is already feeling like too little too late. The TP at least puts a little bit of danger, but he's been seen.
Yeah, the
Spike's
idea
gonna
here,
die.
Nobody had already put Nightfall through. Didn't spot anyone.
Wow, good jiggle.
Gets past the first player, but now
Wait.
shot in the back.
Okay.
Xander and Cryo able to bring this back to even numbers. The timing.
No!
Oh, it's terrible for Cryo. He's picked off going into his ultimate. That should have been a free rotation. Information, droves of it.
I'm sure there is
Smokey.
Angel.
Oh, we're
That
even now.
wasn't quite the TP he was looking for, but he's gone into the smoke. Spike in hand. Picked
Kong?
up Chichu. Kankan hot on his tail. Swinging around. They're both in utility.
Wow.
Xander gets his weapon out just in time. That was dangerously
Saved
close.
by the bell.
But 100 Thieves, they get at least one more round.
If he'd won that, that would have been the worst round I've seen in Valorant this tournament by far.
What the fuck?
that was,
Smoke and drone.
Yeah, well, yeah, one player getting caught using their ultimate, one player get caught pushing, one player getting caught TPing, and almost 2 players being caught with utility. That was, wow, that was almost an absolute nightmare. Like, that was a split second between...
The truth of the stage feels like
Disaster.
Antarctica. I think they said it's cold, yeah.
But hey, the 100 Thieves live to fight another day. 5 in a row needed. Operator still in hand.
Wait, Boosty against Snoop Dogg.
Can't
That's true?
take flight.
Oh my God.
He's been
I haven't seen a Snoop Dogg in a
for
while.
B-main throughout the map so far. And although the Prowler doesn't get the information they want, after the drone is heard, they knew someone was there. Nobody has still just walked up, by the way. He's just taken that control for free. He's still going. He is still going. He's still going.
Boostio's hiding at least behind the box, but he's going to be cleared. It's a free pick for Nobody.
Oh my God, I feel bad for him.
You know, not ideal to say the least. Chichu's got Asuna. Now we're down to a 4v3.
What?
Xander picks off another. Okay,
Cosmetic?
that's Concon dead. That's a big player out of the round. Nobody somehow backstabbing another before he's dropped.
Flank again.
Gaps for 100
There's
Thieves.
another player.
And there's a second flanker coming up. ZJC's got a freebie. And that's the spike on the floor. 30 seconds. EU has an idea. And he's even shot him through the
can run to
wall.
B.
Straight to the dome.
30 seconds left.
But Smoggy still drawing breath. 25 seconds left. And look, they're just playing the regroup. ZJC back with his teammate now. 20 seconds left for EU. Time running desperately low, and he still has to get past ZJC. He's already tagged up the other player. It's winnable. 12 seconds. He's got to run. He's got to be fast, and he's got his knife out as he goes through the smoke. Smoggy's inside already,
Nice try.
waiting for him to
We
step
go
on
Ascent.
in. EDG, they bought a third map in this
We
series
go
and done
Ascent.
so dominantly.
Yeah, it was a solid performance from them. You saw some life in the likes of Xander, who definitely put up a decent performance individually, and there
Damn,
was some
son.
competitive runs, some messy ones at
That should be fun, yeah.
But for EDG,
I think
they
so
are
too.
not going
Wait, the
to
other
care.
match is live or no?
Scoreline is leveled, and there's still another to come.
I mean, I'm just speaking facts. You do have the
there a
coach
tech
streaming
pause here?
market in.
How's this match not live still?
lockdown.
Hey, farming to watch video games sounds pretty good to me. That's a lot easier than actually playing.
How long has this match been on tech
co-streamer
pause?
is the dream route.
Wow, did you just say those that can't do co-stream? I think that's what Jen just said.
Hey, I was
Wow,
a
you guys
teacher
are
at some
both-
point.
She's had some spicy takes, but
Hey,
that
those
is
who
up
can't
there.
play also cast. So
That's
What's
so
a Snoop
true.
Dogg?
You're speaking about
420?
my career.
Oh yeah, you were a coach that one time.
I was a bad
Looks like
player,
they're ready
and I
to
was a
go,
bad
but-
coach, and now I'm a bad caster.
So it's literally like those that
Wow.
can't do coach, those that can't coach, cast.
You just fail
and then
upwards
those
in
who
as
can't
well.
cast host.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just doing the whole cycle.
Yeah,
I'm here
yeah,
for it.
absolutely. Look, players looking pretty locked in.
Stop it,
I believe
PewDiePie.
Benji Fishy's bleached his hair blonde. That is very UK of him, Jen. When are we going to be seeing you go the same route?
My eyes look tired, it's
Someone-
obvious.
I don't know if I go through a crazy breakup, if I crash out, I'll go blind. I'll get a pixie cut. I'll go bald.
Just gonna start like listening
Hold
to
a
Pink,
sideshow?
Kelly Clarkson and Avril Lavigne on shuffle.
I mean,
With
we
the
have Avril
eyeliner?
Lavigne on the
419,
broadcast.
stop it,
Fire.
man.
You got a haircut for this event. I'm happy for
You
you.
got a beard cut for this event based on the
Yeah.
VODs that I've seen.
Wow.
You like
He was
had
1 kill
caveman
away from
for a
Snoop
while.
Dogg.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's pretty pretty gangly.
What?
Yeah, he had a bad match.
Because we watched the
I googled you. I was trying to figure out which Mitch you were. 'Cause we have
Yeah.
Mitch Man and Mitch B.
Bro, they just
You think
keep
you already
popping out
won?
Mitches.
Yeah.
It's not even a good name, though. I don't even like my name, and they just keep popping out white people called Mitch.
Yeah,
like,
we're
what is
going map
going
3.
on with this?
This is getting off the rails.
You're the first Alan I've known.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
have
that's fair.
friends.
I guess it's a pretty rare name. Very common middle name.
No, my middle name's Francis, and then we have a guy who's
Francis.
Korean in VCT Pacific called Francis.
What's this?
You're like kind of
There are like organizations that have like 20 games, and we don't have much. I think it's Valorant, Apex, StarCraft. So it's not much, but I just hope we do our best.
Yeah.
And I think it's cool. It's sick. It feels like actually like you're representing the whole organization together.
It's more about organizational specific. For me, again, if it's like it's a club thing. Obviously, I want to help them to secure some more points to perform better, but it's also a part of me like just like treating this tournament as like a normal tournament, as playing it the way I played it before. I should not add additional pressure for it.
I mean, the pressure is definitely to qualify. That was like the biggest thing, where you know the org is definitely treating it like champs. As a player who's been on 100 Thieves for 5 years, you know you have a
5
little bit
years
more.
is crazy.
I want to say duty to deliver. You know, I want to make sure I do them right and qualify for the event. So definitely means a lot to be here.
Okay, we're going live with the
For
second match,
what
so I'm
we
going to
kind
leave
of
this
came to
on
know
for
and
now.
expect no deadlock here for Titan Esports, which you were.
They
framing
waited
up.
for us to
They're maybe the
start,
more
I guess. I don't
traditional
fucking know.
Of the Killjoy, which I also agree on that. Vipers on both sides. You
Man,
know
I'm
what's
here
gonna
for you,
expect with
baby.
those walls.
Talk to
And
me,
it looks
buddy.
like TEC do want to take a bit of an opening aggressive push to try to get some forward pressure already.
Music,
through
music,
B.
music.
Got the sentry turret at mid to try to keep that
Music.
honest. And yeah, T-Virus right here in the corner may get some action.
Is this
after that
live?
little double happens through the middle.
Okay.
Is this live or no?
Practice rage diff from Tech, just the 3K off mid.
I'm so confused.
Okay, the Sentinel diff is insane.
music won't turn off.
Welcome.
Yeah, that was dirty. And for Heretics, just trying something a little bit more unorthodox.
The music
Again,
is stuck.
speaking to their compositions, they had played Neon
Oh my
Gecko
god,
before.
man.
with the same Killjoy Sova Viper. So again, switch ups across the board that we actually have not seen them play KO at all this calendar year. So this is going to be, I think, an interesting spotlight to throw onto Woot.
Until the map, I'm going to lay down until the other match starts.
Use things like the knives, how you want to execute off of things like flashes, and how deep do they want to scale? Not playing Neon, like we talked about, we often expect that that type of a composition wants to get deep through Snowman at B. So have they done their prep done? Are they ready to go to kind of understand this more traditional, more orthodoxical type of setup for compositions? As Abo is just off the races here.
The less we look at him, the better he is at the game. I don't know, and it wasn't even through just watching over mid. It was through shutting down A single-handedly. So Team Heretics are really not off to a good start. What did we say about them facing teams that are peaking? Now you're facing a peaking Sentinel.
Yeah, this is the last thing you want to peek into is T-Virus with an Outlaw against just classics. He could definitely pop off and single-handedly get the job done. There's the first to connect. Follow-up is going to be shut down by Coco, and this should be a pretty comfortable anti-eco here for Titan. Keep saying talent.
We got the knife too from Tech, and Heretics are not swindled at all by that. They're able to turn this all around after Heretics got first blooded. Still that big old threat. It's a double flank. The walk up from Tech coming through spawn, and Woot has a big old challenge, or chal as you like to say, and Haodong takes care of business. Flank develops. Boo the last one, just hoping to play his life in this tower. And with the wall coming up just in time, gets to kind of isolate these angles. 1v2. Spike's going to get tapped. He's not going to peek it quite yet. Oh, almost got that finish against Lucas.
Yeah, you get a couple of repurchases out, though, going into this bonus. And, of course, you get the plant to kind of reestablish what your economy is going to look like coming into this purchase round of round 3. And for TEC, see what Titan wants to do in terms of purchasing into their bonus. Sheriff for now, full armors across the board everywhere else for the most part. But yeah, it's just that's a pretty punishing follow-up for Heretics considering the start. You're going to appreciate the idea of making this third round maybe a little bit easier for you. And we're going to get an idea pretty quickly here about what Heretics want to do from an identity standpoint with full rifles in hand.
Nice flank. Tech off to a fire start as Abo's 4-0. And he'll get to rejoice even more on how good he's been with the Sheriff. Just give him a Sheriff again. I don't know.
Yeah, for real.
You have the Sheriff, then the Outlaw pop off. There's kind of like a cowboy theme going on here, and Titans are locked in.
What's your favorite cowboy-themed gun in Valorant?
Outlaw. It shoots twice, so if you miss, I was gonna say if you miss, it's very forgiving compared to the other stuff.
I'm more of a Marshall stan.
Ooh.
I like the Marshall. I love the days back when like people started to recognize for the first time that like you didn't need to scope for the Marshall to still pack a punch in anti-ecos, and we just got like what I like to call musket warfare, which is that's my sound effects.
Ooh, we're gonna start rap godding over here if you guys make us go crazy again. And then your Call of Duty isms of hitting a no scope that translates down.
That translates to all kind of tech shooters though.
But you got a 360. I'm not seeing Valorant people just jump off top ropes, do a little 360, get on a Taj.
The old school MW2 days. Oh, that was 15 years ago almost.
We're old.
We're old.
Got you to admit it.
I have the luxury of admitting it. I think you get to a certain point where like you don't avoid the conversation of your age, you just kind of own it.
Can't avoid Abo either. Despite me being a hater of the deadlock, at least the solo deadlock, he was still a top fragger and kind of a huge carry when it came to that sunset. And he's 4-0 and takes a lot of kills to get the KJ ult online, but it's still huge for this map.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. I think especially considering, where the success stories were for Titan yesterday, it did come by way, of Abo and really of just the Sentinel gameplay at large, just kind of stopping and putting a pause to some of our RQs, executes and things of the nature. Obviously, again, this is a fresh look here for Titan. You already kind of mentioned it in the preamble to this setup. It's not just that they played it yesterday. They play Deadlock a lot. And it's not a stranger to really a variety of maps, which has in the past also included this icebox. So this is a fresh look for them. As we're hearing that on stage, there's a couple of small audio issues, which is what we're trying to resolve at the moment. But, for Titan, you're feeling really, I think, again, just that mental freedom to know that Abo's on a new character for our maps pool here, and he's already popping off. You know, locking down the lanes that he needs to. Granted, it is just pistol and anti-eco, but still, that boosts a lot of confidence, I think, across the board as Titan try to move around the map, especially they rotate from site to site.
Yeah, because it's not even just Abo having a good EWC, but a good qualifier in that EVO Chinese qualifier to get here. He was a top fragger there too, and you can't really say that about a lot of teams where your Sentinel is the one that's muscling in all these kills. And Abo was part of that early Chinese Valorant, those early Chinese Valorant days too, where he actually played with Haodong. So they have that earlier friendship from the EDG days. And, you know, I was hoping to see more out of Haodong when we talk just about how many years he's been playing Valorant.
I don't even think I can stay up today. I'm going to go to sleep after the match.
Rookie, young talent coming in, and they're starting to frag too.
Yeah, just to kind of give you the numbers, I mean, a 1.4 for Abo with a 263 ACS throughout the entirety of the EVO event in Act 2. And that included him playing not just Deadlock, but also a bit of Killjoy and Cypher. So, you know, when your Sentinel player provides that level of consistency and that level of fragability, that's an unbelievable sense of freedom to what the rest of the team wants to do. Now, that said, there's a level of, like, you want to see more out of, you know, out of T-Virus. He had a 0.85 KD.
The caster yawned?
Now, granted, again, as like an initiator or an execute, rather, you just got to get your one and get out, but or at least get your one and done. So there's a level of like, okay, maybe some success there in terms of his first kill percentage, but still, it's just like at a certain level when you're playing against the best teams in the world, like you can't just go one and done. You need to be able to use that as a chance to, you know, execute and take sites convincingly. Yeah. So that way, players like Abo who are fragging late in the round can get their setup done and again just establish their presence. So.
And there was excitement about T-Virus when he was part of DRG or Dragon Ranger Gaming. Ranger. When he was part of the kickoff with them, they got 4th, and then he moved on to Titan for stage 1, and still trying to be that pop-off duelist, and it's tough to shine against the talent that are here at EWC. And Lucas is still trying to find himself on that role where he was utilized a lot for his Tejo, his first appearance as a starter during EVO when they let go of RB. So Lucas steps up, and Lucas just turned 8.
That much success. Well, it worked once, actually.
Correct me if I'm wrong. For the viewers at home, like Waylay is going to be a little bit different than when we saw Miniboot playing her. The faster pull out time, the weapons, the stun. I think radius is bigger as well. And this will be somewhere that I guess Concon could thrive. You think about how fast he's been getting into those angles, sliding in with the neon. Well, you're going to see the same kind of thing here. And also, I think the refract, which is the teleport that you can place and then recall yourself to. It's now more similar, unless I'm mistaken, to the chamber recall. So the time that you have to be taken down after you press the key is very, very short now. So your invulnerability starts much earlier. I think for EDG, it's an interesting look. And hell, I'm certainly behind it. If Concon can be
what's the score? It's 1-1 in the series.
He has been here the entire
map
series.
3 elimination.
The first map was a struggle. They got there 13-11 in the end. Obviously, EDG
the stage
lost
looks pretty
that map,
sick at least, but
it was a hell of a climb back. And I think coming into this one,
bro.
My eyes are on Asuna, who was shut down a lot in the previous. Cryo, who did decent. And on the Jet, we expect to be putting up numbers. But Concon, no matter what happens, I think he will.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you want to see anybody play this agent, you want to see some of the best duelists in the world, someone who can play these very aggressive roles. I think in EMEA, at least, we saw quite a bit of camo pulling out this agent, and it can definitely work. I think there's a lot of sort of angles that you can get into that normally you won't be able to make those sort of like that space.
This might be my last map. I don't think I'm going to finish the next series, I'll be honest. I feel like if my energy is just not there,
that you can throw yourself. So it's definitely an interesting one, and I think with what we see with these sort of jet setups, it actually opens up more doors because you can get way further into position. So
here we go.
It's one hell of a time to bring it out for EDG. We'll see if it works.
Elimination map 3.
Yeah, exactly as you said, it is a bit of a bold move at this stage of the game. Elimination on the line for whichever team drops the ball here. This is the lower bracket run, and that means that their key standing in front of the players on the stage now. At least one of those will be crushed
he's being left
before
alone.
the day is over. EDG on the attack. The B site under pressure, smoke flash already down, and here he goes. Concon on his way, and Boostio's caught him.
Yeah, the open up, the Smoggy immediately
The
there
dart
with
is
the trade. In fact,
fucking
Lucio's
him.
gone down alongside.
No way!
Chichu just waiting. Those mid lurks on Sunset were a real problem for the side of 100 Thieves, and it seems like that is going to be a repetitive theme for them. With him just holding that ground, Arsenal now on a slightly more passive agent of the KO. Nice couple of shots to start, but there are so many more to find and so little time to try and do it. He's hit
Oh my god, he's doing
a
damage
nice
though.
amount of headshots, unfortunately only rewarded with a singular kill.
Am I gonna lose
Back to
power
winning
again
ways in
today?
his EDG
No,
with the first
not
under
that I
their belt.
know.
Yeah, Chichu's been having a wonderful performance. I think you look on the other side, this is a really rough series for Boostio. I think on Haven,
The classic is
0
low-key
with 4
slept on. It's not all that bad.
I think the previous map, 4 duels at all that went his way. Like, he has been shut down, and by contrast, the map control that they've had on the attack side because of Chichu, the punishment on some of those rotations, the defensive solo side holds, he has been leading the
How
way.
long was my power out yesterday?
At
45.
least in some of the rounds. Overall, it has been con, but no one's surprised by that.
3 bulldogs, by the way.
He's first of
full
the
eco
other
for 100 Thieves.
Exactly, yeah.
To be honest, that's always something I feel with EDG.
They got the Eiffel
I
Tower
think that at
back of
least,
A.
again, in the champs run, that Chichu sort of got his flowers. Like people,
Peak
you
me.
realize how good this guy actually is.
Peak
but it's
me.
always going to be difficult when the guy who's most of the time just doing these crazy aggressive rounds, winning them.
I don't think so, Benner. I don't know.
Gets MVP and sings a song. Like, you're not gonna be, you're not gonna stand out more than that guy. Also has some of the most poetic lines I've ever heard, and stood up and did the sniper. Like, he's the cool guy.
What the
That's
fuck
all
is
I
going
can
on
say.
there?
Come on, he started off this round with a bang as well.
What's
We've
just
seen
happened?
them take quite a bit of damage in some of these rounds.
Why'd they
so
drop the stack?
I'm sure EDG would love a clean one.
I guess who's waiting for that rotation play? It is, of course, Chichu. Nobody's coming in to help him out. Might be needed for the trade. Cryo on just 9 HP. Recovered a rifle, but he is not long for this.
Got my two.
Let's get another.
Look at that
before
damage.
falling.
You got 2 armors as
But the
well.
impact
That
middle-
was really good
It is
damage.
1 lost, 3 carried forward, though. It's not going to be the end of the world, and that is the key that's under threat in the 100 Thieves camp.
Yeah, at least dropping 1 means that maybe they're not going to come in with all 5 rifles for the next round, so... Or they'll have to gamble it. Either way, it's definitely better than nothing. Yeah, of course, for both of these squads, they are the clubs that are also fighting
bonus.
for that massive prize pool that could contribute to
4
all of the
man
other
aim in.
esports as well, so...
Big dagger,
Becoming
scan
one of
3.
the first teams to get your key crush and not earning the points that will help to that
It's an
leaderboard
A
is
hit. Good luck. 4
not
here from
something
100
that
Thieves.
either of these teams will
Shoot.
want, but also they're both
Wait,
gunning
you
for
heard
their
me.
own trophies. And
Ooh.
what a start he's had in this round. That's absolute destruction. They barely make it out of the choke, and the
Damn.
one player that did was dealt with immediately. He was a shining light
Double
on the
kill
last
while
map, and
hindered?
it seems like he's not going anywhere.
He was even hit by the waylay
These stuns
stun
don't do
and
shit,
manages
bro.
to connect those beautiful final 2 kills as well. Great timing on the spray. That's got to be frustrating for nobody. Kankan not quite able to convert that pickup, hoping his teammates would at least find him, but coming out of that smoke, well, they didn't make it very far. 100 Thieves. There's the vibe check. They're looking good. Operator
Now we go
in play
B.
for Cryo as well, and that could definitely be where things
Fuck,
take a
they're coming
turn
to
for the
Boostio.
better for this squad. He's going straight in for this
Uh-oh.
mid aggression.
Careful.
No dash even activated just yet. And it looks like nobody is just about to walk into him. In
Wow.
fact, it was ZJC.
This
who
pick is so
backstepped
good,
a
huh?
little too early.
How have the games been?
Didn't have the information
Today's
over
been
middle.
not that
Again,
great,
something
bro.
that we've noted with EDG,
Sentinel's match was
especially
just
on
a
the first
drag,
map, was they love
'cause
those sort of
it was
set play executions.
fucking tech pauses
sort of feeling out
nonstop.
the map and then falling back to one side. And when they were being pushed and pressured by 100
G2
Thieves, that was when
game.
they really struggled.
Didn't really see it.
Well, the set play didn't work in the
Yeah,
last
it hasn't been
round.
amazing.
And they've been pushed on this round, so both those sort of win conditions for 100 Thieves are in play. Now they have to make sure they clean this close angle. Kankan's dashed over the top, but he is yet to be spotted. That's a
Oh, he jumped.
freebie, at least for one, but the trade
Wait,
back
what?
is there, keeping things
Alert.
at least in a workable position. However, the defense do have an advantage.
Well, it's not over till Concon's dealt
Nice
with.
shot.
And Asuna, he thought that
Ew.
space was clear, was theirs, but not even
What a
close.
peak.
Concon's
What is
double has
that?
got them a plant and an advantage. Now in a 2 versus 1. And Xander, the player who picked up that 4K in the previous, has to pull off the 1v2 clutch. He's already been spotted. And as you said, Concon has the ultimate. Could think about deploying it here as soon as they hear those steps, those boots on the ground. Spotted by the cam as well.
That's
Time
paranoia.
ticking away. Pressure on for Xander. He's made his way around to the right side.
Yeah,
That
both.
paranoia is perfect. It's
Yeah,
got them
both.
both. It could be a free.
Oh!
And Xander, he's done it again. The round for 100
What a
thieves.
play. That
How did he
TP
know?
flash was
Like,
so
I was going to
good.
give credit to EDG. They were both backside.
Wow.
They got spotted and they went,
That's
let's
back-to-back for
completely
Xander,
reposition.
dude.
Let's go
He's going back-to-back
somewhere.
like
As
Drake
he just
right now.
TP'd
And he
he's
TP'd
just
to the
TP'd
off.
I love that. That's how much they value them from the
Wow.
shadows, that they'll trade it for the
Maximum
off.
fucking value, dude.
Yeah, it was the complete reposition from
Maximum
the attacking side.
fucking
I was like,
value.
okay, that's brilliant. Because he just seen you at the back, so why would he
I mean,
expect you
op
to be
on
there?
attack
Well, guess what?
or
He
defense
expected
ascent
you
is
to be
huge.
there. Like, that was a brilliant read from Xander. I don't know if there was a step made or something, but I don't think there was.
Oh my god.
Xander's coming up clutch in this
Oh
early
my
half. He's
God,
already
we're
picked
getting
up
lippy.
2 rounds for this squad. A 4K and a 1v2 clutch, and that accounts for all 6 of his kills. The A side push, it's going to be fast for
Where's the
EDG.
rushing A?
Put through.
Uh-oh,
Concon
Xander.
chasing down Xander.
Oh.
He won't be getting away with
Oh.
any big plays this time.
Oh.
Shut down off rip. But they've still so much more to contend with. Cryo, hop up top, good for 1. He'll get out of there even without the dash. Oh, actually he won't get out. The players are joining him. He's looking for a fight. He's caught Concon. He's dived in for more.
Well played.
And that round for
Wow.
100 Thieves, it started off a bit shaky, but Cryo came
Wow.
in clutch.
I like that. He's trying to escape, and he's like, no, keep
That
going,
was
keep going.
sick, man.
No, you're fighting them. Fight them all. Hey, if I'm his teammate and he can
That
do stuff
second
like
off
that,
shot
why
was
not?
sick.
Just cleaning up the round with the operator. You can see, hey, it seems like just maybe getting rid of the from the shadows to save him an operator
Wow.
might have just been worth it. Who knows?
Potentially. I mean, too early to say, Tom.
Yeah, he got 33% of the kills with the shorty, so if anything, he only needed the pistol.
Exactly.
Big.
Who knows what he would have done with the judge, for example.
That is true.
Wait, are they going
Second game
AB,
for the
AB
40s.
right now?
Well, 100
EDG?
Thieves now 3-2 up. EDG, they started out well. Big plays by Xander, the operator in the hands of Cryo.
Nah, the power's staying on
Changed the
today, as far as I
course
know.
of this map, perhaps even this series. Cryo going in aggressive, and it's Concon
Double entry,
waiting
Concon.
for them both.
Wow.
That has put a pin in 100 Thieves early fights. He is going
Nah.
in for more. It's a big mistake. They are spoon-feeding Concon all the kills he needs, and now he's got an off.
He's going for the
That
ace.
they will live to regret giving him.
I'll be honest with you. You look
And
at
they
this
got
match
silver
so
ults.
far and you go,
It's pretty back and
oh,
forth,
yeah,
bro.
Concon's really good on the waylay. I don't think there's been a single piece of utility that he's used that's been successful. I think he's just out-fragging everyone. Like, that was 3 kills that he got from them peeking him. That was nothing to do with, he threw the really cool slow or the dash. Like, of course it helps him take space, but it's just Concon. I think he could be playing a jet and it would make no difference.
It is attack side ascent. He's ended up dropping the op as well. Just going to keep the rifle for the next. And I 100% agree with you, Tom. I think the only impact we saw from that specific utility, aside from the ult that was used to push into the site, fair enough.
But even then, the
Triple
guy he
entry
killed wasn't
Concon.
hit by it.
Yeah, exactly.
Sentinels ended up winning, yes. Who
The
did they
ult,
play,
I
by
guess
the
it
way?
forced him to reposition.
It made him move.
Yeah,
Sentinels
but the
play.
only real impact was that it got him killed on the dive into the A site, where he decided to throw the stun rather than take the fight.
DRX.
So, you know,
Interesting.
realistically, it's only been a disadvantage
We'll
for
play
him.
DRX tomorrow.
The guy is just cracked. 3-3. We're tied up here, and I'm
I don't hate
expecting
that
it to keep
matchup.
going this way. A back and forth affair. But if they keep pushing into Concon, it might not be. He was gifted 3.
I see that technically he could have escaped there.
That's
didn't.
why he swung.
He didn't, but he could have done.
It's all adding up.
Hey, yo.
Well, they're having a great time. And you can understand why. 3-3. We mentioned it before, like this map, especially for 100 Thieves, last couple of times they played it, heavy defensive side success.
What's with the extreme close-ups? Yeah. B-Rush.
For EDG, they've proven, at least versus Titan, they could have great attack sides, but historically, again,
Lucio.
it's that defensive side immediately.
Show me
they're
the
thrown
fucking
in
player.
Hunter Street. EU has managed to dodge that completely. I don't know how. It looked like it was going straight into the back of the site, but
Look at Bustio.
he hasn't taken a lick of damage, and
Oh
instead
my God,
it's actually
no.
Cryo to find the first. But guess who's there to trade? And what cheats? You just
Oh
goes running at his
no.
opponent.
Oh.
Can you miss it? It's all down. Oh, it's a nice try, but you
That's
didn't
about to
get
be
the
a
raid
fucking
boss.
movie.
Started to believe in the ace there. Forgot Kankan was still alive. That's my bad. A little bit of a misread. His three-piece matches up to Cryo's, but the numbers keep on increasing on the EDG side of the scoreboard. This is a close angle, I'll tell you that. I like his glasses.
What the fuck?
Oh, I didn't catch that the first time around. Nicely done by Cryo. The op didn't even play that much of a role. It's becoming expensive as well. That economy constantly
is happening
pushed to
there?
the brink, and I think coming into the next, it should
Oh, he
be
missed the
somewhere they're
flash.
struggling, right? Potential eco for them. EDG running away with this early half.
This half is so aggressive from
When it comes to
EDG.
like doing our flood, we need to like.
Wait,
Well, when it comes to doing their flood, they need to.
we just got intel.
And I think that's really what we've been missing here.
Unintentionally.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. It is going to be a tactical pause.
That was a leak.
400 Thieves.
W.
But yeah, what I was going to say is when you look at Kankan, like, I think that he is someone coming into this event. You can see how pumped up he is. Like we're in that sort of elimination stage. The early stages of the tournament, especially for a team like EDG, they still had relative success at the first international. But I think you look at this guy right now and you go, this is a guy who didn't make the last international. I think that was the first one that EDG could have made that they didn't, because obviously before China wasn't within the way of getting to those international events. But he does not want to lose. Like now that he's back at an international, obviously they'll gun for champions as well. But he seems so pumped up
Live
in every
eco?
single round.
2 rifles on 100 Thieves?
And well, of course, for EDG, the pressure is on. They have a nation at their back. One that was very
Saw his
proud
whale
when they
again.
took champions home, but
Cryo?
of course they're gunning for more.
Careful.
Towards the A site we go. Pistols in play,
Oh,
but
wow.
Cryo's in the right spot to get Smoggy on the TP. Kankan makes up for it with a quick pick, and nobody.
Oh my god, the
Chichu,
defense
they
falls
follow
so
suit.
quickly.
It's all pistols. The rifle recovered by EU, but he doesn't get much more than the one. And
Show
so
me Boostio.
Boostio is left all
God.
alone, spotted out by Kankan as he tries to retrieve a weapon. And it's an immediate punish on 100 Thieves. But like we said, that was a low buy. That was the pistols. This is a round that EDG earned with their previous. Now's the
Still
real
use
challenge.
2 ults. Like they immediately pop both of them. I do think part of that is just
Off out on
respect
Cryo.
for 100 Thieves, because 100 Thieves have been so good at the low buys. Like their pistols, shotguns, like
Even
all
on
round
Sunset, yeah.
have been disgusting.
What's
So
going on with
I think that
Boostio?
was just a moment where EDG
Yeah,
went,
he's not
"Look,
having a great
if we
series.
use
I'm not
null
sure,
command
but
and then the
let's
convergence
see.
path.
This is
They're
the
not
map that
winning around.
matters.
They have no utility, and they should be set. Now, I'll be honest, I don't think the convergence path hit anyone again. But we'll ignore that because it's fine when Kankan can build it up every 3
It
rounds.
did force a player to move, who then got a kill. So, yeah.
Peekaboo.
There we go. He spotted the info.
Oh.
100 Fury goes through. Good connection. And Kankan down early. A very valuable pick. A scout
Tagged
taken
one.
who's almost got as many kills as the rest of his team combined.
catch.
Nobody down and out. Damage done to ZJC and Smoggy with the Hunter's Fury. 100 Thieves, they have a big advantage to play with. Only thing is, they've rotated heavy to the A site. Based on what
Boostio's
we're
alone
seeing
on
here,
B.
EDG may still walk into them.
He's been the one player you really haven't wanted to face off against on this 100 Thieves side over the last couple of maps. Having an incredibly impressive performance.
Jeez,
Getting a little bit
dude.
dangerous though. Back to a 2v2.
He heard both of them. He heard both of them.
I have the spike. He's going to be able to get out of there and retrieve the spike. Now, they have already cleared the majority
Closed door.
of middle. The B site's being looked upon, and it seems like they already have, well, they definitely have all the information, because you don't run through a site like this if you don't.
They do. They heard him tree.
Yeah, Chichu got all that space for them.
Spike planted.
EU and Cryo have to retake op in hand for Cryo. In terms of utility to break back through, they don't have their drone. Probably have to wait for the reveal to come on. That's just come on now. So they've at least got that to move towards the site. That's Chichu stood in this alleyway waiting for the peak. If you can find this, they've got a good chance. He's at least avoided the danger at the start. Reveal pops, and here goes Cryo, but they're
That was
ready.
a
Each
4v3
fight taken,
100 Thieves
and
advantage.
each fight won. EDG They bounced back.
They gotta
Again,
convert that. I'm
start
not gonna
of the
lie,
round
that's
was
tough.
perfect
They're
for
on
100
defense.
Thieves. They came crumbling down, and that's a lot of momentum,
They're just
a
getting
lot of
picked.
wind
I
in
don't
the
know.
sails of EDG.
Yeah, they seem to do very well when it
Is that
comes
4v2?
to
Better
playing
than 4v2
around.
actually. No, it's
That Hunter's
3v2.
Fury with the setup, but yeah, I feel
4v3,
like that
3v2.
turnaround moment, just Smoggy being able to find that pick, secures control of the spike. You can see from the other side of the map in the form of Boosty, he goes, you know what, I don't want that smoke. I'm just going to make sure that while my team have managed to successfully defend A,
He ulted off the alarm bot. Respect.
I mean, that came off a single alarm bot being tripped.
That's crazy, yeah.
Killjoy ult, and it's a good job too. It bought time for EU to come into play. EDG looking to execute through as 3. 2-man disadvantage to play with. Should be the round that 100 Thieves finally get on the board. Cryo's on his walk through. Boostio's got the wall bang. This is it. This is 100 Thieves back in the saddle.
There they are.
Falling.
There they
Boostio,
are.
solid round.
There they
him.
are.
That's what we needed to see. The ult helping out, buying time. And he's there to fight alongside his squad. Still possible for a 7-5 half.
Let's be honest though, like I think that a lot of that was EDG going, okay, we've had lots of success going towards this B site and playing into middle. We've not really been able to crack the A site, so chances are if they've taken a pause, they're going to adapt away from A. Let's try that push again, and instead, it was actually just the read from 100 Thieves that maybe the pause would trigger that, because they had the
7-4.
They had, more importantly, Xander, and that's been the one player that I really think on that side of the map has been causing issues. I wouldn't be surprised if EDG make a return to B, but I think 100 Thieves initially had the same idea. They knife it and then rotate back.
Well, especially considering he stopped the push on the A site in the previous, I think I can put 3 of these rounds for 100 Thieves down to Xander, down to his impact. He has been phenomenal so far, shining light in the darkness for 100 Thieves and giving them a leg up.
Oh, careful.
To climb back into this wall bang attempt. As
Damage?
long as it's not EU on the other side, you've got a chance at least. It looks like EDG spreading the net. I mean, they are looking for contact absolutely anywhere. The late game play will be to group up and pressure what has been that weakness towards the B side.
Hitting the brick, back in a flash.
Khan already looking to put the
Damn,
pressure
bro.
on.
This Waylay shit is
Using
crazy,
this
dude.
a lot for information.
Wow.
Asuna tries
Wow.
to counter and succeeds. An impactful double that at least gives a little bit of room for Busio to play with.
Everyone's dying, 2v3.
The full force of
They know
EDG
Busio's
now
here.
remain on the B site, but there's not a lot of time to play with. Busio just trying to hold on to the back of it. The
Nah,
Karen
this
will give
Util's-
away his position, but he's
Oh.
landing the shot.
The flash
looks for a
missed.
little more, and he gets it. It's left
1v1, 12
to
seconds.
Chichu. That one versus
He has the glow.
one.
I've never seen the glow.
Xander up against him. You mentioned the amount of rounds this man has won for his team almost individually. He is slowly sneaking his way
Wow,
and
well
spots his
played.
opponent. It's another
sneak.
clutch,
Good
and it's
sneaking.
another round for 100 Thieves.
That's
They
3
will at
rounds
least
Xander won
bring
for
it
in this
back to
half.
5.
Well,
Busio
Xander is the guy to
also
close
turned
out
up
the
at the
round,
end.
but you got to put
It
your
was
hands
2.
together for Busio there. He's had a really rough map, started to come online towards the end, and that's given 100 Thieves a chance, but still an uphill battle for them in half number 2.
Where is Waylay on the agent tier list? I don't know. I don't think he's that high. What do you think, chat? I couldn't tell you, bro. Everyone's saying C or D. Let's take a look at the other match while we wait for half.
Here, okay, so we can bring the North Carolina back in. Like North Carolina,
Oh, it's on
famous for
tech
their
pause.
barbecue.
Okay.
Very different from Texas or St. Louis
Sorry, man.
barbecue.
My bad.
But we also
I didn't mean
it's
to
a very
interrupt this
vinegar-based
conversation
sauce.
here.
We use the same like vinegar base for like coleslaw.
The fuck is happening here?
Really cool.
Big coleslaw fan.
I love the lore.
You're welcome.
In Canada, our favorite dish is gravy. Yeah, gravy and cheese.
Why is this cracking?
Not the end of the world. I've had worse.
You thought the Americans had like a greasy food problem. No, Canada, we love our gravy.
I'm trying to think of what is like my favorite dish when I go to Toronto.
The tech pause and the
kinda
B
stay
stream
away
are
from poutine.
fucked, bro.
It fills you up. Like it feels like you just ate a cement block.
Yeah, that's the best part.
That's fair. I had a really good sushi burrito in Toronto once.
That's strange.
Yeah, it was good.
Aren't sushis just already burritos?
I feel bad for
themselves?
the casters because
that's
they gotta
a very
stall.
valid point. It's kind of like little
Fish
mini
burrito?
rice burrito wrappings. Yeah.
I don't know.
Have you ever
I
had
don't
a
know what the
sushi
score of
burrito?
this game is.
It's a revelation.
Why do I feel like
gonna
I'm like
get
listening
mad
into a
hated
date
now,
right
but
now?
I don't
Not a seafood
mess
girl?
with raw food.
That's fair. Nothing wrong
Like
with
I
that.
feel like I'm like
My tummy don't
I'm
like
like
it.
That's fair.
I feel like a cuck right now.
I wonder what the Heretics players' favorite foods are. Do you think Benji Fishy's favorite food is fish?
Probably. Should we ask him?
We probably
he doesn't
could.
seem too busy.
He's doing something in there, but I don't know.
Hey, after the tech pause, Avo had that 3K, and I don't know, practice
Tech
range
pause
diff.
merchants.
Yeah,
Tech pause merchants.
honestly. And, you know, I'll put the trend out there that the side that had the most tech pauses won our last match.
That's valid.
All right. I don't mean to interrupt that. My bad.
It's not too late for a turnaround. One team will march on to the decider in Group D, the group of death. However, will claim its first victim and its first key. For these two partner organizations, that is not what they will be looking for. Khan already the point of contact, but they know he's here.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Traded.
Swings back into the angle.
Thought he was gonna
and
get
takes
out,
down
but
Xander. Smoggy with the paranoia ready, buys a little bit more time, and they're worried about that short crunch. This is a much more direct play from 100 Thieves. A pistol here to put them right back into the
They're
game.
resetting.
Level things up.
They go back up cat, right? Look at Silva.
Into that A site. The rotations have already come in, but they'll have to contend with nobody, having pushed all the way
It's a
through.
re-hit or
Just
up
like
cat.
Sunset all over again. Like he was just taking ridiculous amounts of control.
No bueno.
And a lot of it did feel like, as you said, like the lack of, for better word, Chichu. It was because they didn't have that same impact on
Okay,
the
it's a
lurk. The
three-man
thing is,
stack
though,
on A.
They're actually going to go splitting
EDG
back in the other direction.
in a good position
so
here.
He hasn't been able to see.
Wait, they
almost
scanned
anything,
too.
but it has still left multiple players to defend.
Oh, they know he's there.
There's that JC, close the door, they know he's up close.
Wow, we got one.
Dealing with them still costs
You got
another player.
Cryo as well.
It's keeping numbers even. Smoggy blinded up, they'll make their way towards the site. Chichu swings, Smoggy does too, but they
Ooh,
both fall
Boostio,
at the
12
hands of
seconds.
Boostio. A sliver of health
10
left for him,
seconds.
and nobody in the 1v1
Good
shot
shot.
dart is good. It's tagged him up heavy and hard. 25 HP, and the reveal gives nobody all
Wait.
the information. He
Did I not
knows now
scan the
that player
second?
is boxed in, and he even backs off. He's playing mind games with EU, hoping that he'll push out into the open, give him the opportunity. For now, at least, EU's just
Wait.
retreating. He's trying to
Nobody
find a
played
safe
this so
space
well.
to hide, but nobody
I'm not gonna
catches
lie.
him on the fallback.
You played that pretty
EDG,
fucking well, damn.
8 rounds on the board.
It did
Like, be
eventually work,
patient.
didn't it? That was all he was trying to do, was just, okay, the lack
Damn.
of information is going to be enough
That
for my
shock dart
opponent
was
to
so
make a
good.
mistake. And while nobody in those positions doesn't make mistakes, that was fantastic from him. But again, that needs to be something we keep an eye on, and how much control he
Wow.
is able to claim. It is Boostio to have a huge round individually, but unfortunately, it just
Do not hunt
wasn't
the
enough
hunter.
for them to get that one over the line. And we mentioned it, that a lot of the time when there's been success on this map for 100 Thieves, it's been on that defense. A pistol round really would have been nice.
Yeah, definitely. The problem is momentum for EDG. They already have that lead. They'll start to run away with this. The 3-round gap about to extend unless these pistols can work a bit of a miracle. A paranoia might have caught some of them, but the problem
What the
is
fuck?
it didn't catch Concon. That's probably the player you want to blind the most. Easy close
They got
out.
two.
Lucio does well to find one, but it's the Concon show for the triple. Little bit of damage done, but 9-5 nonetheless.
Yeah, and this is where you're going to
What
look
happened to the
more towards
HDMI
100
guy?
Thieves to try and
Yeah, they made him
make
change his
some
name.
sort of response. This round was really just
One
an
enemy
attempt.
remaining.
A little bit of damage and some hope, but
All right,
EDG now
9-5.
find
100
themselves
Thieves
in a
got a
very
mountain
good
back right
position,
now.
Similarly to the last map, 4
Starting to run
rounds
away,
needed
dude. We saw
on this
it.
defensive side.
Shutting them down.
But this fight is not the best. A couple of Sheriffs, Guardian, and some Bulldogs. Definitely more
They
of
lose
a
this bonus,
round,
GG.
as the next is where we expect to see the proper weaponry come into
King
play.
of Val.
Maybe even the operator could be dropped over for Kankan, which we've already seen it across the last couple of maps. When he has the op, it really is a different gravy, and when he's playing that Waylay and has the chance to retreat after the first shot, I wouldn't like to be against it.
That's definitely dangerous. Using himself as a recon dart sometimes.
Slow play, 100 Thieves. They got
He's
mid
just
control.
Going in to cause that some
What's the
problems
call?
with the stun. I don't think we've seen him too often be set up for those fights to use the fallback, but definitely could by the end of this. If EDG win this round, I think that is the beginning of the end. We're well on the path. The home
They're faking a
stretch.
cat split with Util.
The 100 Thieves being
As
understandably
they go
very
towards B,
cautious. Still, the
EDG
site
did not
they're
move
going
at
towards
all,
has 3
and they
players
got
on it.
first blood.
Nobody's already found the first. He's followed
And the
up with more.
second.
The Guardian
Traded.
doing so much work here for EDG.
What a
Paranoia is
paranoia.
good. Asuna does manage to make it out of
Oh my god.
Nobody's 4.
Oh
so
my god.
close
He
to
almost
the ace.
aced.
Still, he's done
Oh
enough.
my god, that did not look good.
2 Bulldogs, 1 Guardian.
That fake didn't do
pistols and 1
anything. It
Guardian.
didn't pull anybody.
Probably should have got the ace, I'll be honest. I think the last kill was the easiest of the lot, but
I think
the game could be a
this is
cruel
looking grim.
mistress sometimes. Just immediate couple of openers. That was already bad enough for the 100 Thieves, but this may have just been the nail in the coffin. So clean with that Guardian. And while
Yeah, it's a good round, but desperately close. Their
10-5.
key is looking shiny.
Half
More
buy.
importantly, it's looking safe.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Crusher is calling out to the 100 Thieves key. 5-10. EDG
NA is
on double
asset
the
power
rounds
now,
and
just like
100
CS?
Thieves on an eco. Moving towards
we're
the
headed in
B-side
that
by the looks of
direction.
things. And if they bring it there, it's Con and it's Chichu that you'll have to get past. That is not an ideal scenario. At least for now, they're going to try to work that mid control. But, you know, you're working with Sheriffs. It's not somewhere that you're going to go pushing out to in the late
it's a
game.
B-pop.
Indeed, they move back towards B main.
It's a
which
full
means
B-pop
past
double
the
cypher trips
past
here.
Chichu, and then
Con
dealing with
is
Con, who is
backside.
hiding on the back of the B side in Boathouse.
What's happening?
Getting ready. What will be an incredibly difficult take. You look at the weaponry that's available, and it stinks. Maybe the Hunter's Fury can pad the gap a little bit, but it's just whether or not he decides to spam it directly into the backside. It has been utilized. Chichu's gone down, but there is a second threat that they need to deal with, and the Hunter's Fury hasn't connected, at least just yet.
Oh, wow.
Repositioned slightly, but still in this back corner.
Oh, wow.
And still just going crazy with this rifle. He has bought the time for
Hold
the
up,
support
that
to
TP
come
was
in,
so
and
good.
Once EU finally makes
That was
it here
so
after
well
the
done
Hunter's
by
Fury,
Con.
he has got
Damn.
no friends left. We are down to just
Damn.
one thief, and he will be dealt with as well.
I like that attempt from Con too, trying to use the refract to dodge the Hunter's Fury. He still gets hit by it, but the quick reposition grabs him one more. The stun not even needed. Nobody was quickly floating back in. You see it here. He picks up an easy double. There's a
11-5.
player in that corner. The one pick that they found, not even nearly enough, and that's the problem. They didn't know going in there that, you know, the two strongest players here on this map for EDG so far were the two they were trying to
Does
get
loser
past.
go home? Loser is
now
out.
it all comes
100
down to
Thieves
this,
might
the
make it to
rifle
G2's
round.
flight at this pace.
The last chance for 100 Thieves to start the comeback that they need. 6 rounds behind their opposition. EDG just needing 2 with all credits on the line for the attackers. He's going.
Oh, they have got to be so careful. They've definitely spotted him, and of course
Oh,
that means the
Cryo?
escape. But instead, it's Cryo to at least be able to find a couple back. Give them the man advantage for this round. He's one off a Blade Storm. Concon's going to go for it again. This
Oh my
time
God,
he doesn't
one more
have
tiles.
the utility to keep him safe. And well, eventually
Oh my
will
God,
go
they
down,
know
but
he's
nobody
here.
is still available.
1v2.
And now going to look to double back in towards this B side. Timing's going to be everything. There's a chance that nobody could catch him instead. Hearing the TP across, maybe a little bit wary that that could have been an attempt to bait him. Instead, he might actually just get himself the 1v1s. It seems like Boostio
This is
will
unwinnable,
get
right?
into position.
Yeah, they're lined up
He has
nicely
dart.
now on Boostio's contact. Xander will swing. The reactions needed for nobody to get away with this, or Surreal. Reveal goes out. Oh, it was so close.
My God.
But Xander, always reliable for 100
Holy
Thieves.
shit.
He'll lock in the 6th round. So many more needed, though.
Holy shit.
Like, every single time I've seen one of their players in a clutch scenario, and probably Xander on the other side, there's a level of belief. And well, you can see the level of belief from Con. The fact that he's just running dry through smokes to try and end this game as quickly as possible. Maybe it will be their undoing, but I have a feeling eventually, one of those times it will work.
NC.
5 rounds the difference.
Get out of my way.
A mammoth attack side needed from 100 Thieves, something we haven't seen from them throughout this EWC, including the qualifiers on this map. Oh, Cryo. Gonna have himself the Blade Storm. Ever present, ever dangerous. They are pushing into what is the weaker site as of now, if you can
What the
call it
fuck?
that, with Chichu and nobody in close proximity.
You should run.
Well, that should at least save them a bit of bother. Chichu forced out of this site as the lockdown stands strong. The dash in Cryo clears all the space, and a plant can now be found on the back of the site. But in the meantime, hello? He's just taken Xander down through the wall. looking for a little more, tagged up heavy at least. But the players using the smoke to get on out. EDG flooding back towards the switch and landing themselves a few. Nobody with 2 keeps the advantage in their favor. Concon has ultimate, and it's going to be put through. Cryo forced into the open. He gets a free kill. And ZJC with it all to do, but it's only one.
Rookie versus Fat.
He knows where he is. The nade is good.
Oh, he got out.
He's just gotten past it. Oh,
what a clutch, Asuna.
A 3-piece.
Oh my god, nice shot, bro.
An 11-7 as a result.
Bro.
4
that was a huge clutch. They actually have a chance now.
The problem here is, though,
they actually have a chance
these rounds are becoming incredibly close, and it feels like EDG.
ZJC's not a rookie? Oh yeah, wait, he's been pro for a minute.
From putting 12 on the board.
That's actually true.
Solid opener.
One enemy remains.
But I really like the re-aggression. I think they had that realization that the convergence path was coming, and with that site being so
rookie
tight,
lost.
there's really not a lot of places you can stand where you won't get stunned. So they played ahead of it. Gave them
Getting
the only
stream
chance
snaps
they
with no
had.
delay and complaining about it is like leaving your door wide open when you go out for the night and getting mad when a thief steals your plasma flat screen. LMFAO.
Next round will do it.
Retweet.
That would get them within just 2 from a game that was looking done. A round victory here might just ignite the fire of 100 Thieves and put the reigning champions at risk.
Well, the mid control's given. Play here from Concon, who's been the threat around middle, is to sit in wine and hope that this is an A play. It's a big gamble with 3 players towards that side of the map. No real information kept around middle. Jump peaks for the most part. Paranoia is thrown through on A. Hunter's Fury as well. Oh! They've gotten away with an opening pick! That Hunter's Fury was to punish A main to get a bit of information. And instead, they've now got the advantage. Reveal is great, but Chichu, whoa, gets enough damage in. Nobody following up. EU somehow picked up a double. That equalizes the numbers. That puts it back into a winnable space, but the spike is on short alone and challenging Concon. That's a free.
EU's off for the A's.
3 kills to his name already, but sprinting towards Concon. There's 12 seconds left. The door has to be wide open.
He got baited, but
Concon is just waiting.
Wow, he got baited hard.
Take them down. This is done.
Wow.
Even if he doesn't find the
Concon
kill,
well played.
The clock was going
He
to
fucking played him.
That is
he
a
played him
big
hard.
mistake to give
He wanted to break the door while Boostio grabbed the bomb.
It was initially
but it was
just
a fake.
bad luck. Like the player that got hit by the Hunter's Fury had the spike. So then when the
You
rest
hit
of the
some
team
crazy
went for
shots.
their
Watch
players
this.
to be, I don't know, I think it might have been Xander went to collect it, went, okay, well we've seen that a player's gone down on the B side,
Pretty
let's try
fucking
and go in the
clean,
other
dude.
direction, and just walks it to the best player in the server. Like, it's unlucky, but it's one that was kind of caused by just the chaos that was created.
Match point
by
EDG elimination game.
25-11, by the way. Any doubt? I don't know who's doubting at this point. Fools. But this guy is back in form. Hunter's Fury and Arsonist Stinger, but it's a very quick trade back. That advantage was barely felt.
At the beginning of the end, it seems Xander does well. Damage done to ZJC too. I mean, this could come back into their favor with a TP to the other side of the map. EU lurking up on mid, but he's been tagged heavy. The shock.
Good damage though.
No Chichu enough. He survives on 3 HP. They've got the bodies.
Wait, Spike stuck main.
And fighting in is
What?
He wins that somehow.
The fuck?
They're both low. He needs a plant. They are both low. And it's a stinger that he's got.
Everyone's
the
so
perfect
low.
weapon to quickly clean them up. And those sprays, close as they may be, not close enough. Asuna still drawing breath. They'll push this together though.
Oh, even if they do, that might end up playing in his favor. A single
Oh my
burst
god.
from that stinger could be enough to take them down. He's in the
This is
corner, but
box
of
to
course
play?
they're so low, they're not going to spam it. They're never going to spam it. He's running across.
What
takes
the
them both.
fuck?
They are keeping themselves
That
alive
is the most
by the
Asuna
skin
shit ever,
of their
bro.
teeth. And hit with 4
Dude.
kills off the back of a stinger. That is madness.
That's a
Oh
couple
my
of
God,
really
12-8.
big rounds from Asuna, keeping them alive. I don't know how he got away with that, but so quickly punished. You see it here. This was the start of it. This was the end. A beautiful swing, perfectly timed. And if Chichu wasn't 3 HP there,
Wow.
that's a completely different game. They're feeling good in the 100 Thieves camp. but plenty more to go. Just one round needed for EDG to take this across the line. Then a timeout will be called,
Oh my God.
presumably by them, as they look to steady the ship.
Can they do this?
Teams have been decent at stringing these rounds together.
Can they actually
But
do
again,
this?
they've
I don't know.
all
I
been
don't know.
So close.
Yeah.
The rounds they win are
Probably
nail
not,
biters. The
man.
rounds EDG win are dominant.
They've been getting rolled all
Definitely
game, it
felt
feels
that way.
like.
EDG have been in the driver's seat, but it's safe to say that the 100 Thieves are not going down easy. They are kicking and screaming and taking rounds at the closest margins. Think about it, we mentioned that probably 3 or 4 rounds came down to Xander, be it with a 1v1 or 1v2. I think it was multiple spray downs on the solo ace.
What's on Hong Kong's hand? KT tape?
Arsena alongside Cryo have been there. Boostio's had his rounds. Like, this team have proven that, okay, they may not have made it to the internationals in a while, but they definitely can still swing with the best of them. Losing 13 to 11 to Fnatic.
They're on
in
equal,
that
by the way,
first matchup.
EDG.
The team in the final of Masters Toronto now facing off against EDG. And now it's EDG who are on the back foot in terms of the weaponry, but you always have to be careful.
Oh, they've seen this one before. Chichu playing with his util. The second player deep on site being Concon. 100 Thieves knew what they were facing. Well handled. The post plant up against pistols. A rifle in the hands of Smoggy. A rifle not in the hands of Smoggy anymore. Gone to Chichu, but maybe they can hope for a bit of damage. A few old Dorbs farmed, but that is all that they will get. EDG, they finally faced off against a dominant round from 100 Thieves as the North American side continues their climb back into this. And
12-9.
overtime needed. But it's not that far away.
A chance.
No, we thought we were going to get an overtime on map number 1 as EDG had to make a similar climb. 100 Thieves have definitely found their footing. A 4-round streak at the start of this half and then a 4-1 in response. They need to max out at 5 in a row and then continue that form into overtime. It still feels like it's a little bit away from being a reality, but EDG have definitely been sweating a little bit when it comes to some of these late games, when it comes to moments where they need to close. On Sunset, it looked a little bit easier. On Haven, it looked like they'd made the comeback happen but failed. Are they going to let this one slip?
Oh.
But it does just feel like you need that one round from Concon.
Here we go. Hong Kong's
one
here.
round from Chichu. It won't be his this time. It's Concon that's got the challenge. Oh, the damage is huge. Cryo just about surviving. A Bulldog, the weakest weapon
They got a
for this
cancel,
squad in the
right?
hands of Concon. And almost claiming a kill already. Certainly slowing
They
down
go
the
back, eh?
pushes. Asuna had activated his ultimate. They had Chichu off site so the traps didn't go down. And yet they're not able to push on the back of it thanks to that stall utility.
Rehit.
Scary as well with 40 seconds
Rehit.
left. There are no ults even remotely close to the side of 100 Thieves, so whereas a single kill for Concon would put that.
They rotated. The fake works.
He's gonna make the move across
What
and actually
the
spot them on
fuck?
the corner. That's quite a lot of information for the team, but he's gonna be
Wow,
the one
the
under
fake
pressure.
works so well.
And he doesn't
Oh my
get
God,
the
wait,
job
EDG
done.
are getting
In fact,
nervous. I
it's
can feel
Cryo
it.
and EU
EDG are getting
jamming
nervous.
through the
I can
smoke
feel it.
once
They
again.
say.
Who could have guessed
Oh
it?
my God.
And with 3 players, an attempted retake just doesn't seem like a plausible good outcome for the side of EDG. They're going to have
We
to
might
say
have OT
100
in the
Thieves
cards.
are continuing this streak. They will be at double digits. They will be at 10.
Just 2 away now. It has been a really impressive climb back from this squad who previously couldn't put a dominant round on the board. Now they're stringing them together. For EDG, saving these weapons, definitely the priority, and well, it seems like they'll get away with it. EU is the real hunter here, as his ultimate implies. For that attacking side, more of the same. They need these rounds to continue in relatively dominant form because they've won those clutches. They've been ahead, but Because of that, the game's been on a knife's edge a
All right.
number of times.
Also,
Coming into this
12-10.
round,
Off out
with the
on
saved
Kong Kong.
weapons, the
26
weapons
kills.
carried forward. It gives them a chance to get a really strong buy. Con, light shields, and the big gun. This is where things could take a turn for the worse for 100 Thieves.
Well, you know how much faith they have in this man when nobody, the second top fragger, on his team, on the server, has taken no shields
Wait,
in order
no
to get
armor.
that man an op. And honestly, I 100% agree with the decision. It was 5-11 at one point in this game. We now sit with a difference of just 2 for 100 Thieves. A victory here would be big problems economically for EDG and potentially give us an overtime that could send the 2024 champions out of the tournament in dead last. Kankan, though, stands between them, but again, he's gone down first. Cryo has dealt with him 2 rounds in a row, and what was a heavy investment into the superstar has come up with nothing.
Nobody wishing he had those shields now. The fight seems to be coming Chi-Chu's way. They'll be caught by the trap, but nothing comes of it. Chi-Chu knows, though, that these players are getting close. Both cages up. He's built a wall, an area to defend, but they're about to go down, and he only grabs the one. Smoggy!
Smoggy,
is in there
what?
with a double though, emerging from heaven, the savior of
GG.
EDG in this round.
I don't know what
A
happened. They all
sliver of
died.
health, and
As
nobody,
per usual.
he could even end it with that shock dart he had
I
primed in
think
his
it's
bow.
GG. This is too hard.
For EU, this
Kong
needs to
Kong,
be
I
an
heard him.
unbelievable clutch, and it is
Damn.
unbelievable as EDG take it
Damn, just
across
like
the
that.
line with a chance for revenge against Gen G. They continue their lower bracket run, and the key of 100 Thieves, despite one hell of a well-fought series,
100
will
Thieves are
soon
out.
be crushed.
It has to feel like a brutal defeat.
That
They came into this
freaking
tournament in the group
sucks.
of death, and I think you looked at that group of death and went, okay, you've got 2 teams that performed well at the last Masters, the other is a Champions winner, and then you got 100 Thieves. Like, a team with like relative expectations, but
Chat. Are we cooked in Americas? Nah, Sentinels play tomorrow. We're still in this bitch. We are still in this
And
bitch.
says he gets punished.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest.
5v4 heretics.
I'm fucking fried,
Scaling
chat.
forward, retaking
Fried,
not
I'm
just the B
sauced.
site, but
I'm gonna go into
some
my
key
bed
positions
and
here
probably
in yellow.
just fucking.
Kind of indecision. It looked like Tech were trying to
I'm gonna
re-clear
watch
through their
this
own
in my
spot.
bed, dude.
Yeah,
Fall
because they
asleep,
feel
man.
such a
Not
turn
gonna
was
lie,
destroyed.
chat. I love you guys.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
it's
back
really
tomorrow
tough.
night though. I don't think I could. I
the
don't think
fight
I
for
could
yellow
muster it
box
up right now for
control
this
and
series.
just the solo
But,
swing and the
I
recon
hope you guys
is a
enjoyed the watch party.
distraction,
I
and
hope you
oh
have a
my
great rest of
God,
your day, rest of
Benji
your
and
night,
Boo do their
wherever you
best,
live.
and their best is
And
enough.
I
The
will
pistol
see you tomorrow for the next one. Love you all. Appreciate you all. Take care of yourselves. Bye bye.